My House of Horrors Chapter 1151 to 1160. You said Chen Ge is your client? Li Jung looked at Chen Ge with confusion. You don't know him, so why would he ask a haunted house owner to help him find someone? That doesn't make any sense. What doesn't make sense? As a haunted house owner, I often help the police solve cases, right? It only means that I have a wide range of hobbies and interests. On the surface, Chen Ge was talking to Li Jung, but his eyes were glued to the curtain. Other than him, no one else in the room could see Chen Ge. They had no idea that the patient who had been sent for autopsy was standing behind them. The police? You sure are harsh with your words. Li Jung wanted to argue, but he really could not find anything to argue with. They were both haunted house owners, but a boss like Chen Ge was rare. One might not even appear in a few hundred years. Brother Jung, other than calling my name, did the patient leave any other message? That's all. He was just calling out your name before he died. Li Jung frowned. Be more serious. We suspect that it was you who did that to him. After all, at the mental hospital, you were the only two of you in the room. This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Chen Ge opened his mouth to explain. He told Li Jung about Chang Wenyu and the parents of the children who were trapped behind the door of the school of the afterlife. However, he did not say everything. He only said some selectively to divert Li Jung's attention. Actually, he had no idea what Chen Ge wanted to do. After all, after he entered the school of the afterlife, he had been tricked by Chen Ge and his sister, and he was the one who had been wronged. Of course, Chen Ge would not argue with a dead man. He planned to bring Chen Ge home later. After all, they had been through life and death together, so they could have a good chat. If this was someone else, Li Jung would not have given the person the chance. He would have dragged him to the police station first. However, Chen Ge was different. No matter how ridiculous his words were, they would always come true, especially when it came to predicting murders. This was a special ability that could only be described as terrifying. Seeing that Li Jung was still thinking about this, Chen Ge decided to pull open the zipper of his backpack. Brother Jung, can we put this patient aside for now? I have something more important to report to you. In fact, when you called me, I was already dressed and ready to come to you in person. What is more important than a human life? Not only Li Jung, but even the doctor next to him couldn't stand it anymore. They felt that Chen Ge was a little cold. Yes. Chen Ge took out the information from his backpack, several lives. As soon as he said this, the ward instantly became silent. Everyone looked at the white paper in his hand. Last night, I went to the old city and made a big discovery at a place called Jinhua Apartments. The evidence written by the victims were hidden inside the backpack. What Chen Ge took out was the simplified version that he had written in the taxi. There were only a few names and a few important clues. It was not good to be too detailed. After all, it would be very suspicious if a normal person could recreate the crime scene because such a person could very well be the killer. Chen Ge passed the information to Li Jung. Take a look at it yourself. Even though it was a simplified version, it was enough to shock Li Jung. After all, that building was filled with madmen and madmen. To achieve his goal, the ghost fetus was very careful when choosing tenants. He did not want those with a kind heart, those who were not crazy, and those who were innocent. After more than 10 years, instead of saying that all the madmen in Zhujiang chose to stay at Jinhua Apartments and Zhuhong Apartments, it was more like the ghost fetus had found them and tricked them to stay together. While Li Jung was reading the information, Chen Ge carried his backpack and walked to the curtain. When Chen Ge saw him, his body was shaking slightly. He raised his head and used his remaining eye to look at Chen Ge. His lips opened, and in a voice that only Chen Ge could hear, he said, I can still see my little sister, right? Chen Ge nodded. He took out the comic from his backpack and flipped it open. Then he stared at Chen Ge silently. His meaning was clear. This was not the place to talk. If you want to see your little sister, you have to come with me. Chen Ge did not have much choice. Before he died, he had called out Chen Ge's name. It was probably for this moment. From the fact that his spirit had not left the sick room and had been waiting for Chen Ge, that was obvious. There was a tacit understanding between the two. Chen Ge entered the comic obediently, and Chen Ge put the comic away like nothing had happened. Is the air conditioner broken? How come it suddenly feels so hot? The doctor lowered the temperature of the air conditioner. He also took a few steps toward Li Jung like he was curious about the content on the paper. Hearing the footsteps, Li Jung immediately put the paper away. He looked at Chen Ge with a serious expression. There was anger in his eyes, but the anger was obviously not directed at Chen Ge. Li Jung was a person with a strong sense of justice, and that was something that Chen Ge admired about Li Jung. Chen Ge, come with me to the station immediately. This is too big. We have to ask Captain Yan for permission. After saying that, Li Jung gave the doctor and the nurse a few more orders. He told them to temporarily not place the patient in this sick room, and then he left with Chen Ge and the other officers. At the station, after Captain Yan understood the situation, he immediately summoned everyone and had an emergency meeting. Everyone was seated in the middle of the meeting room. Chen Ge also had his own seat, and the key point was that none of the officers seemed to think that there was anything wrong with that. The various departments gathered some of the information and compared it to the missing person records and the police records from many years ago. The police realized that the murder case written on Chen Ge's paper matched some of the clues perfectly. Gather up immediately. We are going to Jinhua Apartments now. By the way, call those colleagues who have gone home to rest as well. Captain Yan personally led the team. After he made the arrangements, the few police cars left the station. Hugging his backpack, Chen Ge sat between two officers. He appeared rather cautious. Should we go in plain clothes to investigate first? If you go there directly, you might scare some of the tenants. The atmosphere inside the car was heavy. The two officers did not answer any of Chen Ge's questions. 10 minutes later, they arrived at Jinhua Apartments. The police cars roared past, and the sirens echoed in the sky above the old city. Justice might be late, but it would never be absent. Many of the tenants still had not figured out the situation, but some of them were planning to sneak away. However, when the police arrived, they sealed off Juhong Apartments and Jinhua Apartments, so no one was going to escape. The attack was sudden and without any warning. Chen Ge had finally witnessed the ruthless side of Captain Yan. He was very decisive, and he had a scary instinct when it came to any case. Every member of the police force in Zhejiang was the cream of the crop. After being baptized by the high density of serious cases, even a newcomer would grow very fast. After working there for a month, the number of cases that they had been involved in would be more than the total number of cases that other places had been involved in a year. In just 10 minutes, the first suspect had already been apprehended, and Captain Yan's team also discovered that Wen Qing and Shang Nuan had already disappeared. They collected the fingerprints of Chen Ge and other strangers at the crime scene, and the police also found many death notices with Shang Nuan's name on them. You entered this room last night. Both Captain Yan and Li Jung stared at Chen Ge. The way they handled the case was completely different from how they usually were, and it gave Chen Ge a certain amount of pressure. Wen Qing is the intermediary responsible for these two apartments. She has been working here for more than 10 years. Most of the clues that I have given you were provided by her. Wen Qing's occupation was closely related to the tenants here, so there was indeed a chance that she knew everything. Other than that, Wen Qing was currently trapped behind the door, so the police could not find her to interrogate, so Chen Ge could say whatever he wanted. Then, where is she now? Were the two of you together last night? Li Jung asked question after question. There were too many people involved in this case. Even someone like him, who was used to dealing with big cases, was feeling quite nervous. Wen Qing noticed something strange about the tenants here a long time ago, but she could not say anything because she had a feeling that someone wanted to kill her, but she did not know who that person was. Someone is threatening her. Captain Yan's expression changed. The nature of this case was getting worse. Yes, look at the flyers that insulted her on the corridor outside the door, and then look at the pile of death notices at her home. Some people wish for her to die. Some people. Captain Yan keenly noticed the choice of words in Chen Ge's words. There are many people who want to kill Wen Qing. Is it because she has found out about their secret? I have no idea about the details. I'm afraid we'll have to find her first. Chen Ge's tone changed. But Wen Qing once mentioned something to me. The people who want to kill her are related to a certain hospital. Chen Ge directly told them about the non-smiler and the cursed hospital. He blamed all the murders and disappearances on the cursed hospital. When there was a problem, he would push the blame to the cursed hospital. After all, the person who framed the ghost fetus and killed Wen Qing was the faceless doctor from the cursed hospital. That was the truth. Even if Chen Ge was given a lie detector, he would not be able to come up with any other conclusion. Not only about Wen Qing's disappearance, Chen Ge also pushed all the ghost fetus crimes onto the cursed hospital. The ghost fetus was corrupted by the hospital, but now that the ghost fetus soul was gone, the hospital should be the one to take responsibility for the ghost fetus crimes. This was very reasonable from Chen Ge's perspective. When Ni Xin died mysteriously in the surgery room, Captain Yan's team had spotted the non-smiler's shadow on the surveillance outside the hospital. This time, they had spotted the non-smiler on the old street outside Jinhua Apartments. Combined with the crucial hints given by Chen Ge, the entire Zhujiang police force's investigation was now focused on the cursed hospital. Multiple murders were discovered, and the killer was captured on the spot. The manager of Zhu Hong Agency and the boss behind the scenes, Zhang Ju, who rarely showed his face, also arrived at the crime scene. The police interrogated them one by one until the afternoon. Interestingly enough, after the police interrogated Zhang Ju, they had him sit together with Chen Ge to wait for the next round of questioning. One of them was the last person to meet Wen Qing, and the other was the last person to call Wen Qing. The boss of Western Zhujiang's New Century Park's haunted house and the real boss of Eastern Zhujiang's futuristic theme park's haunted house were sitting together. After the police left, only the two of them were left in the room. Chen Ge leaned against the chair and glanced at Zhang Ju. There was no sign of age on Zhang Ju. He was about the same age as Director Luo, but he felt much younger than Director Luo. However, the way he dressed was more old-fashioned and formal. It is not easy to meet you. This is a rare opportunity. Chen Ge took out the comic like nothing had happened and started to flip through it. Zhang Ju did not say anything. He seemed to think that Chen Ge did not deserve to talk to him. The ghost fetus that threatened you has already perished. Chen Ge flipped the comic to the page where Zhang Yi was hiding and stopped. Hearing the term ghost fetus, Zhang Ju's hands shook, but he soon recovered. I have no idea what you're talking about. If you really don't know, you wouldn't have said anything. Chen Ge stared at Zhang Ju, and his pupils slowly narrowed. After using yin-yang vision, his entire presence changed, and the temperature in the room started to drop. I think you've lost your mind from designing a haunted house. Zhang Ju refused to admit it. He turned his head to the side, but his body started to shake from fear. I don't care about anything else. I just want to know one thing. Chen Ge stood up and looked down at Zhang Ju. Have you heard anything about me and my parents from the ghost fetus? Zhang Ju was a businessman. For the sake of profit, he could accept doing business with ghosts. A person like him would never speak the truth, but as long as he was given enough profit, he would tell you anything. The temperature in the room was dropping. As Zhang Ju hesitated, he realized that Chen Ge's body temperature was dropping as well. This caused fear to rise from the bottom of his heart, and some bad memories appeared in his mind. I've never heard the ghost fetus mention your name, but he likes to make a mud statuette of you. He seems to want to become you. That's all? Then, is there any information about my parents? He has gone to find your parents. This statement from Zhang Ju directly excited Chen Ge. When did that happen? I can't really remember. I only know that after that, the ghost fetus never stepped into Western Zhujiang again. Zhang Ju slowly calmed down. He tried to take the initiative. I can tell you another important piece of information. Zhujiang is a very unique city. Due to some reason, your parents have not been able to leave. It's not that they can't leave, but they are protecting something. Chen Ge thought back to his 20 years of life and pursed his lips. Is it me that they are protecting, or is it the door at the haunted house? Zhang Ju silently memorized every word that Chen Ge said. Chen Ge also noticed Zhang Ju's little action, but he did not mind it and summoned Zhang Yi. Initially, I didn't want to do this, but you're too cunning. I'm afraid I can't win against you, so, Chen Ge waved at Zhang Yi. Hurry up. Zhang Ju still had no idea what was going on. He frowned deeply. Who are you talking to? Zhang Ju soon found out who Chen Ge was talking to. He saw a tall and thin young man walk out from behind Chen Ge and press both of his hands on Chen Ge's head. Don't be afraid, you'll be fine soon. The sudden appearance of another person in the room caused Zhang Ju to realize something, but before he could struggle, his memory started to get messed up. The memory of the ghost fetus was hidden, and he soon fainted. Pulling Zhang Yi back into the comic, Chen Ge looked at Zhang Ju, who was leaning on the chair, and he immediately yelled, "Hey! Are you alright? Wake up! Brother Zheng, someone has fainted?" Hearing Chen Ge's voice, the police officers outside rushed in. They performed emergency treatment on Zhang Ju. They realized that Zhang Ju's body was fine, but he was still unconscious. Send him to the hospital immediately. After the police sent Zhang Ju away, only Chen Ge was left in the room. He called Shu Shu to ask about the situation at the haunted house. After confirming that everything was fine, he walked to the bed, hugged his backpack, and fell asleep. After who knew how long, Chen Ge was shaken awake. He opened his eyes blurrily and saw Li Zheng and a few other police officers looking at him. "Are you guys done? I really did not expect you to fall asleep at a murder scene. Did we call you here to take a lunch break?" Li Zheng was quite helpless toward Chen Ge, but he could see that Chen Ge was very tired. "Well, I have you guys with me, right? I have helped you capture so many murderers, so naturally, I have made many enemies. Normally, I sleep with my eyes open. Only when I am with the People's Police can I feel at ease. That's enough. Prepare to go back. Do not leave Zhujiang for the time being. We will summon you at any time." Li Zheng and the others were very busy, so they left after saying that. Chen Ge glanced out the window. The sky was already dark. "I should also go back. I want to have a good chat with Chang Jiyu tonight." Chang Jiyu was nothing special. He was just a baleful specter with the talent of a director. But Chang Wenyu was different. Other than Zhang Ya, she was the second red specter who had a personal page inside the black phone. Theoretically speaking, Chang Wenyu's soul should have dissipated at the school of the afterlife, but the black phone said that she was not completely dead, and she seemed to know something about the black phone. That was what concerned Chen Ge the most. Returning to New Century Park's haunted house, the living employees had finished cleaning the place, but the ghost employees were still busy with their own things. Chen Ge did not disturb them. He went straight to the staff break room, flipped open the comic, and summoned Chang Jiyu. "There are no outsiders here. You don't have to worry." The white cat studied the single-eyed man before it and jumped to the side with some disdain. This cat was always afraid of the strong but always bullied the weak. "My little sister's soul shouldn't have dissipated. She said that she is still alive." Changgu's statement was shocking, and it attracted Chen Ji's attention. "What does that mean?" Chen Ge stared into Changgu's eyes. "I don't know. She only told me that no matter whether I succeed or fail, as long as I can leave the school of the afterlife, I should come to find you. She wants to make a deal with you." Chang Wenyu had indeed kept something up her sleeve. Neither of the siblings was easy to deal with. "What deal?" "She knows that you have a black phone on you, and she also knows that the phone has appeared on another person before. She is willing to tell you everything she knows and is willing to do 3 things for you." Chang Jiyu raised 3 fingers. "You sure have your wishful thinking. Whether you're telling the truth or not, even if I want to verify it, I have to save Chang Wenyu first." Chen Ge glanced at Chang Jiyu. "You're making a deal without any capital. My sister's eyes have seen many things, she won't lie to you. The two of you sure have a close sibling relationship. Your death is directly related to her, and now you're willing to sacrifice yourself for her. Even I am quite touched." Chen Ge stood up and walked around Chang Jiyu. "If you want me to help you save Chang Wenyu, that is not a problem, but 3 is not enough." "Then what do you want? We'll talk about that later. First, tell me, how do you want me to help you?" Chen Ge had to solve the problem of Chang Wenyu once and for all. This was the Black Phone's mission and a chance for him to get to know the Black Phone better. "My sister has hidden a lingering spirit in Shanghai. This lingering spirit is hidden on a student. You only need to activate the lingering spirit's memory. After the lingering spirit's memory is activated, will the student die?" Compared to saving Chang Wenyu, Chen Ge was more worried about the student's life. After all, Chang Wenyu was a top red specter, and a normal person would not be able to survive her memory. She won't. Chang Ge only said 2 words. He seemed to have something else that he had not told Chen Ge. The student is studying at Xinhai First High School. She is a girl. She was almost taken away by the door at the school of the afterlife. It was Chang Wenyu who saved her. Do you know anything else? No, that's all I know. Chang Ji had said everything that he wanted to say. He stood in the middle of the room, his face expressionless, but there was a trace of sadness in his remaining eye. To be chosen by the door at the school of the afterlife, it means that she has been bullied at the school before. The range has shrunk a lot, and finding her should not be that hard. Chen Ge's tone changed. But I do not plan to go to Xinhai in the near future. Why? Chang Ji felt like Chen Ge was purposely making things difficult for him. I have a nemesis in Xinhai, and they will come for my life at any moment. Chen Ji's hand passed through Changgu's shoulder. Before I finish the preparation, you should stay here and work. I fought for you and your sister at the school of the afterlife, but I was betrayed by you. Now, it is your turn to work to repay your debt. How long do you plan to prepare? Can you give me a definite answer? Within a month. Then, Chen Ge took out his phone. He was going to complete another promise that had been delayed for a long time. Swiping the screen, Chen Ge dialed a number. The busy tone came from the other end of the phone. Just the beeping sound caused the temperature in the room to drop. Several seconds later, the call was connected, and a hoarse male voice came from the other end. Chen Ge, what do you need me to do? Zhang Wenyu. I do not need you to do anything. It's like this. Chen Ge took a deep breath. He felt like the Red Spectre's voice was directly inside his mind. I have spent a lot of effort to help you find a very famous director in the industry. Then, all the actors are in place. I have many different filming locations like a school, a tunnel, a village, a small town, a mental hospital, an underground morgue, and so on. Now, all I need is the script. You wish to help the author fulfill his last wish? Of course. Isn't that what we promised from the beginning? There was a smile on Chen Ji's face. Not only him. I will help the other suicide victims fulfill their last wishes as soon as possible because I do not have much time left. What happened to you? The male voice on the other end of the phone was cold. Those who did not know him would think that Zhang Wenyu was the scariest ghost. But those who knew him would understand how gentle he was toward the world. That has nothing to do with you. If I need your help, I will tell you. Chen Ge wanted to build a good relationship with Zhang Wenyu because he had also drawn this red specter from the black phone, and he was extremely rare. The difficulty of drawing him was second only to Zhang Ya. One could say that this suicide operator was hiding many secrets, and at the same time, he was incredibly powerful. Actually, after Chen Ge met Zhang Wenyu for the first time, he had secretly investigated Zhang Wenyu. He realized that the man was everywhere in Zhejiang's southern Zhejiang and northern Zhejiang. The reason these two places were able to maintain their peace was probably because of his presence. Western Zhejiang had Chen Ge's haunted house, and eastern Zhejiang had the ghost fetus. Even though there were no powerful red specters in southern Zhejiang and northern Zhejiang, that was enough to prove how special Zhang Wenyu was. Perhaps he was similar to Zhang Ya, and he was also hiding a very important secret. No matter the reason, Chen Ge wanted to befriend Zhang Wenyu. If he could make the man willingly become his employee, that would be perfect. Zhang Wenyu carried many things on his shoulders. He carried the last wishes of all the suicide victims on his shoulders. In a way, this was similar to Dr. Gao and the ghost fetus, who chose to carry all the sins behind the door. But Zhang Wenyu obviously did not lose control. He still maintained his rationality and rationality. Chen Ge felt like Zhang Wenyu was walking a third path. This path was different from Dr. Gao, who carried the sins behind the door, and his own haunted house, who fulfilled all the specter's wishes, but in the end, it would all be the same. I will help you complete the last wishes of those suicide victims. There are some things that are not convenient for you to do, so just leave them to me. Chen Ge found out about the author's works from Zhang Wenyu, and he gained some affection from Zhang Wenyu. After hanging up, Chen Ge went online to search for the author's books. After purchasing the legal copies, he started to discuss with Chang Ji about how to film the books. The camera that Liu Gang and the rest used to challenge the haunted house is still with me. What do you think? Chen Ge pushed the idea of recycling to its limit. The author's last wish is to film a work that will go viral, and you're using a camera to film it? Isn't that destroying the original work? Chen Ge did not expect that the first thing he would do at Chen Ge's place would be to film a movie, but he did not dislike that feeling. Other than that, filming a movie is not as easy as you think. We need to do many preparations, actors, venue, props, and equipment. Other than the camera equipment, I basically have everything here. I do have the equipment, Chen Ge said. Do you still remember the holiday resort where we first met? The equipment that I used when I was alive is stored there. I can lend it to you. You're being too polite when you say, lend. Furthermore, you're using your stuff. Isn't that the same as returning it to its owner? Chen Ge picked up Xiao Xiao and signaled for Chen Ge to follow him. I'll give you a tour first. See if there's a suitable setting. Pulling open the steel door that led underground, a chilling wind rushed at his face. Chen Ge almost lost his balance. Even a ghost like him felt that this place was eerie, so it was indeed scary. Everyone, gather up, we're ready to film the movie. Chen Ge took out the comic and stood on the stairs, yelling at the scene. Soon, heads rolled. First, it was the mannequins from Muyang High School chasing after their own heads. Then, it was the ghosts from Coffin Village. Soon, the doctors came out from the underground morgue. In a few months' time, Chen Ge's haunted house had become a big family, and the number of members had increased. These are all the actors at my haunted house. They have a lot of experience in playing ghosts. They might not be able to be the main characters, but they can be the extras. Chen Ge looked at his employees with satisfaction. He did not notice that Changgu's face had turned green. This hellish scene that looked like a parade of ghosts was a casting call. The corner of Changgu's lips twitched, and he nodded out of habit. Not bad. I've seen your movie. It's not bad. I'll leave the rest to you. Chen Ge pushed Chen Ge into the midst of the lingering spirits, baleful specters, and red specters. Let me introduce everyone. This is Director Chang. He'll be responsible for the rest of the shoot. Try to cooperate with him. Being stared at by the red eyes, Chen Ge felt like his body was being torn apart. He could endure the stares from normal specters, but he could not stand the stares from red specters. You guys stay here to discuss the script and sort out the shooting ideas. I'll go get the filming equipment from the resort. Chen Ge called Tang Jun, the driver of the bus on Route 104. He had asked Xiao Biyu to drive the bus back from Liwan City, but he had not driven it many times. The main reason was because the bus could easily become an urban legend. Even though I don't have my own sports car like other bosses, at least I have my own driver. The journey took a long time. When Chen Ge finished moving all the equipment and returned to the haunted house, it was already 3 a.m. He drove the bus directly into the haunted house and had the employees help move all the equipment underground. Chen Ge, how's the discussion going? Chen Ge saw many employees preparing and memorizing their lines. He realized that Chen Ge was a good organizer. I've skimmed through the author's books, and the easiest one to shoot is a school comedy. I was 18 that summer. Of course, I'm not saying that the author's other books are not popular. Every one of his books is popular, but this one is easier to shoot. We have many students here, and there are many school scenes, so we can shoot it from many angles. Chen Ge used some professional jargon. Chen Ge could not understand it himself, so he kept nodding. The setting has been chosen. Have you decided on the actress? I found a very talented actress. When I first saw her, I knew she would be the female lead. Chen Ge pulled Bai Xian, who was beside him, over to him. It is as if she was born for this script. She has a youthful side to her, but at the same time, she has a secret that she cannot share with anyone. Most importantly, look at her eyes. They are filled with doubt, anxiety, impulse, and a trace of hope and hope. What is youth? This is youth. Bai Xian stood next to Chen Ge with a dumbfounded expression. She still had no idea what had happened. Everyone had been in the audition earlier, and she had merely followed Changgu's instructions and made a few expressions. I didn't expect the first person to debut at my haunted house would be Bai Xian. Looks like my guidance was not in vain. Chen Ge looked at Bai Xian with relief and then asked, "Then, have you decided on the male lead?" I'm struggling with the male lead. In terms of acting skills, your employee with the surname Joe is amazing. His acting is better than all the actors I've worked with, but the problem is that he's too old. This is a school comedy, so he should be the female lead's father. Chen Ge looked at Lao Zhou and Bai Cholan, who were purposely pacing around them, and sighed. Logically speaking, the most suitable actor for the male lead at your haunted house is Xu Yin. His eyes seem to be hiding a sea of sorrow, and there's a natural melancholy about him. His age is suitable, and most importantly, his looks can torture most male actors of his age. This is the fate of the male lead. Then, we'll let Xu Yin be the male lead. It did not matter to Chen Ge who would be the male lead. He hoped that Xu Yin could use this experience to slowly walk out of his own world and see the outside world. Of all the employees, Xu Yin was the most loyal. To protect Chen Ge, he had almost lost his soul several times, so no matter what, Chen Ge wanted to help Xu Yin regain his hope. Since you have agreed to it, then you should have a good chat with him and try to convince him. The male main character has a lot of lines to say. It won't do for him to keep repeating the phrase, "It hurts." Chen Ge was quite afraid of Xu Yin, so he did not dare raise his voice when he spoke to Xu Yin. Some things can't be forced. Try to shorten the male lead's lines or use other methods to express the male lead. How about that? It's very difficult. After all, we're different from those adaptation teams in the market that don't respect the original work. We have to be worthy of the deceased author. Chen Ge was still very professional in certain aspects. Alright, I'll go have a good chat with him later. Chen Ge followed Chen Ge to wander between the School of the Afterlife and Muyang High School. Have you chosen any of the more important characters? I promised an employee that I would help her film. Her name is Duan Yu, and she was an English teacher when she was alive. The investors are forcing people into the crew. I've seen this scene before. Chen Ge wanted to reject it, but when he remembered Duan Yu, he changed his mind. I remember now. That female teacher's acting is also very good. How about letting her be the main character's class teacher? In the original work, this class teacher has always been helping the female lead, and later on, she even got together with the female lead's father. F***ck, if Lao Zhou hears this, he'll probably laugh his head off again. Chen Ge nodded. You'd better communicate with Duan Yu and see if she's willing or not. Okay, I'll tell you the rest of the characters. Chen Ge was very capable. The characters that he chose matched the actor's personality perfectly. He did not even need much acting skills, he only needed to do it, and he would be able to portray the character well. Other than the extras, there were 9 important characters. The plot of this youth comedy was not complicated. It mainly told the story of a girl from a single-parent family who walked out from depression with the help of her father in school. This was a story about youth and a story about growing up. It was filled with positive energy but also the pain that came with maturity. All these little things that made one not know whether to laugh or cry formed an ingenious story. The story was not long, but it was very dramatic. The conflict was clear, and the difficulty of filming was low. These were the reasons why Chen Ge chose this work. You'd better hurry up with the filming. We'll leave the rest to you. It'll be best if you can finish it within a week. Chen Ge had no idea when the cursed hospital would come to find him. Gaining Zhang Wenyu's trust as soon as possible would only benefit him. I didn't expect that after death, I would be able to focus on the things that I like to do. How ironic. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you. Chen Ge gave Chen Ge a military promise. He would let Chen Ge know the result within 5 days. Chen Ge also thought that Chen Ge was quite a reliable person, so he did not ask any more questions and left the decision to Chen Ge. He was just a normal person. He could not compare to a baleful specter or a red specter. After staying up for half a night, he was already very tired. Just as Chen Ge left the underground scenario and Chen Ge was about to continue filming, a small figure silently grabbed onto Chen Ge's shirt. Chen Ge, who was startled, turned to look. He saw a red specter whose height only reached his knees looking at him. Do all red specters wander around this place? Chen Ge's body froze. He realized that Chen Ge's haunted house was scarier than the School of the Afterlife. Director Chang, my name is Meng Nan. Do you think there is a suitable role for me? I've wanted to see myself on television since I was young. This is one of my dreams. Chen Ge could ignore a child's request, but if the child was a red spectre, things would be different. No problem. How about I arrange the role of the main character's younger brother for you? That's in the original novel, but there are not many scenes. It doesn't matter how many scenes there are, as long as I can show my face. Ming Nan left with satisfaction, and Chen Ge sighed in relief. He moved forward, and just as he was about to move forward, his whole body shivered from the thick scent of blood. Turning back to look, a red spectre holding her own head was standing at the corner, staring at him. Without saying a word, she used the head in her arms to stare at Chen Ge. Nice to meet you, Chen Ge used honorifics. He forced himself to walk over because he felt like it was safer for him to walk over than for her to follow behind him. The headless woman understood Chen Ge's meaning, but the accumulated resentment and hatred made it difficult for her to express her thoughts. Do you wish to film as well? Coincidentally, I have a role that is suitable for you. You don't need to speak. You only need to give your blessings. Chen Ge's face was pale, and he spoke carefully. Other places required money, but this place required his life. The headless woman did not say anything. She held the head and nodded lightly before leaving. After the headless woman walked away, Chen Ge sighed in relief. I need to get to work now. I don't want another red spectre to come looking for me. At 8 a.m., the first thing Chen Ge did after waking up was enter the underground scenario. He first informed Chen Ge that all the filming would take place at night, and the haunted house still had to operate during the day. The Spectre employees did not need to rest. After a whole night of filming, they were still very excited. They were all rubbing their palms together, preparing to welcome the visitors. They were very professional. The employees returned to their posts, and Chen Ge used the day to edit the footage that he had filmed at night. He worked through the night, and he could still fight. This director was impressive. At 8:15 a.m., Xu Wan and the rest arrived. Chen Ge helped them with their makeup and then entered the staff break room alone. He arranged the last wishes of the suicide victims from Zhang Wenyu's side. Most of them were concentrated in northern Zhejiang and southern Zhejiang, and some died at the border between Xinhai and Zhejiang. There are so many of them. Chen Ge printed out all the information and shoved it into his backpack. He planned to help Zhang Wenyu complete some of the last wishes of the suicide victims in the morning. Most of the last wishes of the suicide victims were not complicated, but there were some that Zhang Wenyu, as a red spectre, could not do. Before he walked out the door, his phone rang again. He pressed the answer button, and Director Luo's voice came from the other end. Chen Ge, I've received 2 pieces of news, be prepared. What news? Chen Ge sensed something bad from Director Luo's tone. There's been a change in the management at the futuristic theme park. Zhang Ju has been hospitalized, and now it's a person by the name of Ma Feng. I know this person very well. He's young, but he rose to the top very quickly. He's decisive and ruthless. His subordinates all call him the Quick Blade. Ma Feng, he's very capable, but due to his ruthlessness, he has offended many people. If not for Zhang Ju's accidental hospitalization, he would not have had the chance to do anything. Do we need to pay attention to this person? Chen Ge knew why Zhang Ju was hospitalized, but he did not expect a chain reaction. Ma Feng is interested in profit. From the beginning, he objected to Zhang Ju's plans, thinking that they were a waste. Now that he has taken over, he will definitely launch another counterattack against us. If he achieves results, it will mean that Zhang Ju is useless. If he fails, he will probably give up on the futuristic theme park's haunted house and its related projects and stop competing with us. That's a good thing, right? As long as we can hurt him, he'll be more obedient. In the future, we'll have 2 theme parks coexisting and they won't try to crush us anymore. The business world is like a battlefield, and the winner takes all. At most, the futuristic theme park will temporarily give up on trying to crush us. But this period of time is already very beneficial to us. I will not just sit and wait. Our theme park has already started to upgrade. Director Luo's words revealed an important piece of information. When the time comes, we'll have what they have, and we'll have what they don't. If you're a visitor, what will you choose? Of course, we'll choose our theme park. It was not until then that Chen Ge realized that Director Luo's so-called winner-takes-all meant that he wanted to swallow up the entire futuristic theme park. That won't take long. Before the upgrade is complete, I'll have to trouble you. Understood. Chen Ge and Director Luo were on the same boat, so they were closely connected. By the way, didn't you say you received 2 pieces of news? What's the other one? It's from the special care unit at Zhujiang People's Hospital. Most of the people who were scared into a coma by you have been discharged. Other than consoling and encouraging each other every day, they are planning their revenge. It's like a pyramid scheme. You're afraid that they'll come back to take revenge on me? Chen Ge laughed. A bunch of old patients, and they want to play the Avengers? Don't let your guard down. Don't let your guard down. Director Luo then hung up. There was still a smile on Chen Ge's face. There was always a chance of failure, but not an aircraft carrier. If they came in the open, the door to a 4-star scenario would be open for them at any time. If they played dirty, the demon god and red specters would welcome them. After bidding farewell to Shu Shu, Chen Ge carried his backpack and left New Century Park to go to northern Zhujiang. Following his plan, he started to help the suicide victims complete their dying wishes. During the process of completing the dying wishes, Chen Ge noticed something strange. As he completed more and more dying wishes, the title of votive master in the black phone had an additional red number next to it. Whenever he completed a dying wish, the number would increase, and the number would be different each time. It seemed to be related to the difficulty of the dying wish. The number next to Chen Ge's votive master was 127. He believed that when he reached 200, the title would change in some way. Chen Ge worked until the afternoon before he returned to New Century Park. He asked his employees, and it was another peaceful day. There had been no accidents. More and more people have the courage to challenge the 4-star scenario, but they are still far from clearing it. Chen Ge received the report from Lao Zhou and Bai Cholan. In the past week, more than 200 people had tried to enter the school of the afterlife, but the density of ghosts was too high. Chen Ge had found all the students who had been abducted by the door and taken them into his own school of the afterlife. This resulted in no visitors being able to complete the entire journey inside the school of the afterlife. They basically cried and gave up, and then they were brought out by real ghosts. There were many rumors about the school of the afterlife online. It was very popular, and it had already gone out of the entertainment circle. A 4-star scenario is still too little. I should consider opening the ghost fetus scenario to the public. I'll go in and inspect it tonight. At 6 p.m., the park closed for the day. After sending all the visitors away, Chen Ge had Shu Wan and the rest go home, and he entered the underground scenario alone. Chang Ji-yu started to organize the filming again. Chen Ge hugged the white cat and the comic as he entered the ghost fetus scenario. Originally, there was only one staircase that led underground, but now there was a second staircase. The whole second staircase only had one scenario, and that was the ghost fetus. The voiceless small town, the white orphanage, the spire of darkness, the haunted street, and many other scenarios merged together. Countless dark paths intertwined, and they continued to extend underground. The ghost fetus despair and distortion covered everything. There was a fundamental difference between the ghost fetus scenario and the school of the afterlife. Perhaps because this scenario once belonged to a demon god. Once one entered it, one would feel an extreme pressure. It was like a demon was residing in one's heart, and it kept provoking the deepest memories in one's mind. All the negative emotions would be triggered, and one's sin and evil would be released here to become nutrients for the ghost fetus scenario. After experiencing the deepest despair, the visitors would feel much better after leaving this place, and they would have a new perspective on life and the future. As long as they paid the price of a temporary coma, they would be able to welcome a new life. From Chen Ge's perspective, this was a very good deal. Flipping through the comic, Chen Ge summoned all the specters from the world behind Ying Tong's door. Miss Dress, Mr. Wood, the cleaner, Auntie Wu, and Miss Red silently appeared around them. Bai Cholan and Lao Zhou should have told you everything that needs to be said. The Spire of Darkness will be your place of residence from now on. Other than following the employees' rules, there are no other requirements. Chen Ge exchanged a few simple words with the new employees. Soon, You will understand the charm of this job and fall deeply in love with it. After that, Chen Ge summoned all the lingering spirits and specters that he had obtained from the ghost fetus 9 doors. He assigned each of them a position and a job, and in the end, only Xiao Sun was left behind. Xiao Sun had already accepted the fact that he was going to die. He was very open about it. At that moment, seeing that everyone had a job but he did not, he was quite anxious. Brother, what do I need to do? I also wish to help scare the visitors. I am very good at scaring people. You do not need to go and scare the visitors. Chen Ge looked at Xiao Sun with anticipation. You can pretend to be a visitor and blend in with them. That way, you will be able to maximize your talent in seeking death. I will pretend to be a visitor? Xiao Sun did not get it. He did not know that a haunted house could be played like that. Only then will it not be a waste of your talent. I believe that with your ability, you will be able to easily wipe out your teammates. Chen Ge nodded with a smile. After all, you are a unique talent that can make a demon god go on a rampage with just one sentence. The top, but I don't have experience, I'm not good at lying, and I'll be exposed easily. Xiao Sun had a helpless smile on his face. This was the first time he had been given so much attention. You don't need to lie. Just be yourself. Chen Ge had high hopes for Xiao Sun, and he planned to spend some time training him. After Joe is done with the movie, you can try to communicate with him. He is one of the most experienced actors that we have here. He has many experience pretending to be a tourist. Okay. Good luck. Chen Ge had Xiao Sun familiarize himself with the place while he continued to inspect the ghost fetus scenario with the white cat. Lao Zhou and Duan Yu are too well known. Many visitors will be alarmed when they see people like them. Some of the more experienced visitors will even ask for their teammate's name before entering the scenario. Once they run into a visitor with the surname Zhou, they will run as far away as they can. This makes the job of Lao Zhou and Duan Yu very difficult. Now that there is new blood, it is a good thing for me. I believe that Xiao Sun will be able to do well at the haunted house in the future and unleash his special power. The cursed seed that was abandoned by the ghost fetus found a new job with Chen Ge. After arranging the positions for all the specters, Chen Ge taught them how to scare others while he familiarized himself with the ghost fetus scenario. The ghost fetus scenario was bigger than the school of the afterlife. The 9 sub-scenarios were already very scary, and there was the scariest hidden scenario, the world of the black fog. Chen Ge realized that the biggest difference between 4-star scenarios and 3-star scenarios was that all 4-star scenarios had a hidden scenario. The hidden scenario in the School of the Afterlife was the Red Spectre's art room. The whole campus where the Red Spectre's art room was blood red, and it was a perfect replica of the world behind the door. The ghost fetus hidden scenario, Juhong Apartments, was a perfect replica of the world behind the door. The black fog that was formed from ghosts and negative emotions floated in the scenario. The only difference between this place and behind Shang Nuan's door was that there were no man-eating monsters in the black fog. Strolling in the black fog, Chen Ge closed his eyes and focused on the terror that the black fog brought. What is this black fog? Why is it that even though I know I'm in an absolutely safe state, I still feel my heart palpitate when I stand inside? It's as if I've left the real world and am in someone else's nightmare. Everything is unknown. Everything is strange. The world of the black fog was full of abandoned memories. The black fog hid pain, despair, and fear. Walking in the fog, one would have the illusion of being assimilated. As he walked, he realized that he was a part of the black fog. He was despair and pain itself. If there is a visitor who can walk out of the black fog with their own will, then they must be a very powerful person. After saying that, Chen Ge walked out of the black fog and entered Juhong Apartments. The layout of these few buildings was similar to the one behind Shang Nuan's door. The ghost fetus' most important memory and most tragic past were all here. Chen Ge even found the rag doll's broken body here. Similar to the Juhong Apartments behind Shang Nuan's door, the rag doll's body had been cut into several pieces and hidden inside the buildings. I can consider letting them come in to look for the rag doll's broken body parts. After finding all the parts and successfully bringing it out, I'll clear the scenario. Chen Ge first gathered all the rag doll's body parts. He wanted to take a picture to use as a mission description, but to his surprise, there was an accident. After the rag doll's body parts were pieced together, the ghost fetus scenario changed. Children's cries appeared in the black fog. Many spirits flickered in and out of the fog, and various curses crawled over all the buildings at Ju Hong Apartments. What the F***CK? What is going on? Chen Ge quickly summoned the red high heels. He was worried that he might have triggered the ghost fetus trap. After the red high heels saw it, she gave Chen Ge a clear answer. The ghost fetus soul had already been destroyed, and his consciousness was completely shattered. He would not be able to return. The reason this scenario had changed was because the sin of the demon god was too heavy. Even though the ghost fetus soul had been destroyed, even though he had suffered all the sin, there would still be something left behind. This was the difference between a demon god and a top red specter. The ghost fetus scenario recorded everything about the ghost fetus. For the visitors, this place was the closest place to hell, but for the red high heels, it was heaven. She walked the same path as the ghost fetus, and her expertise was similar. Furthermore, she had consumed most of the curses left behind by the ghost fetus. Now that she had a better understanding of the ghost fetus past and the details of his breakthrough, it would be very helpful for her to become a demon god. You will stay inside the ghost fetus scenario. With a top red specter like you around, I will not worry too much. Just as Chen Ge said that, the red high heels, who was wrapped in bandages, walked to his side. Waving her hands, the woman used endless black threads to weave into many monsters. These monsters were formed from curses, and they were very scary. They were almost as powerful as a half-red specter. You plan to use them to scare the visitors? Chen Ge wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. That won't be necessary. Calm down. You only need to guard the scenario. Do not allow the curses to harm the visitors. Chen Ge did not use the red high heels' idea, but it did serve as a reminder to him. I have memorized the appearances of many ghosts from the world of the black fog in my mind. If I have the time, I will create all of them. A mixture of mannequins and baleful specters, that will be the perfect haunted house scenario. Leaving Zhang Yi to assist the red high heels, Chen Ge left the hidden scenario through a hidden path. The ghost fetus scenario was different from the school of the afterlife. All the sub-scenarios had hidden paths that led to the hidden scenario. Whether one could find them or not depended on the visitor's ability. The employees were either filming or studying, trying to get used to their new identities. Chen Ge did not stay idle. He entered the props room to start drawing the blueprint of the black fog monsters. He planned to go to the mannequin workshop tomorrow to order another batch of props. When it was almost dawn, Chen Ge returned to the staff break room, but he could not fall asleep no matter how hard he tried. He was used to wandering in the dark and risking his life every night. After suddenly relaxing, he was still not used to it. Chen Ge had no idea when he fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, a new day had arrived. The group of people that Director Luo had warned him about still had not appeared, but the number of visitors who chose to challenge the 4-star scenario, the school of the afterlife, suddenly increased. Many people came from far away just to experience the school of the afterlife. These people did not look like they were there to cause trouble. Their attitude was ridiculously good. To clear the scenario, they treated the ghosts like they were their elders. Some of the employees were too embarrassed to scare them. Even so, none of them managed to clear the scenario. There must be a reason for this. Most of the visitors who came to visit the 4-star scenario bought the tickets online, and they seemed to know each other. Chen Ge took a look at Director Luo's haunted house app and realized that for the past few days, people had been collecting information about the school of the afterlife like crazy. There were even people who were willing to pay a high price to buy information related to the school of the afterlife. Chen Ge reported this to Director Luo. At noon, Director Luo told Chen Ge that it was Ma Feng who had made the move. A true ever-victorious general would never fight a battle without preparation. The reason Ma Feng had collected a large amount of information was so that he could re-challenge the scenario that had embarrassed the futuristic theme park. He would pick himself up from where he had fallen. He was prepared to regain the face that Zhang Ju had lost. Ma Feng's method was flawless in any way, but the key was that Chen Ge had a new scenario. The speed at which the scenario was unlocked was something that no one in the haunted house industry would have expected, much less Ma Feng. Take your time to investigate. When you are fully prepared, I will announce the information about the ghost fetus new scenario. Chen Ge looked at the large group of visitors who challenged the school of the afterlife with no regard for their lives and were pushed out by the trolleys. He sighed internally. I really didn't expect that opening a haunted house could help the hospital earn some income. The peaceful days were uneventful. Chen Ge carried his backpack and left the theme park. He continued to help the suicide victims complete their dying wishes. Actually, in this process, he had slowly come to understand some things. Life and death were separated by eternity. The rules of the world were not gentle, but some things needed gentle people to do. He busied himself until the sky turned dark. Now Zhang Wenyu owed Chen Ge more than 10 favors. His attitude toward Chen Ge kept improving. His tone was no longer as stiff as before. Occasionally, he would show his more genuine side. When he was on the phone with Chen Ge, it felt like he was talking to a friend. The more Chen Ge understood Zhang Wenyu, the more he realized how scary this red specter was. Southern Zhujiang and northern Zhujiang used to have many scary characters, but in the end, Zhang Wenyu was the only one left in those two places. At around 6 p.m., Chen Ge returned to New Century Park. He had just finished asking Lao Zhou about the operation that day when Chong Ji-yu rushed out from the underground scenario. Director Chong, how can I help you? I'm done with the editing. Do you want to take a look? Chong-gu's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was as white as paper. Even his body had become more transparent, like he had just been through a tough battle. It's only been a few days, and you've already finished? That's too fast? Chen Ge was shocked. Be it filming a TV show or a movie, it's not as easy as you think. Based on the rules, we first need to be affiliated with a business unit that has a filming permit, and then using their name, we need to go to the local film and television station to get a filming application form. After the application is examined and approved, we can report it to the headquarters. After the application is examined and approved, the filming permit will be issued, and this is merely the establishment of the project, the first step. Chonggu's explanation stunned Chen Ge. Then what did you mean by, we're done, earlier? What I'm shooting now is a concept film. You can think of it as the essence of an online short series. As long as this concept short series becomes popular, the relevant companies will naturally come to us. When that time comes, there will be room for maneuver. After all, our actors are very special. Chong Ji-yu was in the industry, so he naturally knew more than Chen Ge. But don't get your hopes up. Be prepared to entertain yourself. At least, I can see that everyone is enjoying the filming process, and they are looking forward to the final product. There is no living audience, but there is a group of ghosts. I wonder if the author will be able to accept this result. Chen Ge followed Chong Ji-yu back underground. They entered the temporary screening room, and when they arrived, the room was already filled with employees. The film is not long, but every frame is the essence of everyone's blood, sweat, and tears. Chong Ji-yu stood on the stage and said a few last words. Then the lights went off, and the film started to play. The title of the book was I Was 18 That Summer. It was mainly about a female student who, with the help of her parents and school, walked out of her depression and welcomed a new life. This was a school comedy filled with positive energy, but something felt off about the film that Chong Ji-yu made. Before the picture was out, just the background music started to play, and Chen Ge felt goosebumps rising on his neck. What do you think of this song? It's Xu Yin's original. He is a genius. He is handsome, talented, and knows how to compose and play various instruments. You really found yourself a treasure, Chong Ji-yu whispered, and his words were filled with admiration for Xu Yin. This song was written by him, but who is the singer? How come it sounds so scary? A student from the School of the Afterlife's music club. Her nickname is Monitor. She is a very cute girl. It's scary enough, and you found a bunch of ghosts to help with the background music? Chen Ge felt like this song could be used as the background music for a haunted house. Is it scary? I think the atmosphere is very comfortable. A comedy needs to make the audience feel comfortable. Chong Ji-yu stared at the screen, and he looked quite nervous. Brother, you're already dead. Would you feel comfortable and what the audience feels comfortable are two different concepts. But the audience thinks it's not bad. It's starting, it's time to start the main film. Chen Ge signaled for Chen Ge to continue watching. To be honest, Chen Ge had done a great job. He had made full use of his talent as a horror film director. Chen Ge only watched for 1 or 2 minutes before he was completely captivated by the plot. The whole film was no longer a positive story about a depressed patient trying to cure herself. Instead, it turned into a female student who accidentally discovered that she was living in an imaginary world. She ran, chased, passed through many strange and absurd scenarios, and finally woke up from the nightmare. At the moment she woke up, reality and the nightmare resonated, and all the clues and images were matched. The last scene of the film was the main character looking at herself in the nightmare and plucking the rose that was growing on the heart of the nightmare version of herself. The rose pricked the main character's finger, and the blood dripped from the nightmare back to reality. She could hear the familiar and gentle voice of the main character. Is it painful? Even though the ending was an open ending, the story was very complete. Even Chen Ge was shocked after he finished watching it. It's better than I expected. Not bad. Wait a minute. What is the original plot again? Chen Ge turned to look at Chen Ge. The depressed girl is trying to cure herself. I merely presented this process in a more concrete way. School, comedy, youth, positive energy, all these elements are present. There are no changes to the plot. It's just that the nightmare and the real world are happening at the same time. The nightmare world is the depressed girl's inner world, and the real world is the real world. The two worlds intertwine and influence each other. It's perfect. Chen Ge took out the author's original novel and highlighted the changes and descriptions of the girl's inner world. Using normal filming methods, it is very difficult to express this kind of inner change, but we are different. You should understand this. Chen Ge was very confident in himself. Chen Ge looked at his employees who had started to celebrate and did not say anything else. Give me the film, and I will have the original author take a look. If he thinks it's fine, then we can upload it online. After getting the original film, Chen Ge rushed to northern Zhejiang and met Zhang Wenyu again. The red specter looked like a normal person. There was not a trace of yin energy around him. He was different from all the red specters that Chen Ge had met in the past. The original author saw Chen Ge's film and gave Chen Ge a very good review. It sounded like he said that Chen Ge had managed to capture the core of comedy. I feel like these artists are all very powerful. After receiving the high praise, Chen Ge hurried back to the haunted house. He discussed with Chen Ge for a long time and finally decided to release this online short. They would make use of the popularity of Haunted House and its large number of fans to make it popular. Personal accounts, the biggest video website, the livestream platform that Chen Ge was on, and the Haunted House app that director Luo had created. Chen Ge released it from all the places that he could think of. He did not care about the monetary reward. He only wanted this short to become popular and attract the attention of the qualified companies. At the same time, it would serve as an explanation to the author. The short had only been released for 10 minutes, but the number of views, comments, and shares had already skyrocketed. It far exceeded Chen Ge's expectations. What the f*ck? The Haunted House is shooting a school comedy. What kind of supernatural plot is this? The female main character confesses to the male main character, and the extra in the red dress suddenly gets decapitated. What the hell is this? Have you ever seen an extra commit suicide after the confession of the male and female main characters? This is a f*ck comedy. The female teacher who brought the male and female main characters into the classroom, and when she turned around, her legs were gone. f*ck. When there are 3 of them, there will be one of them? The ending is God's seal. I'm getting goosebumps from watching this. The male main character has exploded. As long as you protect Shu Yin, from now on, you will be my blood brother and sister. Looking at the skyrocketing data, Chen Ge and Chen Ge were dumbfounded. The post-production was done by Chen Ge alone. Due to the limited time, it was inevitable that there would be some loopholes. However, the loopholes that were shot at Chen Ge's Haunted House would be real special effects in other horror movies, and it would cost a lot of money to produce. What should we do? I feel like we're going further and further down the road of comedy. Before Chen Ge finished, his phone rang. He saw that it was Director Luo, and he quickly answered the call. Director Luo, how can I help you? You know how to shoot a movie? It's my employee. Chen Ge did not know how to explain it. Director Luo, did you see the short that we shot? It was an old friend of mine who called me. He said he found a viral video, and the producer was New Century Park's haunted house. He thought, isn't this my theme park? So he called me to confirm it. Director Luo's tone calmed down. Your friend is from a film company. In any case, he's quite impressive. Once your short was released, the data directly crushed all the other short films released at the same time. They have a comprehensive ranking on their website, and your short has broken their horror genre's record and is still breaking new records. Director Luo's tone was filled with shock and exclamation. Chen Ge, you've brought me too many surprises. Breaking records is a good thing, but I still wish to reiterate. Chen Ge scratched his head. This is actually a high school romance drama, a positive comedy. A comedy? Why would a comedy break the horror genre's record? I don't know why our comedy broke the record for horror movies, but we did aim to make a comedy. A bitter smile appeared on Chen Ge's face. This could be considered an unintentional act of kindness. The main problem was that the original author had turned into a ghost. He was also very satisfied with Chen Ge's work. He believed that Chen Ge had managed to capture the core of a comedy. The author was satisfied, the director was satisfied, the audience was satisfied, the production company was satisfied, and everyone was satisfied. Even though Chen Ge felt weird, he slowly chose to accept it. Director Luo, this is just a concept film. If your friend wants to work with us, we can have a good talk. That's what he wants. I'll give you his contact later, and you guys can talk. Okay. Make good use of this opportunity. The popularity of the film is good publicity for us. If the web series can maintain this popularity, it'll be better than any advertising. Director Luo hung up. By then, the rumors about this comedy horror film were still spreading online. Initially, Chen Ge wanted to use the popularity of Haunted House to make the web series popular and try to get one or two companies to talk about cooperation. But he did not expect that in just a few hours, the popularity of the film would start to feed back to Haunted House. Many people who did not play Haunted House or horror games became interested in Haunted House. After all, a haunted house that could produce a comedy was rare. The comedy produced by Haunted House even became a meme online, and the gotcha scenes were treated as classics and included in the horror film teaching materials. The more they thought about it, the more scared they became. It made it hard for the viewers to sleep. More and more people began to discuss this comedy. The author's work was hardcore, and the various clues and psychological changes were well described. Chen Ge's filming was also perfect. The nightmare world and reality were two separate lines at the same time, and the various images and metaphors could be interpreted in many ways. In conclusion, this haunted house comedy exploded in popularity, and many people started to look forward to the next plot. Even though he did not sleep that night, Chen Ge was still very energetic. He and Chen Ge took turns to watch all the major video websites, and the numbers continued to rise. The workers were also very excited. Even though they did not fully understand how popular this short was, they would be happy when they appeared in it. The employees chattered non-stop, and Chen Ge's heart skipped a beat as he listened to them. Many of the employees joined in the fun during the filming. They used various methods to step out of the camera. There was nothing that they could not do, like the face hidden in the tea, the small shadow under the study table, the broken arm that floated behind the door, and so on. If one did not pay close attention to these details, one would not be able to notice them. The popularity of the video was getting higher and higher. To prevent himself from being screwed over, Chen Ge decided to openly admit it on his social media platform. He said that he had hidden 100 Easter eggs in the video and wanted to see if the audience could discover all of them. The popularity was too high, so he decided not to pretend anymore. He would tell the audience directly that all the scary scenes that they saw were purposely created by the haunted house. Once he said that, it attracted another large group of viewers. This is too sudden. I'm not prepared at all. Chen Ge looked at the increasing number of messages. Some planned to go to the filming location to check in. Others planned to enter the haunted house for the first time in their lives, and the reason was to meet the main character. There was even a very sensitive management company that left a message for Chen Ge, saying that they wanted to sign Bai Xian as their artist. There were too many messages, and Chen Ge had no time to reply. He looked at the sky that was already starting to brighten and put his phone away. Another night. After a short nap, Chen Ge woke up to prepare for the opening ceremony. That day, Xu Wan and Xiao Jiyu arrived early. Once they saw Chen Ge, they rushed over, especially Xiao Jiyu, who was holding the phone and stuttering. "Boss, did we really make this movie? When I saw it last night, I was dumbfounded." "Yes, we did. When did you make it? That's amazing. What do you think I do every night when I don't sleep? In order to shoot this film, I spent a lot of energy and a lot of time. Fortunately, from the results, everything was worth it." Chen Ge stopped answering Xiao Gu's questions. He waved for them to get ready for the day's visitors. At 9 a.m., New Century Park opened for business, and the visitors swarmed in. When they were lining up, the haunted houses comedy became the topic of conversation. Even two groups of people who did not know each other could have a heated conversation. "There are more visitors today than a few days ago. What's going on?" Shu Shu was worried that something might go wrong, so he quickly went to find Chen Ge. "Uncle, don't you usually go online? We've released another advertisement, and it's quite effective." Chen Ge helped sell the tickets outside. Looking at the visitors, he was happy from the bottom of his heart. However, he did not let the happiness get to his head. While he was selling the tickets, he paid attention to those who wanted to ruin the place. The number of visitors who came to visit the 4-star scenario, School of the Afterlife, had multiplied. The scenario could accommodate at most 20 visitors at the same time, and almost every scenario was sold out. This attracted Chen Ge's attention. Many of the visitors who came for the online drama were visiting a haunted house for the first time. They had to start from a 1-star scenario, and those who challenged the School of the Afterlife were mostly experienced visitors. That was nothing, but Chen Ge realized that there was a group of people who were repeatedly buying tickets. They kept challenging the School of the Afterlife like they were obsessed with the scenario. After paying a heavy price in terms of spirit, money, and body, this large group of people had explored most of the School of the Afterlife. Of course, they were still far from clearing the scenario. To protect the visitors, Chen Ge took out the few most difficult missions from the lottery box, like finding the 13 oil paintings, finding the president of the Red Spectre Society, uncovering the secret of the old headmaster's disappearance, and so on. These missions were specially prepared for those who wanted to ruin the place. Normal visitors would not have drawn these sure death missions. This group of people had drawn the easy missions and the middle difficulty missions, but just that alone pushed their spirit to its limit. After the last person fainted, there were people from among the visitors who came to pick them up. Obviously, this was a group of people trying to conquer Chen Ge's haunted house, but they had greatly underestimated the difficulty of Chen Ge's haunted house. After the group of people who kept challenging the School of the Afterlife left, another group of people came in the afternoon. They seemed to share information with each other. The map and scare points that their predecessors had exchanged with their lives had provided great help to the latter group. These strange visitors attracted the attention of the haunted house's employees. Lao Zhou even came to ask Chen Ge if he wanted to increase the difficulty. Chen Ge rejected Lao Zhou's suggestion directly. He verbally taught Lao Zhou that the game would only be attractive if there was a possibility of clearing the scenario. But in reality, he was trying to lower the group of people's guard so that the ghost fetus scenario would be useful. The haunted house opened at 9 a.m. and closed at 6 p.m. The School of the Afterlife was full. The group of people had risked their lives to explore the scenario, but they did not clear the scenario, but they appeared to have drawn out a complete map of the School of the Afterlife. As long as they had the map and knew the locations of the scare points, as long as they were not unlucky enough to draw a mission that involved a hidden scenario, it was only a matter of time before they cleared the scenario. The sky was already dark. After the visitors left, Chen Ge sat on the steps at the entrance of the haunted house. The comedy series filmed by the haunted house is still gaining popularity, and this is just a concept film. If there are more webisodes, not only will the comedy series filmed by the haunted house be famous, even the New Century Park where the haunted house is located will become famous. Perhaps Ma Feng has sensed danger, and that's why he is in such a hurry to clear my haunted house to suppress my momentum. Chen Ge looked at the income on the account, and his lips started to curl upward. The School of the Afterlife could accommodate 20 visitors at a time, and one session would last about 40 minutes. Most of the time, not many visitors could last for 40 minutes, so in other words, one session would last about 30 minutes. The entrance fee was 40 RMB, and one session would earn Chen Ge 800 RMB. That day alone, the School of the Afterlife had opened 12 sessions. Normally, not many people would challenge this kind of 4-star scenario. Just gathering enough people would take a long time, and the most profitable scenarios were the low-star scenarios. These high-star scenarios were prepared for professional players. Compared to earning money, they were more of a symbol. Hopefully, this group of people will come again tomorrow. After a simple cleaning, Chen Ge carried his backpack and went to the mannequin workshop. After paying the boss in advance, he chased the boss out. Locking the door, Chen Ge summoned his Spectre employees and had them help him create the plastic fog monsters. They worked until midnight, and Chen Ge had Tang Jun drive the bus on Route 104 to transport all the monsters back to the haunted house. Chang Ji-yu had a new idea and was preparing to shoot a new short. Chen Ge started to decorate the ghost fetus scenario with some of his employees who had nothing else to do. After inspecting it several times, it was not until 4 a.m. that Chen Ge came out that there were no hidden dangers. Now that the ghost fetus scenario can be opened at any time, I wonder which visitors will be the lucky ones. After sleeping for 3 hours, Chen Ge was woken up by his alarm. He looked at the rising sun and stretched lazily. If only I could live like this forever. After taking a cold shower, Chen Ge changed and opened the gates of the haunted house. The theme park opened punctually at 9 a.m. The visitors entered the park, and the familiar noise echoed in their ears. There was a long queue at the entrance of the haunted house. Some of the older players ran into the resting hall to claim a spot and discuss the latest strategy that they had come up with. Ever since Chen Ge obtained the black phone, the haunted house had accompanied the visitors for a long time. More and more people liked the place, and the place had given them many memorable memories. Life was normal, but at Chen Ge's haunted house, they experienced a different kind of life. Batches of visitors entered the haunted house, but to Chen Ge's surprise, no one challenged the School of the Afterlife that day. Just as he was wondering whether the group of people had given up or not, a scream came from the resting hall. "What's happening?" Chen Ge walked over. Many of the older players knew him, and when they saw him, they opened up a path. "Mr. Chen, look at our haunted houses app. Someone has posted that they want to clear our haunted houses most difficult scenario, the most popular thread." A student from Zhejiang University of Law and Medicine ran over. He held his phone and showed it to Chen Ge. There was indeed a new thread on the haunted house app. Many paid posters left comments under it, and it kept the thread at the top. The content of the thread itself was explosive. First, they admitted that Chen Ge's haunted house was scary, but it was not that exaggerated. They said that most of the visitors were misled. The thread started with the typical anti-fans. Haunted house was scary, but it did not scare them. Even though they had not been there before, that was how they felt. The thread was supported by many haunted house peers. They analyzed Chen Ge's haunted house from various angles, and they came to the same conclusion. Chen Ge's haunted house did not live up to its name. It was 20% real power and 80% hype. The popularity of Chen Ge's haunted house was unfair to those who were serious about operating the haunted house. Today, they were going to work together to expose the lie of Chen Ge and the haunted house to the public. The whole thread was written like a declaration of war, and it made one's blood boil. But thinking about it, most of them had not visited the haunted house before. So how did they come to this conclusion? Was it because of their imagination? Other than appearing on the haunted house app, the thread appeared on all the major platforms at the same time. There was a large army of trolls supporting the thread to maintain its popularity. Interestingly enough, these platforms and forums were places where visitors to the haunted house were more active. Once the thread was released, it was met with all kinds of mockery. After all, the last person who said something like that was still in the hospital. However, it was obvious that the other party had planned this. They did not care about the mockery from the fans. It was as if they were waiting for a counterattack. They were fully prepared, and that was why they dared to post such a thread on the most popular place for visitors to the haunted house. They wanted to let all the fans of the haunted house see it and then clear the most difficult scenario of the haunted house before everyone's eyes. That way, not only would they win face, but they would also shatter the legend of no one clearing Chen Ge's haunted house. Seeing this setup, the name, Ma Feng, instantly appeared in Chen Ge's mind. This man's style was different from Zhang Ju. He was decisive and cruel. Once the chips were placed on the table, he would seize the opportunity to win. For this day, he should have prepared for a long time. Just as Chen Ge finished reading the thread, something happened outside the haunted house. 9 visitors blocked the door. They did not queue up, and they demanded to see Chen Ge. There were men and women among the 9 visitors. They were dressed differently and had different accents. They seemed to come from different parts of the country, but Chen Ge had seen 2 of them before. One of them was called Shang Guan Qing Hong, the boss of the scariest haunted house in Shanghai. The other was Chen Guang, the streamer who had first competed with Chen Ge on the livestream platform. Seeing the 2 of them, Chen Ge felt quite familiar. He walked out from the resting hall to welcome them. Long time no see. I've been quite busy here, so I haven't had the time to visit you at the hospital. Just hearing Chen Ge's voice made Chen Guang's teeth clench. He was about to reply when he was stopped by Shang Guan Qing Hong. Mr. Chen, you're too kind. We're here today to visit your haunted house. Shang Guan Qing Hong knew how mean Chen Ge could be, so he tried not to give Chen Ge the chance to speak. The people around me are the creators and designers of the best haunted houses in the country. We are all very curious about your haunted house, and we wish to see what kind of haunted house can be called the scariest haunted house in the country. I don't deserve the title of the scariest haunted house in the country, but it's a good thing for people in the same industry to interact with each other. Chen Ge used the term, interact with each other. He had memorized the faces of these visitors. It's fine if you want to challenge the haunted house, but there is a rule at my haunted house. All the visitors have to challenge the 1-star scenarios first, and they can only challenge the 2-star scenarios after clearing them. If you want to challenge the most difficult 4-star scenario, you have to clear the first few scenarios first. Challenge? That's too kind of you. You call visiting a haunted house a challenge? I have no idea where your confidence comes from. A young man who was dressed fashionably glanced at Chen Ge. We don't have time to play with you. This rule that I set is for the good of the visitors. By slowly increasing the fear, it can prevent accidents from happening. Chen Ge was trying his best to dissuade them, but in the eyes of Shang Guan Qing Hong and the rest, he was just stalling for time. It meant that Chen Ge did not have the confidence. There's no need for that. We're here today to visit the most difficult scenario at your haunted house. We want to see what's so special about this haunted house that is so popular on the internet. This time, it was a man wearing sunglasses who spoke. More and more visitors gathered at the entrance of the haunted house. Many of them took out their phones to record the situation. Hearing what the man in the sunglasses said, Chen Ge showed a troubled expression. That's against the rules. Rules are made by people. We didn't come all the way here just to visit a 1-star scenario. We're all experienced people in the industry. Don't try to use the same trick that you used to trick the visitors to try to trick us. The man in the sunglasses was getting impatient. He seemed to be afraid of the heat, and the sun was making him very uncomfortable. Mr. Chen, you've been finding excuses to delay us. Is it because you're not confident enough? The man who was dressed fashionably smiled. Don't worry, we'll save you some face. At this point, it would be inappropriate for Chen Ge to continue to reject him. He looked around and realized that many visitors were taking pictures of the haunted house. Some of them were real visitors, and some were probably people from the futuristic theme park. This was because Chen Ge realized that there were live updates on the app and various platforms, and the comments were negative toward the haunted house. It felt like someone was purposely leading the conversation. Since you insist on challenging the most difficult scenario here, then there's nothing I can do. Chen Ge faced the cameras. Everyone, you have to be my witness. I've tried to persuade them, but it was them who insisted on challenging the most difficult scenario. You sure talk a lot of nonsense. Are you going to let us in or not? Do we have to listen to you when we're visiting your haunted house? What a joke. The one who spoke was a hot-tempered woman. She had a black skull tattoo on her arm, and she did not look like someone to be trifled with. I'm really doing this for your own good. Chen Ge stood before the 9 people. One last thing. I want to confirm with you. Do you really want to challenge the most difficult scenario here? Yes. Stop wasting time, the 9 visitors urged. They looked even more anxious than Chen Ge. Okay. Chen Ge nodded in agreement. His tone suddenly changed, and he yelled at all the cameras, "We're all employees of haunted houses. It's pointless to just play the haunted house like this. How about we make a bet? If you successfully clear the most difficult scenario here, I will put up a banner on all my social accounts and the front of my haunted house, saying that my haunted house is not as scary as your haunted houses and admitting that I'm just trying to create hype." The popularity of Chen Ge's haunted house was very high. The few employees were tempted, but it was Shang Guanqing Hong who had a bad feeling about this. However, before he could say anything, the few of them rushed to agree to the bet. Don't be in such a hurry to agree. If you lose, you'll have to put up the haunted house's name on your front door and admit that the haunted house is amazing. Chen Ge looked at the few people before him with a smile. The few communicated with each other. They had the map of the school of the afterlife and the locations of all the scare points. They had watched the videos of the school for a whole day, so they were used to the fear. From their perspective, they would have no problem clearing the scenario. We agree. That is very fair. You are all big names in the industry from first-tier cities. I believe you will not go back on your word. The corner of Chen Ge's lips curled up. Before all the cameras, he yelled, "Come with me. Next, you will be challenging the 4-star scenario. Ghost fetus. At the deepest part of the black fog, there are 9 children waiting for you." Ghost fetus. Shang Guanqing Hong shared a look with one of the people in the group. They were sure that they had not misheard him. Is ghost fetus another name for the school of the afterlife? Shang Guanqing Hong whispered to ask his teammate, and the man was confused as well. Perhaps. A scenario on the scale of the school of the afterlife would take more than a year to complete. It's already not easy for their haunted house to have one. You have a point. Looks like they just changed the name. How come I don't think that's the case? We've been tricked. Shang Guanqing Hong had interacted with Chen Ge before, so he knew what kind of person Chen Ge was. With Chen Ge's personality, he would not back down. When Chen Ge's tone changed, he had a bad feeling in his heart. It's too late to say anything now. We've already agreed to it. We can't go back on our words. I can't afford to lose face like that. The man in the sunglasses also heard the conversation between Shang Guanqing Hong and the other person. He opened his mouth to say, "Don't worry, even if the ghost fetus and the school of the afterlife are 2 different scenarios, it won't affect us that much. We've all been in this business for half our lives, so we know how it works. It's easy for him to scare the visitors, but it's impossible for him to scare us." The man in the sunglasses had that confidence. He appeared to be the top haunted house designer in the country. Even though Chen Ge did not know him, he had quite the reputation among the other haunted house designers. When the man in the sunglasses spoke, the others nodded in agreement. The 9 visitors all followed Chen Ge to stand beside Shu Shu. "Uncle, give me 9 tickets to the ghost fetus scenario." Chen Ge stumped Shu Shu. Even he, as the ticket seller, had not heard of this ghost fetus scenario before, but he did not dare embarrass Chen Ge in front of so many people, so he handed the 9 tickets to Shang Guanqing Hong's group. This was the first time the visitors had heard about the ghost fetus scenario, and they were all more excited than the last. Many of the experienced visitors who were waiting at the resting hall came running out. The 4-star ghost fetus scenario is open for the first time today. 50% discount. Friends who want to get on the bus, don't miss this opportunity. The first time you try out a new scenario is the most interesting. It's like watching a live match. You never know what's going to happen in the next second. The feeling of the unknown is very exciting. Once Chen Ge said that, the face of Shang Guanqing Hong, who was holding the ticket, turned green. He believed that the ghost fetus and the school of the afterlife were 2 different scenarios, and all the information that he had gathered earlier was useless. Trying his best to control his expression, Shang Guanqing Hong tried to make eye contact with the other visitor next to him, but the latter was completely dumbfounded as well. A brand new setting, an extreme experience, and all of this only costs 20 RMB. What are you waiting for? The 9 visitors all knew each other. It was not convenient for Chen Ge to shove his own employees into the group, so he needed more visitors to participate. Whenever Chen Ge said that, the old visitors at the haunted house would all take a step back, trying to stay as far away from him as possible. When a new scenario was opened, a few visitors would be sacrificed to the gods. The regular visitors all retreated. They were very familiar with Chen Ge's routine. When other haunted houses suddenly gave a discount, it meant that there was a big event going on, but when Chen Ge's haunted house gave a discount, it meant that something big was about to happen. Everyone had learned their lesson. No one came to Chen Ge's side. Just as he was about to give up, a voice came from the crowd. Haven't you all been skipping classes to come here? Why aren't you saying anything now? A middle-aged man wearing glasses walked out. Forensic students come here every day to play haunted houses, and it's been half a year, but you still haven't cleared the scenario. In many ways, you're the worst batch of students that I've ever taught. Mr. Wang, shush. Now is not the time to talk. Don't let Mr. Chen target you. The students standing next to the middle-aged man quickly spoke. One of them looked honest, and he was an old friend of Chen Ge's. Heshan, I heard you were the first one to come to this haunted house. You've not only tricked all your seniors but also increased the truancy rate by 3%. We'll have to talk about this when we get back. The middle-aged man was very strict, and he did not dare raise his head. Heshan, long time no see. Chen Ge was worried that he would not be able to find anyone, but when he saw the students from Zhejiang University of Law and Medicine, he ran over happily like he had seen his family. How should I refer to you, sir? My surname is Wang. I'm a senior lecturer at Zhejiang University of Law and Medicine. The students on both sides kept signaling Mr. Wang with their eyes, but Mr. Wang did not care. The students often skip class to come to your haunted house. Even after class, they're discussing how to clear the haunted house. Their parents pay their tuition, and the government provides them with such a good education environment. Do you think they'll be thinking about clearing the haunted house every day? Mr. Wang was a very strict and responsible teacher. This could be seen from the fact that he had bought his own ticket to come to the theme park to catch the students who had skipped class. Furthermore, this teacher had probably been observing the haunted house for a long time. The moment he made his move, he caught many students in the act. Work and rest. Skipping class to visit a haunted house is definitely not right, but if you arrange your time reasonably, visiting a haunted house can help you release your stress. It's a very effective way to reduce stress. Chen Ge did not care about the expressions of the old visitors around him. He said seriously, Mr. Wang, do you want to give it a try? After you try it, perhaps you'll understand why the students are so passionate about visiting a haunted house. After all, my haunted house is different from other haunted houses. There are many mysteries and unsolved cases inside it. During the visit, the visitors can slowly improve their observation, analysis, and judgment. Sir, think twice. Heshan quickly grabbed Mr. Wang's arm. The new 4-star scenario is very scary, it's not a joke. Are you trying to provoke me? Mr. Wang glared at Heshan. I've been involved in many heavy crimes, and I just retired from the front line 2 years ago. What kind of gory and scary scenario have I not seen before? The innocent Heshan looked like he had been wronged, sir. A real crime scene is 100 times scarier than a made-up haunted house because you'll be able to feel the life that has left this place. The smell, the marks, the wounds. All the clues are hiding the real fear. Mr. Wang shook his head. When you become a qualified forensic doctor in the future, you'll understand all this. Then you'll understand that the so-called haunted house can only bring you temporary shock, but it will never bring you true fear. Well said, I've experienced it myself. Chen Ge finally understood. This Mr. Wang was not a normal person. He was a forensic doctor who had retired from the front line 2 years ago, and he had real skills. Unfortunately, because Mr. Wang had retired from the front line 2 years ago, he had no idea how many cases Chen Ge had helped the police solve in the past few months. The number of heavy crimes was uncountable, and there were already quite a few major ones. Chen Ge admired people like Mr. Wang who had real skills. Of course, He also hoped that he could dispel Mr. Wang's prejudice against his haunted house. "Mr. Wang, buy the ticket here. There has to be a reason why your haunted house is so popular. I'm not here to ruin your reputation. I just want to teach my students a lesson." The kids these days are used to laughing and joking, but the profession of forensic doctor is very serious. After saying that, Mr. Wang grabbed the two students beside him. "Come, let's go and experience it together. Actually, I've been listening to your research every day, and I'm quite curious as well." Mr. Wang was very strong. Heshan only realized it when his body started to move forward, together, with the F***ck. "How can you curse in front of your teacher?" Chen Ge smiled. He was reminded of the first time he met Heshan. That day, Heshan had come with Gao Ru Shui. "No, teacher. Wait a minute. Not only Heshan, even the other student from Zhejiang University of Law and Medicine who was closer to Mr. Wang was dragged to the ticket counter. 3 tickets for the ghost fetus scenario." Mr. Wang was very straightforward. He bought the tickets and led the students into the haunted house. This teacher is very meticulous. He purposely brought along Heshan and another student who are familiar with the rules of the haunted house to prevent accidents. Chen Ge saw the students from Zhejiang University of Law and Medicine walk away, and then he led the other 9 visitors into the haunted house. "Sign the disclaimer agreement here. I'll go outside to see if there are other visitors who are willing to come in. The cost of opening a 4-star scenario is very high. We'll try to gather 20 people." Moments later, Chen Ge led another 3 visitors into the haunted house. One of them was Xiao Sun, and the other 2 were a couple from Xinhai. The couple seemed to have just gotten out of an argument. In the heat of the moment, the woman dragged the man to sign up. Chen Ge did not want them to come in, but he realized to his surprise that the man had a heavy yin energy around him. He suspected that he had run into a special visitor, so he did not stop them. All 15 visitors signed the disclaimer agreement. Chen Ge put all the agreements away and then started to explain the background of the ghost fetus scenario and the rules of the game to them. "Most of you are in the haunted house industry, but there are some things that I need to tell you in advance." After signing the disclaimer agreement, Chen Ge's voice and expression had completely changed. He was like a completely different person compared to when he was outside the haunted house. He looked rather scary. "The ghost fetus scenario is different from all the haunted houses that you visited before. There will not be any life-threatening danger inside, but you will run into some very special things." Why is this scenario called ghost fetus? The haunted house was dim, but the man in the sunglasses did not plan to remove his sunglasses. There was once a shadow. He wanted to be a human and desired happiness, but in the process of pursuing happiness, he ran into many twisted monsters, and in the end, he became the ghost fetus that everyone was afraid of. You will experience the process of the ghost fetus falling step by step into the abyss. I hope you will be able to face every choice seriously. Any choice will have a great impact on the plot. Seeing the impatient expression, Chen Ge did not waste any more time. The time limit is 1 hour. You need to find a rag doll inside the ghost fetus scenario. Chen Ge took out the 2 pictures that he had taken earlier and handed them to Mr. Wang and Shang Guan Qinghong respectively. This rag doll has been cut into many parts by the doctor. You only need to find all the broken parts within 1 hour and piece them back together to clear the scenario. That's it. The fashionably dressed man was confused. If you wish to give up, you only need to beg loudly for mercy. Other than that, I will give you another warning. Do not have any physical contact with anyone inside the haunted house, including your own teammates. Chen Ge led the 15 visitors down the underground corridor. Hold the pictures in your hands and keep an eye on the people around you. Do not wander off alone. Chen Ge kept reminding the visitors. The ghost fetus scenario contained the memory of a demon god, and he was reminding them from the bottom of his heart. Opening the steel door that led underground, the temperature dropped instantly. A chilling wind rushed out from underground, and 3 of the visitors' expressions changed. One was the man from Xinhai. He already had a heavy yin energy around him. The other was a woman with a black skull tattoo on her arm. She touched her earring and opened her lips like she wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not speak. The hot-tempered woman suddenly became much quieter. The last person whose expression changed was Mr. Wang. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his nostrils twitched like he smelled something special. Follow me closely. Chen Ge led them underground. After passing the first floor, he led them to the second floor. A black steel door appeared before them. This door was embedded deep underground, and it gave off a faded smell of disinfectant. Everything about the ghost fetus is behind this door. Chen Ge pushed the black steel door open. His eyes narrowed, and he looked at all the visitors coldly. Go in. The timer starts from the moment this door closes. Standing outside the steel door, all the visitors stopped where they were. No one took a step forward. After a while, the man with the sunglasses removed his sunglasses. After a few dry coughs, he dragged another person through the steel door. The other visitors also started to move in. When they all entered, Chen Ge's eyes appeared to be staring at a group of dead people. The corner of his lips curled up. Welcome to the 4-star scenario, Ghost Fetus. I hope you have a good time. Bang! The heavy black steel door was slammed shut. The chains scraped against the rusted railing, and the steel door was locked shut. I'd better go in and follow them. After all, no matter what, I am one of the 9 children. Chen Ge returned to the dressing room to touch up his makeup, then he went to the changing room to pick out a set of clothes. After all the preparation was done, Chen Ge wandered around the other scenarios and called over some of the employees who were free. There shouldn't be any problems now. The black steel door slammed shut, and no one moved around. The surface of the haunted house and the underground were 2 completely different worlds. Before they could recover from the shock, they were kicked from heaven straight into hell. This is a completely unfamiliar building. There is no information related to this scenario in the videos. Shang Guanqinghong's scalp was numb. He leaned against the steel door, and even the air that entered his lungs felt cold. We've worked together to plan this for a month and spent a lot of money to hire people to collect information, but we've entered a completely unknown scenario. Shang Guanqinghong did not know why, but a quote from the apprenticeship manual suddenly appeared in his mind. The previous emperor collapsed halfway through his career. Cheer up. As the initiator, you cannot retreat. The man who had been making eye contact with Shang Guanqinghong before they entered the haunted house whispered. Director Ma, you have no idea how scary the boss of this haunted house is. That man is very evil. Shang Guanqinghong lowered his voice. He did not want to affect the morale. I've never believed in evil. I only believe in myself. The man patted Shang Guanqinghong on his shoulder. His eyes were sharp like knives. Director Ma, I know you don't believe in these things, but certain things are hard to explain. Shang Guanqinghong's face was tense. He really could not smile anymore. Since we're already here, we should take things as they come. Other than that, don't call me Director Ma here. Just call me Brother Ma. This was the first time the man had entered such a creepy scenario, and he could still maintain his composure. He was indeed talented. At least in terms of mental fortitude, he was better than most normal people. I have a very bad feeling about this. Director Ma, how about we come back another day? Today, we've obviously been tricked by that Chen fella. This scenario must have set up many traps. I don't mind, but you can't get hurt. Shang Guanqinghong looked at the creepy building, and his legs refused to move forward. I really don't believe a haunted house can injure someone. From another perspective, if I get injured inside his haunted house, then I can use this as a pretext. The man raised his hand. There are many ways to destroy a haunted house, but direct competition is the stupidest method. You have other plans? That's none of your business. The main reason I came here today is to see what is so powerful about a haunted house that managed to defeat Zhongju. At the same time, I want to let the people at the company know that I can do what Zhongju can't, and I can do what Zhongju can do better. The man was very capable, and his words and actions gave off a sense of sharpness. Shang Guanqinghong realized that he could not persuade CEO Ma, and he did not have the face to give up now, so he had no choice but to follow the group. If it's 10 out of 10, the atmosphere, setting, lighting, and sound effects, I'll give it 8.5 out of 10. The fashionably dressed man touched the wall, feeling the sensation on his fingertips. It's very realistic, like it's real. It's not pure luck that this haunted house managed to become so big, it has some real skill. The fashionably dressed man was harsh, but he was quite professional. Other than the realism, I can't see any other good points. The man in shades crossed his arms before his chest and said with condescension, "The story background is unclear, and the identity of the visitors is unknown. It's impossible to get into the haunted house, and yet, there are so many people praising this haunted house online. I don't believe he didn't hire paid posters. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. You'll be crying later." Heshun did not like the man in sunglasses. He knew how scary a 4-star scenario was. After being forcefully dragged in by Mr. Wang, he was in a bad mood. "We're all in the industry. His tricks might work on you tourists, but it's impossible for him to trick us." The man with the sunglasses took out his phone and clicked on Haunted House on the public review page. Of all the visitors who bought the tickets, 97% said that it was scary, and 95% gave it good reviews. Do you think that's possible? Impossible. Heshun shook his head. I think 100% of the people think it's scary. The other 3% are probably paid by the same industry. Hee. Let me tell you an actual statistic from the industry. Even the top haunted house will not be able to strike fear into everyone's heart. Our normal statistic is around 75%. This Chen's haunted house is too much of an understatement. Sometimes, I think it's quite funny. A haunted house that relied on hype and paid posters is called the scariest haunted house in the country by ignorant people. What a joke. You talk about industry, and you talk about actual statistics. I don't even know where you get the right to criticize someone else's haunted house like that. Another student from Zhejiang University of Law and Medicine also spoke up. They were tormented by Chen Ge's haunted house, but if someone dared to say bad things about Chen Ge's haunted house, they would be the first to stand up and retort. Because my name is Fu Bowl. The man with the sunglasses seemed to be very famous in the circle, but this was the first time the student from Zhejiang University of Law and Medicine had heard this name. Why should I care what your name is? Do I know you? That's why I say you visitors are as innocent as a piece of white paper. Have you heard of the Ling family? The biggest haunted house chain in the country. There are 30 branches, and I am the chief designer of the Ling family. The man with the sunglasses pointed at the few people around him. Every one of us here is more impressive than that Chen guy. He has not been in the industry for long, and all of us are his seniors. The man with the sunglasses introduced the rest of them one by one. The man with the fashionable outfit was called Wei Chao, the designer of Green Tomb Haunted House in Japan. The woman with the skull tattoo on her arm was nicknamed Sister Snake. She had participated in the design of many large haunted houses overseas, and later opened the hidden room escape scenario that was second only to the haunted house in the country, Possessed. The other two fatties were twin brothers. The older brother was called Liang and the younger brother was called Liang San. According to rumors, they had an older brother who had died young. The fortune teller was afraid that the older brother would use them as scapegoats, so he gave the brothers names like Liang and Liang San. The two brothers worked together to manage one of the top 5 haunted houses in the country, Dreamworld. They were both designers and actors who excelled at scaring people. Of the group, the one who spoke the least was a middle-aged woman who was dressed casually. She seemed to be afraid of the cold and heat. Even though the temperature outside was high, she still wore long sleeves and wrapped herself up tightly. This middle-aged woman did not like to talk, so the man with the sunglasses, Fu Bowl, did not introduce her too much. He only briefly introduced the haunted house that she managed, the City of Amnesia. The 6 of them were basically the top haunted house designers in the country. Many scenarios that were scary in the eyes of a normal person could only be considered normal in their eyes because they had seen too many of them. This year, the economy was not doing so well, and the number of customers at their haunted houses had decreased significantly. Now that they saw Chen Ge's haunted house become so popular, it was inevitable that they would feel a little unsettled. A group of haunted house designers coming to challenge a haunted house? Interesting. I can't believe I have run into something so interesting. The male visitor from Shanghai chuckled darkly. He turned to look at the people around him. Everyone, why don't you all introduce yourselves? To clear this scenario, we need to work together. After the male visitor said that, no one responded to him, but he did not feel awkward. He continued on his own. Let's start with me. My name is Ji Yu Ren, and this is my girlfriend, Fang Ying. Both of us like to watch horror movies, and we are very interested in this kind of thing. We have been to many haunted houses, and we can be considered experienced players. We are students from Zhejiang Medical University. My name is Heshan, and this is my senior, Zuo Han. He is the person with the highest cumulative score at our school. Heshan pointed at the other student next to him. The student did not like to talk, but he was quite handsome, like he was not interested in anything. And this is my teacher. His surname is Wang. Cumulative score. Haunted house has a ranking, and clearing a difficult scenario will increase your score. Senior Zuo Han's score is ranked 3rd on the whole ranking, so he can be considered the most experienced player, Heshan explained patiently. He had a good personality, and he was kind and honest. Alas, at Chen Ge's haunted house, he had learned too early how dangerous the martial world was. After everyone finished their introductions, they all turned to look at Xiao Sun. He was quite nervous from the stairs. My name is Sun Xiaojun. I came from the old city. Xiao Sun wanted to act normal, but he could not control himself at all. Speaking of which, it was quite strange that he, a ghost, was being stared at by more than 10 living people. Alright, now that everyone has finished their introductions, let us discuss how we are going to clear this scenario. The man in the sunglasses, Fu Bol, stepped forward directly, looking like he was going to be the team leader. Don't even think about clearing this scenario. This is the first time a 4-star scenario has been opened to the public. We should focus on staying alive, Zuo Han said very directly. Don't get too deep into your character. Never mind, it's not like we can explain it to you visitors. Fu Bol did not care about what the visitors thought. After all, this was not his haunted house. The worse the visitors experience, the happier he would be. We only have 1 hour. It will be very difficult to find the rag doll's broken limbs in such a large scenario, so I suggest we split up and work in groups of 4. That way, we can complete the game more efficiently. I can tell you very clearly that splitting up is suicide. Zuo Han walked directly to stand before Fu Bol. Do you know how we cleared the 3-star scenario, Coffin Village? A 3-star scenario is easier than a 4-star scenario. There is no need to use your experience as a reference. I just want to tell you that when the 10 of us entered the haunted house as a group, we all gathered together to transport the red wedding dress out, and we saw our teammates disappear one after another with our own eyes. Zuo Han stared into Fu Bol's eyes. Even if we gathered together, we would still disappear mysteriously, much less split up. Based on what you're saying, since we are all going to disappear anyway, why should we gather together? To buy time. I do not know how the haunted house made everyone lose their way, but at least the person who lost his way could use his life to buy time, so he did not die for nothing. Do you understand? Zuo Han's tone was rather impatient. Actually, he did not want to waste time with Fu Bol, but he had no choice. This time, 9 of the visitors that had entered the haunted house were Fu Bol's people, so he had to discuss this with all 9 of them. Using our own lives to buy time? Fu Bol and the other haunted house designers laughed. Have you guys gone mad from playing the haunted house? Hey, you're their teacher, right? How do you normally teach your students? They are about to step into society, but they are still so childish. The few haunted house designers were mocking Zhejiang University of Law and Medicine. But Mr. Wang's eyes did not linger on them. Instead, he kept looking at Zuo Han. He knew very well how good Zuo Han was. He was the top student in all the subjects at the university, and his comprehensive scores in anatomy, medical advanced mathematics, medical physics, forensic toxicology, forensic pathology, forensic psychiatry, criminal psychology, and so on had broken the record of Zhejiang University of Law and Medicine for the past 10 years. Mr. Wang knew that Zuo Han would not lie, and he knew that Zuo Han was very good. That was why he had grabbed onto Zuo Han and refused to let go when he entered the haunted house. Heshan was the person who was most familiar with the haunted house's boss and the haunted house's environment, and Zuo Han was the person who had accumulated the most points at Zhejiang University of Law and Medicine. Mr. Wang only had 2 hands, so he had chosen the 2 most reliable students. When he decided to enter the haunted house, Mr. Wang had lowered the chance of him failing to the minimum, but after he entered the haunted house, he realized that he might have underestimated this haunted house. Everything was too real, and that kind of feeling even evoked some of his bad memories. You can insult me as much as you want now. I will not waste my time arguing with you. I am merely telling you the method that will give you the highest chance of survival. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. His eyes scanned Fu Bol's group before finally stopping on Ma Feng. If there is anyone smart among you, then you had better do as I say. We are all in the same boat. Zhuo Han's words were clean and direct. His eyes swept over Fu Bol's group before finally stopping on Ma Feng. Zhuo Han seemed to be able to tell that Ma Feng was the real core of this group through the micro-expressions on his face. The last sentence that he said was directed at Ma Feng. I also agree to go with you, Shangguan Qinghong said decisively. Shangguan Qinghong said decisively, do you still remember the warning that the haunted house boss gave us before we entered the scenario? He said that we are not allowed to interact with anyone, including the people around us. That statement was obviously meant to sow discord among us. He could not wait for us to fight amongst ourselves. The few of them argued vehemently. Xiao Sun stood to the side and did not dare say anything. He speculated in his heart that his boss might have said that because he was worried that the other visitors would not bring him along, so he was purposely trying to provoke them. Stop arguing, it is safer for us to travel together. Since Ma Feng had spoken, Fu Bol did not dare argue. The group of 15 people gathered together. But our time is limited. It will be too much of a waste of time if we all stick together. We will split into 3 groups, and each group will have 5 people. After we enter one of the buildings together, we will move in groups and then meet up at the entrance of the building. As the leader of the group, Ma Feng suggested the most logical solution. No, Zhuo Han did not think too much about it and immediately rejected the idea. You do not understand the haunted house boss's methods. Once we split up, he has a way to completely dismember us. Other than that, how can you be so sure that there are no haunted house actors among us? Zhuo Han's words caused everyone to become nervous. Before they came to visit, they had heard similar rumors. Some of the visitors at this haunted house were actually employees in disguise, and this caused the visitors to be unable to trust each other. The 9 of us are in a group. There are definitely no actors among us, but the few of you are very suspicious. Fu Bol stared at Zhuo Han and Heshan. It is quite rare for a teacher to lead the group to visit a haunted house. Are you really a student and a teacher from a medical university? Before you suspect me, I wish to tell you one thing, and I hope that the 9 of you can remember it clearly. Zhuo Han's tone was icy. Based on some of our previous encounters, I have come to the conclusion that there is an actor who can mimic voices in this haunted house. He can make the same voice as us, so he cannot confirm anyone's identity with just a voice. Remember to protect your phones. Even if you receive a call or a message from your partner, do not trust them so easily. Is that too much? Fu Bol's tone was not as confident as before. There are things that are even more ridiculous. Zhuo Han was slightly hesitant. When I run into a problem, I will try my best to find the answer. After visiting this haunted house many times, I have slowly come up with a hypothesis that has completely overturned everything that I know. What hypothesis? This haunted house might really be haunted. Haunted? The few haunted house designers all turned to look at Zhuo Han. Mr. Wang also frowned. He really did not expect to hear something like that coming from Zhuo Han's lips. Certain things do not have an answer, or rather, I cannot find the answer with my knowledge. Only ghosts can explain them. Zhuo Han's tone was very serious. This was the first time the ghost fetus scenario had been opened. Based on past experience, the difficulty of the scenario that was first opened was the highest. Zhuo Han was afraid, so he voiced out the speculation that he had been hiding in his heart. He wanted to find the truth, but it was impossible to find the truth with just these few idiot teammates. Even saving his own life was a big problem. We haven't even entered the scenario, and we're already talking about ghosts? The man in the sunglasses, Fu Bol, laughed out loud. Little brother, what you said at the beginning was quite reasonable. You almost scared me. Unfortunately, you were too hasty. When you said the word haunted, you already exposed your identity as a haunted house worker. Let me give you a piece of advice: more haste, less speed. In such a creepy and eerie environment, when Zhuo Han said that the haunted house was really haunted, everyone's heart skipped a beat, But when they heard Fu Bol's analysis, they slowly calmed down. There were no ghosts in this world. To be able to say that inside a haunted house, there was a high chance that it was someone that the haunted house had arranged. The few haunted house designers all showed a look of understanding. Even Ma Feng gave Zhuo Han a few more glances. For someone who did not believe in the existence of ghosts, telling him that a haunted house was haunted would definitely make him think that it was a prank. The first thing you said was that there was a haunted house worker among us, and then you told us many things to pay attention to, and at the end, you even added a scary atmosphere. Logically speaking, you are quite a qualified haunted house worker. Wei Chao, who was dressed fashionably, said. The few haunted house designers chimed in one after another. The more they said, the more convinced they were that Zhuo Han was one of the haunted house's employees. They even gave many examples that caused Xiao Sun to start to waver. He started to suspect that Zhuo Han was sent by the boss to help him. I know that you are all very capable, which is why I wanted to cooperate with you. Unfortunately, arrogance and jealousy have covered your eyes. Now, you can only see the illusion that you have created and are unwilling to think about the truth. Zhuo Han shook his head and said to Heshan and Mr. Wang, we can't count on anyone else this time. The three of us must not be separated. Heshan and Mr. Wang understood the seriousness of the matter and nodded. Fu Bol laughed again when he saw the serious looks on the faces of the three visitors from Zhejiang University of Law and Medicine. You have already been exposed, yet you still insist on putting on an act. Don't you feel embarrassed? This haunted house can come up with this kind of method to add to the atmosphere and introduce the things to pay attention to. It is quite novel. We should learn from it. The fatty Liang waved at Fu Bol. Let's prepare to enter the scenario. I am looking forward to the scare points inside. Even though they each had their own agenda, the 15 people still gathered together. They walked down the old street and officially entered the ghost fetus scenario. The black iron door behind them moved further and further away. After turning a corner, the first fork appeared before them. There was a faded smell in the air, and shadows of different heights swayed in the corner like someone was squatting in the corner, watching them silently. Which path should we choose? Fu Bol turned back to ask Ma Feng for his opinion, and Ma Feng turned to Shang Guan Qinghong. We won't be able to see anything just by looking at them. How about we choose a random path? We will mark it and change the path if we run into trouble. After saying that, Shang Guan Qinghong and Ma Feng walked down the left path. Wait a minute. Zhuo Han wanted to say something, but the group did not give him the chance. They walked down the left path directly. The old-fashioned street lights at the corner flickered on and off, reflecting the strange human patterns on the wall. Low whispers came from the buildings on both sides of the street, and they could hear people talking. They appeared to be hiding from something or searching for something. Occasionally, they could hear words like body parts and unkillable dolls. Our mission is to find the rag doll's broken body parts. The haunted house boss only gave us a picture, but he did not say how many parts the rag doll has been cut into. I don't think we should let any of the buildings go. Wei Chao stopped moving and leaned his body against the door of an old house. There are people talking in here. There should be a scare point hidden behind the door. I advise you not to open the door randomly. The less trouble you have at this haunted house, the better. Heshan tried to warn them, but the few haunted house designers had already admitted that he was a haunted house worker, so they were too lazy to respond to him. Normally, when designing a haunted house, the first scare point is very important. From this scare point, we will be able to tell the style of the haunted house. Wei Chao grabbed the door handle and said with some anticipation, "Are you guys ready?" The haunted house designers might have been mocking Chen Ge's haunted house, but when it came to the real scare point, they all became very careful. Open the door. I want to see how scary a haunted house that has more than 90% positive reviews on the internet is. Fu Bol stood at the front, and he looked like he had been through a lot. Zhuo Han, who had objected earlier, did not say anything anymore. His eyes stared coldly at Wei Chao and Fu Bol like he was looking at dead bodies that were waiting to be dissected. He wanted to cooperate with the haunted house designers, but they were unwilling to do so, so he had changed his mind. He planned to let the haunted house designers walk through the mines. Since they were going to die anyway, he might as well make their deaths more valuable. Zuo Han's thinking was that simple. Everyone held their breath, and their eyes followed the movement of Wei Chaochao's arm. His fingers gripped the door handle tightly, and Wei Chaochao suddenly pulled the door 1/4 open. Then he stopped and used his body to block the door that was not fully open. Dong! When the haunted house actor saw the door open, he immediately wanted to come out to scare people like he had rehearsed, but he did not expect the visitor outside the door to only open 1/4, and he did not expect the visitor to purposely use his body to block the door so that it could not be fully opened. Caught off guard, the haunted house actor rammed directly into the door. The haunted house actor did not expect something like that to happen. After his head knocked into the door, he collapsed to the ground. That's it. The haunted house designers looked at the actor who collapsed in the middle of the door, and their hearts that had been hanging in the air fell back into their stomachs, and they all showed expressions of condescension. What a cliché way to scare people. He is very unprofessional and does not know how to adapt to the situation. His ability to adapt to the situation is extremely poor. Wei Chaochao fully opened the door and gave his review. I can give 8.5 points for the layout of the haunted house, but I can only give 3 points for the actor. This is so funny. How are you going to scare the visitors like this? Are you trying to be funny? Did you all see that? I believe you all know the standard of this haunted house by now. The good reviews on the internet are definitely paid for by the boss himself. The haunted house designers were not polite with their words. They surrounded the actor and could not stop criticizing him. Thankfully, the actor had a strong mental fortitude. He rubbed his red forehead, smoothed out his ponytail, and climbed up from the ground. He had been tricked earlier, but he did not mind it at all. It was like none of that had happened. He raised his head to reveal his face that was covered in the makeup of a dead man. You guys better be quiet. Talking in the voiceless town will be heard by the ghosts. The actor's expression was very creepy. It was clear that he had done this many times in front of the mirror. If they are all ghosts like you, so what if they hear us? Fu Bol shrugged. To think that I was looking forward to this earlier. What the hell is this? There is nothing new about this. I am not a ghost. I am a human like all of you, but there are really ghosts in this small town. The actor was not lying. He was telling the truth from the bottom of his heart. You did not forget to say your lines even when your head is swollen. You are quite professional. My rating for you has increased to 3.5 points. Wei Chaochao patted away the dust on his arm. Everything that I said is true. My child and I were trapped here after dark. We were forced to play a game of hide and seek with the ghosts. Once we were caught by them, the consequences would be unimaginable. The actor's expression was on point, but the few haunted house designers kept criticizing him. This is the background of the story? A 4-star scenario does not look like much after all. The few haunted house designers were still mocking the actor when Zuo Han and Heshan walked over. They stared closely at the actor, and their expressions were very serious. Did you just say that talking in this small town will be heard by the ghosts? Yes, this small town is called the Voiceless Town. Once you make a sound, you will be noticed by the ghosts, the actor explained very conscientiously. What will happen if you are captured by the ghosts? You are the only one here. Where is your child? Has he been captured by the ghosts? Zuo Han's mind was sharp. It was rare for him to run into a haunted house worker that he could communicate with, so he wanted to get more information. My child and I were being chased by the ghosts. I volunteered to lure the ghosts away and left my child alone inside a storeroom at the northern side of the town. The actor lowered his voice. If you can bring my child to me, I will tell you a secret about this world. A hidden mission? Zuo Han nodded. I will help you find your child. By the way, what is your name? Can you give us some keepsakes? We need to prove to your child that we accepted your request. The actor was startled. This was not in the script, but he was very good at improvisation. My name is Wu Jinping. After you find my child, you only need to say this name. Then, what does your child look like? I am afraid that the ghosts have found your child before us, and we have mistaken them for your child. Zuo Han considered many possibilities. He is very short, and he is wearing a red coat. His name is Wu Nan. You were hesitating earlier. Is there something else that you have not told us? Mr. Wang walked over. The teamwork between teacher and student gave Wu Jinping a lot of pressure. The children here like to play hide and seek. Actually, from the moment you entered the town, you were forced into this game. Wu Jinping grabbed the doorknob. Remember, be careful of the ghosts and look for places to hide. After saying everything that needed to be said, Wu Jinping closed the door and returned to the room. The theme of the ghost fetus scenario is hide and seek. He said that the children here like to play hide and seek, which means that there are many children here, and the scenario is called ghost fetus. Obviously, all the scares are related to children. Zhuo Han looked at the closed door. We'd better not touch this mission of his because his child is also a child. Yes, when he was describing his child, he thought for a long time, and there were some pauses in the middle. I suspect that the child that he described is not his child at all. Mr. Wang said casually. The name Wu Nan is probably made up. From the most malicious perspective, the man in the room is in cahoots with the ghost. He is the accomplice of the evil. He wants to feed us to the ghost. Mr. Wang and Zhuo Han shared the same opinion. The two of them analyzed the situation seriously and did not hide it from the other visitors. Hearing their discussion, Fu Bol confirmed his suspicion. These three so-called students from Zhejiang University of Law and Medicine should be actors planted by the haunted house, and they had been actively cooperating with the haunted house's actors to put on a show. Keep acting. Let's see how long you can keep up the act, Fu Bol suddenly said. He laughed with condescension, and it caused Sun Xiaojun, who was next to him, to shiver. We have seen the power level of this haunted house earlier. Next, we will check each room one by one. There is no need to worry. Wei Chaochao's expression was rather disappointed. Initially, he was curious about Chen Ge's haunted house, but now he realized that the scares were not that different from the haunted houses on the market. Let's speed up. I need to catch a plane in the afternoon. The voiceless town was huge. The haunted house designers pushed open 3 doors in a row, and they still did not discover anything. They slowly relaxed. What is the meaning of this haunted house? All the rooms are empty. There are no scare props or actors. It feels like the scenario is not even complete. Liang San also started to complain. He felt like it was not worth it to purposely come to Zhejiang to visit this haunted house. The few of them paid less and less attention to their surroundings, but it was Zhuo Han and Heshan who were extremely nervous. We can hear people talking in every room, but there is no one after we open the door. This is weird. The voices do not sound like they are being played by a machine. It feels more like someone is whispering into our ears. Let's not worry about this for now. Follow them closely. Let them scout ahead. Just as Zhuo Han said that, Wei Chaochao's voice came from the front of the group. I found something interesting. Before Wei Chaochao was the entrance to a building. There was a missing person notice pasted on the wall next to it. The missing child's name was Zhang Ming. The staircase was right before them, and the stairs led downward. Due to the lack of light, they could not tell how many floors there were down from the staircase. The interior space is so big. I thought there was only 1 floor. The bad feeling in Shang Guanqing Hong's heart grew stronger and stronger. He followed closely behind Ma Feng. Let's go in and take a look. Liang San opened the steel door of the building. When he first entered the staircase, he did not feel anything strange, but after a while, he suddenly noticed the problem. This place is so quiet. I can't hear anything. Even the background music has disappeared. Indeed, it feels like we are in a different world compared to the streets outside. How did he do that? Liang also walked in. It's so quiet that it feels strange. Now I feel like I'm visiting a haunted house. The Liang brothers entered the stairwell directly, and the others followed closely behind. Ma Feng stayed outside the stairwell for a while to look at the missing person notice. The name Zhang Ming sounds familiar. If I remember correctly, that is the name of Zhang Ju's child. Is the haunted house boss trying to prank him? There was a picture attached to the missing person notice, but Ma Feng had no recollection of the child in the picture at all. After the group entered the stairwell, the child on the missing person notice suddenly blinked like he was waving at another person that was not far away. A short shadow appeared at the corner of the wall. A light scent of blood lingered in the air. He followed the group into the stairwell and closed the door behind him. Isn't this place too quiet? In a place that was absolutely quiet, sometimes one would be spooked by their own voice. Liang and Liang San were very curious about how the haunted house boss managed to do this. They were all professionals. They inspected this scenario bit by bit and realized with shock that not only was there no sound system installed in the stairwell, there was not even a surveillance camera. Other than a few low-quality light bulbs that might go out at any moment, there was not a single piece of high-tech equipment to be found in this sub-scenario. Didn't the internet say that this haunted house's special effects are movie quality? With just a few light bulbs? Who are you kidding? This time, not only Fu Bol, even Ma Feng felt that Chen Ge's haunted house did not live up to its reputation. Without any high-tech equipment, he was able to create movie-quality special effects. That in itself is a very scary thing. Zhuo Han knew that he was telling the truth, but to others, it sounded like he was trying to find an excuse for Chen Ge's haunted house. However, there were some impressive people among the few haunted house designers. Liang and Liang San blocked the stairwell with confusion written all over their faces. The walls and handrails are all real. There is no soundproofing material and no high-tech equipment, so how did he manage to create such a strange atmosphere? There is not even an echo when we speak. It feels like our voice is eaten up by something after it leaves our lips. Don't try to scare yourself. The theory behind this might be like magic. It looks magical, but after you solve the puzzle, you will realize that it is nothing more than that. Fu Bol clapped his hands. Everyone, follow Brother Ma's instructions. We will split into 3 groups and start to search for the rag doll's broken body parts. Each group will be responsible for 1 floor, and we will proceed in the same manner for the rest of the scenarios. After he said that, he walked to Ma Feng's side. His intention was clear. He wanted to be in the same group as Ma Feng. You haven't even found the mole and you're already in a hurry to split up. You won't even know how you died. Zhuo Han shook his head at Mr. Wang. The 3 of us will stay together. Don't get involved in their business. The people from Zhejiang University of Law and Medicine did not participate, so the other 12 people were divided into 3 groups. Ma Feng, Shang Guan Qing Hong, Fu Bol, and Wei Chaochao formed 1 group, Xiao Sun, Liang Liang San, and the middle-aged woman from Town of Amnesia formed another group. Qin Guang, Sister Snake, and the couple from Xinhai formed another group. The 12 of them were still in the same building, but they had split up to search different floors. The 3 groups were not far from each other. Fu Bol, who felt that the haunted house was not as good as it seemed, led Ma Feng's group to the 2nd underground floor. Sister Snake and Qin Guang's group entered the 3rd underground floor. Liang and Liang San started to search the 1st floor directly. Both of them were fat, tall, and muscular. Being in the same group gave them a sense of security. You guys go to the room on the left, and we will go to the room on the right. We will not interfere with each other's business, and do not come near us. Liang glanced at Zhuo Han and warned. That is exactly what I was thinking. Zhuo Han led Heshan and Mr. Wang down the corridor and started to search for clues from inside to outside. Brother, do you really think they are haunted house actors? I don't think so. The presence that these few people have is very unique, Liang San asked softly. We are here to clear the haunted house. Who cares what other people are doing? We only need to complete Director Ma's request. Liang stopped at the door of the 1st room at the corner of the corridor. There was a wooden sign hanging next to the wooden door, and on the sign was written, "If there's anything, please pull on the rope next to the door repeatedly." Instead of knocking on the door, we have to pull on the rope. Is it because they are afraid that knocking on the door will attract ghosts? Liang grabbed the rope. Earlier, the actor called Wu Jinping said that making noise will attract ghosts. But we have been talking along the way, and we have not seen any ghosts appear. This place is so quiet. Could it be that the ghosts have already appeared? But ghosts don't make any noise, so temporarily, we have no way of finding them. Liang San's brain was very sharp. Whatever, let's take a look first. All the haunted house's first sub-scenario should be the simplest. There won't be anything too scary here, or else the later scenarios will not be able to provide the visitors with a sense of excitement, Liang said as he pulled on the rope. Once he did that, the lights in the room were switched on. He tried it several times, but there was nothing wrong. Have we been tricked? Liang frowned. He grabbed the doorknob and gave it a hard push. The old door was pushed open, but before he could take a closer look inside the room, something changed in the corridor. There was a strange smell in the air, like the smell of rotting corpses mixed with the smell of fresh blood. For some reason, they felt like something was approaching. Be careful. The ghost might be coming. Don't wander off. Just follow me. Liang was quite a good friend. His warning was directed at Xiao Sun. This haunted house's first actor has disappointed me. I wonder if there will be anything new next. Liang San entered the room. The first thing he saw was the broken wine bottles that littered the ground. However, the sharp edges of the broken pieces had been ground away, probably afraid of hurting the visitors. Lying among the broken pieces was a woman. She was covered in wounds, and other than her face and arms, her body was covered in patches. The patches grew directly into her flesh, and it looked scary. An actor? Or a prop? Liang San grabbed the woman's arm. The feeling that came from his fingertips was very different from human skin. He was about to sigh in relief when he saw the mirror hanging in the bathroom. The mirror was facing the door, and there was a pair of strange eyes studying him in the mirror. Someone's here. Liang San tossed the woman's arm away and whipped his head around. Hearing that, the others also turned around, and they all saw a man's face poking out from the doorframe. His face was twisted, and his body was like a pile of mud as he leaned against the door. His black eyes were filled with venom and curses. Xiao Sun stood at the back of the group. He was the closest to the door. He was trying to recall the scares of this scenario when he heard Liang San's voice. He turned around subconsciously, and his face almost brushed against the man's face. His face paled even more, and Xiao Sun staggered back several steps, almost knocking into Liang stomach. When did this thing appear? Xiao Sun's voice was shaking. He was quite spooked. I don't know. I didn't hear anything. It just appeared without warning. Liang San scratched his fat chin. This haunted house is quite something. Should we share this information with the others? Let's wait for a while. Liang and Liang San started to study the monster outside. They realized that this mud-like man was just a mannequin, and there was no high-tech equipment installed on his body. Someone should have moved him here. I suspect it's the people from Zhejiang University of Law and Medicine. They are on the same floor as us, and they are very close to us. Liang San glanced down the corridor. At that moment, Zhuo Han's group was in the room at the end of the corridor, and they had not come out yet. They are the biggest suspect, but if it's not them, then we need to think about it. We also operate a haunted house, so there are things that we can learn from them. The Liang brothers' attitude was not that bad. They did not completely hate Chen Ge's haunted house. While the two of them were talking, the middle-aged woman suddenly said, "Have you noticed something?" "What is it?" Liang San and Liang looked into the room and saw the middle-aged woman pointing at the woman on the ground. Her hand was not in this position earlier. "What are you trying to say? The mannequin can move on its own?" "No, I have a feeling there should be a hidden room inside this room. When we were distracted by the monster outside the door, they changed the woman's position." The middle-aged woman spoke very slowly. "They probably want us to feel a sense of urgency. Ghosts can move silently at any time, and they can appear beside us at any time. That should be the biggest selling point of this scenario." "You have a point. That's not a bad idea, but unfortunately, his haunted house has run into us today. We're all top haunted house designers. Once he raises his butt, we know what he's going to do." Liang San's gaze moved into the room. "Let's look around the room. Perhaps there is a hidden path here." Liang San wanted to know how Chen Ge moved the mannequin silently. He wanted to learn these things and then use them at his own haunted house. "What's your name again? Don't just stand there and do nothing. Look around carefully. We don't have to follow the pace of the haunted house when we visit it." Liang San glanced at Xiao Sun, who was still spacing out. He thought that Xiao Sun had been spooked. "I think we should follow the haunted house's procedure. What if something goes wrong?" Sun Xiaojun's real thought was, "If you guys do this, my already limited scripts will all go to waste." Didn't Mr. Chen claim that the scenario is open to the public and allows the visitors to explore it freely? Today, I'll let him know that bragging comes with a price. It's one thing to brag before the visitors, but in the eyes of us in the industry, a haunted house is just a well-designed toy. The two brothers started to search the room. Xiao Sun also started to look around the room. He had only worked for Chen Ge for a short period of time, so he did not know many of the employees. He did not know many of the secrets of the scenario. Whenever he asked Chen Ge what to do, Chen Ge would tell him to be himself. Later, when he went to ask Lao Zhou for advice, Lao Zhou told him that there was no need for him to teach him. Since both the boss and the teacher said that, Xiao Sun felt helpless. He sighed softly and pretended to walk around the room. The others were searching around the mannequin, but he looked through the items in the room absent-mindedly. He even mumbled to himself, "When the man at the door came, he gave me quite a fright. This haunted house sure is scary." Looking at the door with lingering fear, Xiao Sun suddenly realized that the mannequin's gaze seemed to be fixed somewhere. He's looking at the mirror in the bathroom. Xiao Sun entered the bathroom and stood before the mirror. There's a face leaning against the door, and it looks even scarier from inside the mirror. Xiao Sun looked at it for a long time before his eyes slowly narrowed. The man's eyes are tinged with fear, like he's afraid of something. Furthermore, his gaze isn't exactly facing the mirror. It has to be slightly lower. Holding the bottom of the mirror, Xiao Sun slowly applied force. When the mirror moved, drops of blood slid down the surface, and a snail shell fell out from behind the mirror. A snail? The mannequin is afraid of a snail? Never mind. I'll stop guessing. There are spider webs on this snail's shell, so it should be from a long time ago. Xiao Sun tossed the snail shell to the side, but at that moment, another snail shell fell out from behind the mirror. What's going on? Xiao Sun grabbed the edge of the mirror out of curiosity. He wanted to remove the mirror, but as he moved, more snail shells rolled out from behind the mirror. What are you doing? Why are there so many snail shells? The other people in the room noticed something was wrong, and they entered the bathroom as well. Before Xiao Sun could answer their question, they saw the closed wall next to the mirror open to reveal a door that had a bloody snail painted on it. A hidden path? Xiao Sun and the Liang brothers exclaimed in unison. None of them had entered the haunted house, and they had only taken a few steps when they discovered the hidden path inside the first room of the first sub-scenario. Liang and Liang San were excited. They had finally found the hidden path inside the haunted house. This would be of great help to them in clearing the scenario and understanding Chen Ge's tricks. Xiao Sun was dumbfounded. He had heard from Chen Ge that there were 9 hidden paths in each of the 9 sub-scenarios. These 9 paths could lead directly to the hidden scenario, and the rag doll's body parts were hidden inside the hidden scenario. However, the only person who knew the location of all the hidden paths was Chen Ge, and even Xiao Sun had no idea where the hidden paths were. Oh no, I think I've made a mistake. Xiao Sun maintained the posture of holding the mirror, and his brain was turning rapidly. He was there to cause trouble for the visitors, but he had helped them find the hidden path, and that had saved them a lot of time. Impressive, Xiao Sun. I did not expect you to be so meticulous. Even a few professionals like us failed to notice this trap. Liang patted Xiao Sun on his shoulder and pushed open the door that had a snail painted on it. The temperature dropped again. Behind the door was a staircase that led deep underground. It was so deep that one could not see the end. Being praised by the visitors, Xiao Sun felt bitter. Before he could figure out what to do next, he saw Liang and Liang San turn on the flashlight on their phones and enter the hidden path. Hey, be careful. Do not move alone. Xiao Sun wanted to buy time, but the few confident haunted house designers did not give him the chance. Including the middle-aged woman, all 3 of them started to move down the hidden path. Cold, dark, and dead, the feeling could not be described as creepy. It was beyond the scope of a game. The hidden path looked long, but before they knew it, they had reached the end. A pure black iron door appeared before them. The door gave off a faded smell of disinfectant, and there were black lines moving on its surface. Everything inside the hidden path was scary, but the words written next to the iron door spoiled the atmosphere. What do you think is behind the door? The broken body of a rag doll, or the haunted house's surveillance room? I believe there are haunted house actors doing their makeup inside. Why don't we open it and see? Liang San pushed open the heavy black iron door, and a boundless black fog instantly gushed out, swallowing the lucky tourists. When the black iron door closed again, Only Sun Xiaojun was left in the hidden path. His Adam's apple moved. Sun Xiaojun saw something behind the door, and he sat down on the stairs. This is bad. The three of them have not even experienced a one-star scenario before. They entered the ghost fetus world of black fog without any mental preparation. This was like a patient who had a sore throat and thought it was the flu. They had just arrived at the hospital, but before they could register for a consultation, they were rushed to the crematorium by a car. The red high heels is trying to restore the ghost fetus memory. She wants to become a demon god. She definitely did not expect visitors to go to her 5 minutes after the game started. Just the thought of what might happen caused Xiao Sun's scalp to go numb. I really did not do this on purpose. No, I need to contact Mr. Chen as soon as possible. Looking at the closed black iron door, Xiao Sun had a complicated expression on his face. He did not expect things to turn out like this. All he did was raise the mirror. Hopefully, nothing bad will happen to the visitors. Xiao Sun was worried that the red high heels might accidentally kill the visitors. I wonder if Brother Chen is inside the haunted house. Who should I go to first when something like this happens? That actor by the name of Wu Jinping looks like a good person. Perhaps he has a solution. Xiao Sun was about to turn and run out when he hesitated. He turned to grab the handle of the iron door. Should I open the door? If the visitors are lucky enough, there might be a 1% chance that they will be able to return the way they came. He was doing this out of the kindness of his heart. He wanted to give the visitors a way out. Removing the chains that were covered in blood vessels, Xiao Sun shoved them into the gap of the door. This way, the iron door would not close completely. Endless black fog rushed out through the gap and started to spread out into the corridor. The black threads of the curse seeped into the building. The people who had harmed him in the ghost fetus memory appeared in another form. They turned into strange shadows that wandered in the black fog. These monsters had no physical form and would not cause any physical damage to humans or specters, but they were able to draw out the hatred and fear in people's hearts. The red high heels used the curse to recreate the ghost fetus past. She wanted to recreate the process of how the ghost fetus became a demon god bit by bit, and these shadow monsters were just side effects. Once the iron door was opened, the shadows in the ghost fetus memory started to run out madly. They merged into one with the black fog. Unless they wanted to show themselves, they would not have been discovered. Don't go too far. I hope we'll meet again next time. I've done my part. Xiao Sun turned to leave. He did not notice the sign next to the iron door that said, "Please close the door behind you." He ran out of the hidden corridor in a hurry. Just as he returned to his room, he heard footsteps coming from the corridor outside. The workers at the haunted house won't make any noise. It has to be the visitors. The faded black fog was drifting out from the entrance of the hidden corridor. Xiao Sun looked around, and he knew this was bad. If the other visitors followed him into the hidden corridor, things would get really bad. Exposing myself is not a big deal, but sending everyone into the hidden scenario 5 minutes into the game is a big deal. This was the first time that Xiao Sun had worked as a haunted house worker, so he had no experience at all. He was a smart person, but now that the situation was dire, he felt like his hands were tied. Temporarily, I need to restore the mechanism. We cannot allow more visitors to enter the hidden scenario. After I find Brother Chen, we will enter the corridor from here to find the 3 visitors. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and all sounds were magnified in this environment. Xiao Sun felt as if the footsteps were ringing directly in his heart. He closed the door with the blood-red snail and gripped the edge of the mirror with both hands. When I pushed the mirror up, I triggered the mechanism. To restore the mechanism, I need to push the mirror down. Xiao Sun exerted strength in his arms and pressed down on both sides of the mirror, but the mirror and the door did not react at all. What happened? The sound of footsteps approached rapidly from the corridor. If Xiao Sun had not become a ghost, his clothes would have been soaked in cold sweat. His hands exerted more force, and his eyes were filled with anxiety. This is bad, this is bad. How do I close this thing? Xiao Sun shook the mirror up and down madly. More blood stains and droplets appeared on the surface of the mirror, and a confused human face slowly appeared on the surface. Shouldn't I move it up and down? Gripping the 2 ends of the mirror, Xiao Sun tried to turn the frame, But the moment he exerted more force, the frame that held the frame in place snapped. Shish asterisk t. Looking at the mirror that he had yanked from the wall, Xiao Sun was dumbfounded. He subconsciously turned to look at the hidden corridor that was leaking black fog. The wall slowly closed, and the blood-red snail door appeared to have never been there. The door outside the hidden corridor was closed, but there was still a gap left on the black iron door inside the hidden corridor. The black fog leaked out and crawled into the building. It spread through the gaps in the wall and spread into the whole room. Strange, despairing faces appeared and disappeared on the wall, and the difficulty of the scenario continued to rise. "What are you doing?" The students from Zhejiang University of Law and Medicine, who were exploring the same floor, ran over. They looked at the room that was covered in black fog and Xiao Sun, who was standing alone inside the toilet, holding the mirror. "To be honest, I have no idea what I am doing." Xiao Sun held the mirror, and he felt like he did not know whether to put it down or not. "Where are the other people from your group? They refused to listen to me and left on their own." The other two groups that were looking for the rag doll's broken body parts heard the commotion, and they all ran up the stairs. In less than 3 minutes, the first floor of the building had changed. A scary mannequin that looked like a pile of mud was crawling at the door, and the black fog kept drifting out from the room. In fact, some of the people were wondering if this was where they had been earlier. "Why are you all gathered here? Where is Liang and Liang San? What is the deal with the monster at the door?" Fu Bol glanced into the room, but he did not see the 3 haunted house designers. "I have no idea. The 3 of them told me to stay here and not cause any trouble. Then, they appeared to have discovered the hidden corridor, triggered some kind of mechanism, and then disappeared." Xiao Sun's answer was ambiguous. He was not a person who was good at lying. How could a living person disappear just like that? Which room did they disappear into? Ma Feng frowned when he realized that 3 people had already disappeared after they had just split up into groups. This floor. Xiao Sun was very anxious. He was worried that if he delayed any longer, he might have to collect Liang and Liang San's bodies. From his perspective, the most important thing now was to find Chen Ge and inform the red high heels that a visitor had entered the hidden scenario. "The 3 people from your group have all disappeared, and only you are still here. This is quite strange." Zhuo Han was about to say something when Fu Bol suddenly walked to the side of the group from Zhejiang University of Law and Medicine. "What are you doing?" Fu Bol stared at Zhuo Han, and his expression was rather dark. "This is the doing of the 3 of you, isn't it?" "Us?" Heshan pointed at himself. "Have you lost your mind? The 3 of us are not with them, and we have just arrived as well. Indeed, you are not with Liang and Liang San, but you are on the same floor as them. You are the closest to them." Fu Bol's hand pressed on the mud mannequin next to him. "This mannequin was not here when we first arrived. In other words, someone moved it here after we left. Look at how heavy this mannequin is. A single person would not have been able to move the mannequin here without anyone noticing, so it has to be a group operation." Hearing Fu Bol's analysis, the people from Zhejiang University of Law and Medicine and Xiao Sun were shocked. "If not for the fact that you have been slandering Mr. Chen's haunted house, I would have thought that you are the real actor hired by the haunted house." Heshan was speechless. Even if there is an actor among us, the most likely suspect is this Xiao Sun. Other than him, everyone else in his group has disappeared. Isn't he the biggest suspect? Are you going to ignore him just because he cannot move the mannequin alone? Quote. Heshan's reasoning ability could be said to have been trained at Chen Ge's haunted house. Before this, he believed in the goodness of human nature, but later, he realized that human nature was full of different forms, and it was the most complicated thing in the world. Hearing what Heshan said, Xiao Sun sighed in relief for some reason. Finally, someone was starting to suspect him. If he could not continue the act any longer, he would escape as soon as possible. Being surrounded by so many living people was too much of a thrill. You cannot come up with anything to refute me, so you start to drag other people down with you. Trying to confuse the public. Trying to fish in troubled waters. From the very beginning, Fu Bol had been suspicious of Zhuo Han's group. He had been operating a haunted house for many years, but he had not encountered visitors like Zhuo Han and Heshan. They were just visiting a haunted house, and they were so deep in their analysis that it was like they had been transported into a horror movie. First impressions were the strongest. Fu Bo always considered the problem from his own perspective. Everything that he thought about was based on his own understanding. You have made up your mind to frame us, haven't you? Do you have a grudge against the forensic doctor? Quote. While the few were arguing, the black fog in the room thickened, and human faces could be seen flashing through it. Standing in the middle of the black fog, Mr. Wang felt strangely agitated. Memories that had been buried deep in his heart kept flashing through his mind. Among them were the faces of the killer and the faces of the victims. The people in the pictures in his memory seemed to have come alive and were slowly leaping toward him. The more horrifying a person was in real life, the more they would be affected by the black fog. Shaking his head, Mr. Wang reached out to support himself against the door frame. Sir, are you not feeling well? Zuo Han was the first to notice Mr. Wang's strange behavior. I was fine when I first came in, but I suddenly felt a bit dizzy, but I'm fine now. Perhaps it has something to do with this black fog. I also feel this strange. Zuo Han lowered his voice to a whisper. You feel that way as well? Mr. Wang was very surprised. Yes. Zuo Han stood next to Mr. Wang. His lips were moving slightly, and if one did not listen closely, one would not be able to hear his voice at all. What are you two whispering about? Wei Chao shouted. He had been staring at Zuo Han and Mr. Wang. With Fu Bo's guidance, he also believed that there was a high chance that the people from Zhejiang University of Law and Medicine were actors. We do not need to report to you what we are discussing. You can treat us as the haunted house's actors. That will not affect us at all. Zuo Han was a loner. He was too lazy to deal with the haunted house designers. He turned directly to tell Heshan and Mr. Wang, the sudden appearance of the black fog should be some kind of signal, telling us that we cannot stay at one place for too long. As time moves on, the black fog might cover the whole scenario. In other words, the difficulty of our survival will only increase. Isn't this black fog similar to the poison circle in some video games? The area of the fog will continue to expand, and the visitor's area of activity will continue to shrink. If we stay in the fog for too long, we will run into danger. Heshan instantly understood. Now I have two speculations. First, the three missing visitors have found the hidden path, and they have used the hidden path to go to other places to speed up the game. The appearance of the black fog means that the game has entered the second stage. If we want to avoid the black fog, the only way is to find the hidden path and enter the other scenario through the hidden path like they did. Zuo Han used the only clues he had to analyze the situation. But the problem is that we have only been in the haunted house for 5 minutes. Based on Mr. Chen's usual practice, he will increase the difficulty halfway through the visit. Today's challenge is a bit too illogical. Then, what is the second speculation? The second speculation is that some kind of change has happened inside the haunted house, and something unexpected has happened here. Zuo Han did not argue with the haunted house designers. When he spoke, the haunted house designers slowly closed their mouths and listened to him quietly. Perhaps that was his aura. Then, what should we do if it's the second scenario? Heshan asked the question that was on everyone's mind. If it's the second scenario, then it's bad. Do you still remember what I said when we first entered the haunted house? Zuo Han's expression was not that good. What did you say? This haunted house might really be haunted. Zuo Han did not continue this topic. Sir, Heshan, we will look for the hidden path in these few rooms on the left. Based on the time, the three missing people can only be inside these few rooms. Without arguing, with Zuo Han leading the way, everyone started to search for the hidden path on the first floor. The black fog is still spreading. Time is limited. If we can't find the hidden path in 5 minutes, we will leave immediately. Quote. Looking at the busy group, Xiao Sun held the mirror with both of his hands, and his face was filled with bitterness. He really did not have the heart to say that he had already broken the mechanism of the hidden path. Now the door outside could not be opened, and the door inside could not be closed. The black fog continued to leak out, and the game's difficulty continued to increase. 5 minutes later, the black fog had spread out from the soundless home. It drifted directly onto the street, and many flickering faces appeared all over the buildings. That hidden path should be a one-time use. We should leave this scenario for now. The black fog will continue to spread as time moves on. We need to use this time to explore more scenarios. Quote. After saying that, Zuo Han walked out of the building without hesitation. Heshan and Mr. Wang followed closely behind him. We should go to other scenarios as well. Shangguan Qing Hong signaled for everyone to follow Zuo Han. For now, let's not worry about whether he is a haunted house actor or not. We will follow him and see what he wants to do. This Zuo Han is like an NPC at a haunted house. He keeps giving us hints, telling us the progress of the game, and he keeps creating panic. If you follow him, you might end up like Liang and Liang San. Fu Bol still insisted on his opinion, but he did not slow down at all. After everyone left the soundless home, the picture of the child on the missing person notice at the door blinked. At the same time, on the third basement floor of the soundless home, a child wearing a red shirt ran out from his hiding place. He rushed to the stairwell and looked at the departing visitors. He tossed the script that he had hidden under his red shirt to the ground. I've been training for 3 days, and you're leaving just like that. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The red shirt picked up the script again and chased after the few visitors. Apex. Liang Liang San, and the middle-aged woman from the city of Amnesia searched through the black fog. The visibility was extremely low, and they could not see anything more than 3 meters away. Where did this black fog come from? If it's white fog, it's probably made from the vaporization of dry ice, but this is the first time I've seen black fog. Liang scratched his head. It's colorless and odorless. Other than interfering with vision, it doesn't seem to have any other use. Theoretically speaking, the hidden path in the first scenario should lead to the hidden room that contains the first clue. This room won't be that big. The boss probably wants us to find the rag doll's body inside the black fog, the middle-aged woman analyzed based on her experience in designing haunted houses. Let's look together. Be careful not to stray too far away. There might be actors hiding in the black fog. The three of them walked forward together. After walking for a full 2 minutes, they still hadn't reached the end. Their expressions gradually changed. This doesn't look like a hidden room. It's so big. Have we arrived at a new scenario? But why can't we see any actors? What is the design concept behind his haunted house? How come I don't get it? Quote. How about we go back the way we came? We'll meet up with the others first. Quote. Okay. Stopping, the 3 haunted house designers turned to look behind them, and they discovered something scary. Is this the direction we came from? The ground under their feet was no different. They were surrounded by black fog, and there was no point of reference. It was impossible to tell the direction. Wait a minute, isn't there another person in our group? When did that kid disappear? Quote. The longer they stayed in the black fog, the more the fear in their heart would be magnified. The 3 haunted house designers' hearts started to shake, and at that moment, they heard a woman's scream of pain and despair. Slowly moving forward, they turned on the flashlight function on their phones. The light twisted in the black fog, and they could see a woman covered in bandages in the distance. The black fog surrounded her, and the woman was madly sucking the surrounding black fog like a masochist. The fog surged into her body, tearing open wounds on her body before leaking out from the wounds on her skin. The woman seemed to be searching for something in the black fog. She used her body as a vessel, and the whole process was excruciating. The black mist gathered around her. As she continued to absorb the black mist, black and red tattoos began to appear on her body. The tattoo was like a second piece of clothing, wrapping around her body. From afar, this woman exuded an extremely strange beauty, but if one looked closely at the scenes depicted by those tattoos, everyone would feel fear. The black threads cut through the woman's skin like knives. Blood mixed with the black threads, forming the tragic life of a child. All kinds of inhuman experiences, pain and torture beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In the deepest suffering and despair, a flower of sin was blooming. The light from the phone shone on the woman. The 3 haunted house designers saw the woman's body that was covered in wounds under the bandages, and their scalps went numb. What is this? He does not look like a haunted house worker. Is it a mannequin? Liang San stared at the strange posture of the woman as he whispered to his brother. At first glance, she looks beautiful, but upon closer inspection, she looks disgusting. Just as the word left his lips, Liang saw the woman's head slowly turn around. A pair of eyes filled with curses and murderous intent stared at him. Liang body instantly lost control. Every piece of fat on his body was jiggling. The sound of high heels stepping on the ground slowly echoed, and the faces in the world of the black fog were wailing. The human heads that were connected by the cursed threads rushed down from the roof while cackling. There were also human-headed monsters that looked like centipedes crawling on the ground and the walls. They charged at the three haunted house designers with the deepest malice. Earlier, they had been saying that there were no haunted house workers here, but in just a few seconds, everything had changed. Liang and Liang San did not even know where these things had come from. Their faces were pale, and their instincts told them to retreat. More and more monsters appeared. They had not even seen these things in their nightmares, they had already surpassed their definition of fear. Run! Run! The middle-aged woman was the first to react. She sprinted backward, and as she moved, all the monsters rushed at her like a wave. There were too many of them. Liang San also started to run, but he only took a few steps when he heard the scream behind him. He realized that his brother was still standing where he was. I can't move anymore. Liang had no idea what was happening to his body. Ever since he uttered the word, disgusting, he felt like his heart was beating at an abnormal rate. It was as if his body did not belong to him anymore. Liang San hesitated for a moment. Due to their bond, he turned to grab Liang arm. Brother, I'll carry you. Before he finished, he saw the threads from the black fog curl around Liang body and were crawling toward him. Liang San was so scared that he immediately let go. The fat on his face was shaking from fear, and the eyes that were buried inside the fat had never been so wide before. What are these things? Flinging his arm away, Liang San subconsciously turned to run backward. Brother, I'll go get someone for you. Hang in there. Liang San could not care less about what was happening behind him anymore. He ran as fast as he could in a certain direction. There was no point of reference in the black fog, and he had no idea where he was. He was surrounded by monsters, and he did not dare stop for even a second. Liang San, after who knew how long, a familiar voice came from the fog. Brother, yes, it's me, quick, come this way. The voice led Liang San to run in a certain direction, and the shadow of a baby appeared in the black fog. Liang San wanted to avoid the shadow, but he realized that his brother's voice was coming from where the shadow was. He felt that something was wrong and wanted to change direction, but once he turned around, the baby started to chase after him madly. Liang San, I'm your brother, get lost. Don't chase me. Liang San had completely lost the confidence that he had when he first entered the haunted house. His psychological barrier had completely collapsed when he abandoned Liang I'm really your big brother, have you forgotten? When you were young, you were playing hide and seek. You were hiding under the bed, and someone was whispering to you. Do you remember that one time, when you escaped to go online at night, there was a big dog that kept barking at you in the stairwell, and from then on, you were afraid of dogs? Actually, that dog wasn't barking at you, it saw me. I'm your big brother, the big brother that you will never be able to shake off, Liang Yi. I've died before you guys, but I've never left. The baby's shadow crawled on the ground and finally caught up to Liang San. It climbed onto Liang San's body and strangled Liang San's neck. The bloody face hung upside down before Liang San's eyes. Look closely. Look closely, we look so much alike. Ah! Liang San shook his head madly. The thing that he feared the most was reproduced by the curse. Not long after, he fainted with white foam coming out of his mouth. The sound of high heels clacking against the ground echoed. The scary baby laughed strangely before turning back into the curse and disappearing into the black fog. The screams continued. The middle-aged woman staggered as she ran through the black fog. The monsters were attracted by Liang and Liang San, and she was the first to run, so her situation was not that bad. Where did these props come from? What is going on at this haunted house? The middle-aged woman's heart was in a mess. She kept running, and after running for 10 minutes, she suddenly saw the wall. Is this the path that we came from? She searched along the wall and finally found the black iron door. This door is not locked. We're so lucky. The middle-aged woman pulled the iron door open and ran up the stairs. She was getting closer and closer to the exit. I have to tell the others about this place. This haunted house is too strange. She ran to the top of the hidden tunnel. She pushed the red snail door before her, but the door did not budge. What's going on? Strange laughter and crying came from the other end of the hidden tunnel. Many shadows were moving in the black fog. The middle-aged woman pounded on the door and screamed for help, but no one came to help. Help! Help me! Quote. Her last cry for help was swallowed by the shadows. After the black fog swallowed everything, it did not dissipate. If anything, it thickened. Walking in the middle of the voiceless small town, Zuo Han suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Did you guys hear the cry for help? Zuo Han turned back to look at the soundless home. It seems to come from the building that we came out from earlier. Should we go back to take a look? Heshan was still worried about those people. He was afraid that some accident might happen. I don't know who the actors are. In this situation, other than the two of you, there is no need to save the others. If we waste our energy to save them, we might end up in even bigger trouble. Zuo Han looked at the black fog that continued to spread out from the soundless home, and he frowned. This is spreading too fast. If this continues, the game will enter the third phase soon. The third phase. Normally, when we get the key mission item and prepare to leave, all the actors inside the scenario will start to move freely and hunt down all the visitors that they see. Therefore, the third phase is also known as the Big Escape. Zuo Han was worried. When I challenged Coffin Village to transport the wedding dress, I sacrificed all my teammates. In the third phase, brainpower is useless. It's all about stamina and luck. That's not good for us. The three of us don't seem to be that lucky, Heshan grumbled softly. Let's move faster. If we can't find the rag doll's body parts, we'll be in a worse situation. The group quickly moved away. Including the other haunted house designers, none of the visitors chose to go back to save their teammate who had screamed. Everyone had a tacit understanding not to mention it. It was as if everyone had temporarily gone deaf. After the appearance of the black fog, the whole scenario became stranger. Occasionally, an eye would open on the wall, and a ghost with a wicked smile would flash in the corner. The scariest thing in the ghost fetus memory was getting closer and closer to the visitors. After turning a corner, a long street appeared before the visitors. The two sides of the street were lined with gray buildings, and some of the buildings were covered in cracks. Have we been here before? How come it feels like this street just appeared out of nowhere? Zuo Han was the first to enter the street. He did not walk for long before he saw a figure appear on the street. Careful, there's someone up ahead. In the dim light, the figure wearing a red raincoat stood facing away from the visitors. She stood next to a simple platform like she was waiting for someone. It's not raining, so why is she wearing a raincoat? Zuo Han did not dare get too close. He frowned deeply, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. You are a haunted house actor, so why are there so many questions? Fu Bol was annoyed when he saw Zuo Han's reaction. I refuse to believe that you can keep up the act. Seeing the woman in the red raincoat, Xiao Sun's eyes lit up in the crowd. He had seen this red specter in the world behind the ghost fetus door before, so he knew that she was Chen Ge's employee. I need to find a way to get close to her. Tell her that I have already destroyed the first hidden path and tell her to contact the boss as soon as possible. With that in mind, Xiao Sun voluntarily walked forward. The haunted house designers were looking for an idiot to test the waters. Since Xiao Sun had volunteered, they did not even think about stopping him. However, when Zuo Han saw Xiao Sun walk toward him, for some reason, a very bad feeling rose in his heart. He raised his hand, but in the end, he did not stop Xiao Sun. Carrying the hope of the whole team, Xiao Sun walked to the platform. At that moment, the rest of the visitors stopped outside the platform, about 2 to 3 meters away from Xiao Sun. Hello, my name is Sun Xiaojun. Xiao Sun lowered his voice and used his back to block the other visitors' view. He placed his hands before his chest and silently pointed at himself. I have destroyed the hidden path. Seeing that someone was coming, the woman in the red raincoat slowly turned around to reveal that extremely scary face. Her mouth was sewn shut by the shadow, and when she spoke, her voice came out from the seams. It was very scary. Have you seen my child, big sister? The hidden path is broken. Quick, get the boss to come here. Xiao Sun did not dare raise his voice. He pressed his lips together like he was mimicking the woman in the red raincoat. Have you seen my child? The woman in the red raincoat was acting as herself. Her red eyes darted around her eyes, and her emotions became unstable. Xiao Sun saw that the woman in the red raincoat was still immersed in the script, and he panicked. If this continued, the whole street would be swallowed by the black fog. Have you seen my child? The woman in the red raincoat's voice was very scary. Blood vessels crawled on her body, and her emotions appeared like they would go out of control at any moment. Xiao Sun did not dare continue to agitate the woman in the red raincoat. After all, this was a real red specter. He was about to give up communicating with the woman in the red raincoat when an idea appeared in his mind. Since the woman in the red raincoat cannot understand what I'm trying to say, why don't I just have her go to the hidden path to take a look? That's such a simple logic. With that in mind, Xiao Sun said without any discussion with his teammates, I have seen your child. I know where he is. Really, I promise you that. He sounded very certain. The visitors had no idea what he was doing, and the woman in the red raincoat's expression froze. That was not what the script said. How could the visitors know where the red specter's child was hiding? My child was wearing a tattered floral shirt, and there was a red scar on his forehead. There was a birthmark in the shape of a maple leaf on his chest. What the woman in the red raincoat said was not from the script at all. It appeared to be the characteristics of her child when she was still alive. That's right. It's him. Xiao Sun slapped his thigh. The child that I've seen is the same as you described. He is inside the building at the entrance of the scenario. Take a closer look at room 1 on the first floor. Before he finished, the blood vessels on the woman in the red raincoat started to boil. After searching for so many years, someone had finally said that they had seen her child. She turned to walk to the back of the platform and soon disappeared. Seeing the woman in the red raincoat leave, Xiao Sun sighed in relief. When she sees that the hidden path has been destroyed and the black fog is leaking out, she will know the severity of the situation. By then, Xiao Sun still had no idea how serious the situation was. He finally revealed a relaxed smile and returned to the group of visitors. The woman in the red raincoat appeared at the platform. Let's hurry up and search for her. See if there are any clues left behind at the platform. Fu Bol and the other few haunted house designers surrounded the platform and soon discovered some problems. There were 2 figures at the back of the platform, one male and one female. The 2 figures were carved on the platform like they were frozen memories. There was a puddle of water at the bottom of the platform. One could see a male student in a school uniform and a female teacher holding a red umbrella in the water. There were some random words carved at the corner of the platform. They were crooked. The person who left these words was probably immersed in a kind of childish and simple happiness. Love starts from the moment I met you. I missed the last bus, but I managed to find you. Do you mind if I take you home? These crooked words seemed to be able to evoke the viewer's memories of their youth. They were innocent, clumsy, and beautiful. Such words are carved at such a dark and eerie place. Was there a cruel and horrifying story behind this pure first love? All the beauty is just a cover that will be torn apart at the last moment to create despair through the contrast. Sister Snake's haunted house appeared to have a similar theme. She touched the black skull on her arm like she was lost in her memories. This was a woman with a story. The style of this street is completely different from the other buildings. Theoretically speaking, there should be a lot of scare points, but we haven't seen anything scary. The bad feeling in Zuo Han's heart grew stronger. It felt like this was the calm before the storm. Stop inspecting the platform. We need to move to the next location immediately. Zuo Han looked at the black fog that was chasing after them. He called the others to run down the other side of the street. We need to leave this place. The ghost fetus scenario has broken all the rules that I've come up with. No experience can be used as a reference here. Why is this happening? Everything happened very suddenly. It was as if there was an invisible hand behind the scenes pushing everything forward. In less than 15 minutes, we're entering the 3rd stage. All the ghost actors at the 4-star scenario have started to go on a rampage. The chance of us escaping with just the 3 of us is 0. Zuo Han understood that he had encountered the worst situation. The few haunted house designers are unreliable. If they do not change their mind immediately, perhaps they will disappear in the next sub-scenario. How am I supposed to solve this? Squeezing his brain, Zuo Han's forehead was soon covered in sweat. He was under a lot of pressure. On one hand, he had to face an unknown enemy, and on the other hand, he had to lead a group of idiotic teammates and the haunted house workers hidden among them. Trapped both internally and externally, he really could not think of a good way to deal with it. This is too hasty. This 4-star scenario doesn't give me any time to think. Quote. After the red raincoat left, the buildings on both sides of the street didn't have that scary feeling anymore. It was just like a normal street. The visitors easily left the long street and arrived at the entrance of an orphanage that was mainly black and white. The rusty iron door was ajar, and a creepy nursery rhyme came out of nowhere. The orphanage looked like it had been abandoned for a long time, but there were children's clothes hanging in the yard. There was a newly dug hole in the ground, which seemed to have been used to bury something. There were signs of human activity everywhere in the orphanage, but the visitors could not find a single person. The wind chimes that hung from the roof swayed lightly, and Zuo Han pushed open the door to the main hall. Sad music drifted out from one of the rooms, and at the end of the dining tables was a broken altar. This is a private orphanage. A public welfare organization would not have an altar like this. Mr. Wang looked at the altar and was reminded of something that had happened to him in the past. Some private orphanages believe in karma, so they would have an altar in their own room, but this is the first time I've seen an orphanage like this that has an altar placed in the main hall. Walking past the long wooden dining table, Mr. Wang's expression darkened. The name Fang Yu was scrawled all over the altar, and it looked scary. This was carved out bit by bit with fingernails. The dark spots on it are blood stains. They have merged with the wooden planks. It is very strange. It feels like someone has been repeatedly digging out the words on the altar for years. Mr. Wang was confused. Is there such a high price to pay to create a prop? This might not be Mr. Chen's doing. He has provided clues for many murder cases, and I suspect some of the items inside this haunted house were directly brought back from the crime scenes, Mr. Wang whispered. Zuo Han whispered. These topics were considered internal secrets, so he did not want too many people to know about it. The boss has provided clues for many murder cases. Mr. Wang asked subconsciously. I've also heard that things have not been so peaceful recently. Zhujiang's police station has a new informant, and that informant is this haunted house's boss. Sir, because of that incident, you no longer have any contact with the police, so you might not know, but this haunted house's boss is very. Zuo Han thought about it for a long time, but he did not know how to describe it. His parents have disappeared. To investigate this case, he forcefully overturned all the old cases in Zhujiang from 20 years ago. I don't know how to describe this kind of person. In any case, I can only say, stay away from him. He overturned cases from 20 years ago. Yes, actually, that is not the scariest part. Zuo Han lowered his voice even further. He has provided the police of Zhujiang with clues on many serious crimes and solved many cases, but there has been no progress at all on the case of his parents' disappearance. I suspect there is a big problem here. The disappearance of his parents is definitely not as simple as it looks. Is it actually because of this that you keep coming to visit his haunted house? Mr. Wang had a high regard for Zuo Han. He felt that he was one of the best students at Zhujiang University of Law and Medicine. He felt that Zuo Han was different from other children. He was definitely not the kind of student who liked to play around. I'm afraid I do not have the right to investigate his parents' disappearance. Zuo Han looked at the altar before him. I cannot see through him at all. I have no idea what he is thinking. In fact, sometimes, I don't even dare to look him in the eye. I've tried to analyze his psychological state and personality, and the conclusion that I've come up with scares me. He has a rationality and calmness that surpass a normal person, an unbelievable adaptability, and a very high intelligence. Quote. Are there any similar comparison parameters in the database? No, he is a monster. To be able to design so many scary scenarios and find the hidden clues of so many serious cases, compared to him, no one has the right to be called a genius. Zuo Han's hand lightly touched the altar, and his fingertip traced the names one by one. The more I know, the more afraid I become, and the more afraid I become, the more curious I become. I want to find out the truth, and if possible, I plan to use the last holiday before I graduate to come and work for him." Quote. The top student from a medical university has come to work at a haunted house. Mr. Wang suspected that he had heard wrongly. "You are much smarter than I am. What you lack is experience. If he is really as good as you say, even if you come here to work, you probably won't find anything useful." While the two were chatting, a wooden door in the side hall was pushed open. An old man with white hair walked out from it, holding a thermos bottle. When he saw so many people standing in the hall, he was startled. "Are you here to adopt a child?" The old man's voice was shaking. His body was weak, and it felt like he could faint at any moment. "You're already so old, but you still want to work at a haunted house. This haunted house sure is evil." Fu Bo walked to stand before the old man. "We are not here to adopt a child. We are here to look for something. Have you seen this before?" He took out the picture of the rag doll from his pocket and waved it before the old man's face. "I have not seen it before. If you are not here to adopt a child, then please leave. This small town is not peaceful. If you do not leave now, you will never be able to leave." The old man coughed several times and was about to leave when Ma Feng, who had not spoken in the crowd, suddenly stood out. "Wait a minute, have I seen you somewhere before?" Ma Feng had taken over Zhang Ju's job. To get to know Chen Ge better, he had spent the night watching the video of Chen Ge challenging his own haunted house. This old man before him appeared in the video before, but he could not remember where. "I have been staying at the orphanage to take care of the children. I have never left this small town, so how could you have seen me before? Have you been here before?" The old man was the lingering spirit that Chen Ge had brought back from the futuristic theme park. He had also brought back his grandson, the wind chime ghost, and the red specter in the costume. "Perhaps I have mistaken him for someone else. In this small town, you cannot mistake someone else for someone else. The familiar face that you saw might not be him. It might be someone else in disguise. Even though they have the same face and voice, their hearts are completely different." The old man suddenly started to cough violently like he had just revealed a secret. "Hurry up and leave. Do not stay here for too long." "Hey!" Fu Bo reached out to grab the old man, but just as he was about to grab the old man's arm, the old man used a very strange posture to evade his grasp. No one saw it clearly. Only Fu Bo maintained his action of grabbing at empty air. The door to the side hall was not closed, but after the old man entered it, he disappeared. A very bad feeling spread through the crowd's heart. Fu Bo subconsciously walked toward the side hall. Standing outside, he could hear the children's laughter, but after he pushed open the door, there was no one in the side hall. There were only some toys scattered randomly on the ground. There has to be something hidden inside this orphanage, and think about it. The rag doll that Mr. Chen asked us to find is so old and tattered. A normal child would not play with a doll like this. It is most likely an abandoned child's toy. Wei Chao tried to analyze the situation. The orphanage takes in all homeless children, so there is a high chance that the rag doll that we are looking for is hidden here. Everyone thought that Wei Chao had a point. Only Zuo Han frowned and did not say anything. "What's wrong? Do you have a problem with what I said?" Wei Chao was a very smart person, but his intelligence was only limited to certain aspects. "Your thinking is too one-sided. If we look at the whole scenario, the chance of the rag doll being hidden here is very small because there are still many scenarios that have not been explored yet." Zuo Han voiced his opinion. "Then what do you mean?" "I believe that this orphanage is a cover that Mr. Chen purposely used. There is a high chance that this place is a trap. We'd better not waste too much time here." Zuo Han knew that even if he said that, those people might not listen to him, so after he said that, he walked to the side with Heshan and Mr. Wang and started to look for clues. "Do not let him sway our morale. We will explore this place according to our own plan." Fu Bo shared the same opinion as Wei Chao. They followed the previous groups and started to search for the rag doll's tracks. The black fog floated down the street and slowly surrounded the orphanage. Zuo Han prepared to leave and head to the next scenario, but the haunted house designers insisted on staying at the orphanage. The two parties had a disagreement, so they parted. Zuo Han led Heshan and Mr. Wang away while the rest continued to explore the black fog. This is an orphanage, but we have not seen a single child. Wei Chao stood at the door to the side hall. Could we have been tricked by the old man? The old man finally entered the side hall. Have you checked the side hall? Fu Bol and Qin Guang stood next to Wei Chao while the others searched the kitchen and the backyard. I have checked everything, but we did not find him. After he entered the side hall, it was as if he had disappeared. At this point, Wei Chao's eyes suddenly lit up. The side hall is connected to the backyard. Our first impression is that he has gone to the backyard, but there is another possibility. There is a hidden path in the side hall. The three of them entered the side hall again. The arrangement of the toys on the ground was different from before. Someone has touched something here. Wei Chao noticed the problem at first. Before he finished, he saw a small figure run past the place where the backyard was connected to the side hall. Stop right there. Wei Chao and Fu Bol rushed over. They ignored Qin Guang, who was behind them, and chased after the figure into the storeroom in the backyard. Pushing open the wooden door, they were greeted by an old altar table, and there was a strange picture placed on the table. The old man in the picture was facing away from Wei Chao and Fu Bol, and he appeared to be hugging something in his arms. The back of the person in this picture is quite familiar. Qin Guang, who was left alone in the side hall, was about to walk out when he suddenly heard the sound of a rubber ball bouncing on the ground. He turned his head to look. There was a toy ball in the side hall that had rolled into the hall on its own. The strange thing was, there seemed to be something hiding in the dark corner. The rubber ball rolled into the darkness, and then it was kicked out by someone. It was as if there were two invisible children playing a game. The corner of Qin Guang's eyes twitched. Without another word, he left the side hall and ran to meet up with the others. After he left, a boy in a red shirt walked out from the corner of the wall with bloodshot eyes. From how I see it, scaring people is a very simple and happy thing for them. Why is it so difficult for me? Why? Quote. Just as the boy in the red shirt was getting more and more agitated, the door of room 1 on the first floor of the soundless home slammed heavily against the wall. A woman in a red raincoat walked out from the stairwell with the anger of being deceived. Blood vessels churned. Inside the endless black fog, blood rain started to fall again. Why didn't you two wait for me? Qin Guang ran out from the side hall and caught up to Fu Bol and Wei Chao while gasping for air. Look at you. Do you look like someone who does outdoor horror livestreams? Fu Bol had a sharp tongue. Were all the supernatural incidents that you encountered out in the open a part of your plan? Some of them were planned by the studio, but some were not. Like the time you were sent to the hospital. Fu Bol was very interested in what had happened to Qin Guang, but it was obvious that Qin Guang did not want to remember these things anymore. He ignored Fu Bol's words and changed the topic. I saw a rubber ball that was rolling on its own in the side hall. There appeared to be several invisible children in this place. You sure are an amateur when you say that. Fu Bol shook his head. I know that you are a big livestream that is valued by CEO Ma. I thought you were quite capable, but from the looks of it, you are not that impressive. Just based on the methods that I know to make a ball move on its own, it is not that big of a deal. Sometimes, we even use these techniques on human head models to make the head roll on its own. It is more visually impactful. Quote. Like that. Qin Guang pointed behind Fu Bol. What? Fu Bol and Wei Chao turned their heads at the same time. They saw that the picture that was originally facing away from them had changed its pose. The old man in the black and white picture had turned around. Isn't that the old man who was talking to us earlier? Wei Chao was quite surprised. A man who is about to die still photoshopped a picture of himself. Isn't he afraid that one day the fake will become real? Fu Bol also did not expect the man in the picture to suddenly turn around. All the profanity was to hide his guilt. He had no idea how the man did it, but that moment had truly scared him. The old man's picture is placed on the table, which means that he is already dead. The information that he provided is probably misleading us. When we first came in, I saw many holes dug in the yard. The holes are too big for planting trees, but they are too small for burying adults. Do you think they are used to bury children? That's possible. This orphanage is definitely not as simple as it appears on the surface. It has to be the most crucial place in the ghost fetus scenario, the orphanage, the dead guards, the death trap. This place might be the birthplace of the ghost fetus. Wei Chao and Fu Bol started their discussion. They did not notice that Chen Guang was staring at the bottom of the offering table. Earlier, a child's head poked out from behind the altar, but there was no child's body underneath the altar. It felt like he had crawled out from a picture. Where? Beside the offering table, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. The three of them stared at the sacrificial table. At that moment, the whole scene changed again. The cracks in the ceiling started to leak blood. The blood dripped down and slid down the black and white picture onto the table. What's going on? Is it because we've discovered the truth and triggered the haunted house's plot? Fu Bol and the other two looked around. By the time they came back to their senses, something very surprising had happened. The old man in the black and white photo had disappeared. Now, there was only a chair and a cigarette that had fallen to the ground. It gave the impression that he had left in a hurry, as if he was running for his life. Have you guys ever played with 1, 2, and 3 before? Every time he turned around, the person behind him would be one step closer to him. From facing away, to turning around, and then running out of the picture. The haunted house boss is playing psychological warfare with us. Wei Chao tried to analyze the situation, but before he could finish, a drop of blood fell on his forehead. It's sticky, and it smells like blood. This blood is so realistic. Wei Chao used his finger to rub away the blood on his face. He realized that this drop of blood was actually made up of countless blood vessels, and every single one of the blood vessels appeared to be moving. What kind of joke is this? To spray red paint directly from the ceiling of the haunted house, this haunted house boss sure is brave. Is he not afraid of dirtying the clothes of the visitors? Fu Bol was about to say something when he was stopped by Wei Chao. Brother Fu, this blood is so strange. When it lands on the clothes, it will slide off, but when it lands on the skin, it will quickly solidify. It feels like it is being controlled by some kind of power. Someone is using the blood rain to lock onto a target. Quote. Bang! A loud crash came from the street outside the orphanage. It sounded like the door of the orphanage had been smashed open. Before Wei Chao and Fu Bol could react, they saw a little boy waving at them with an anxious expression on his face. It appeared like he was telling them to run away as fast as they could. The little boy waved, and then he was picked up by the old man. The grandfather and grandson jumped over the wall and ran away. The ghost in the picture has appeared again. Is that child asking us for help? Fu Bol felt like he had found the key clue. He turned and called after Wei Chao. Quick, catch up to them. That child might be the ghost fetus. The old man is a ghost. We need to save the child from the old man. Quote. The three rushed to the door of the storeroom. Before they took the first step, they saw Xiao Sun, who was walking toward them. If not for Xiao Sun's quick evasion, they might have run into him. Move. Don't block the way. Fu Bol shouted. What's wrong? Xiao Sun's heart jumped. We've found the child. The key person to the ghost fetus scenario, we've found him. Quote. What child? The hope of clearing this scenario lies with that child. Don't let him get away. Quote. Before Xiao Sun could understand what was going on, Fu Bol, Wei Chao, and Chen Guang had already left through the back door and ran out of the white orphanage. Even newbies know not to act alone, so why won't they listen? When Xiao Sun saw Fu Bol and the rest disappear from his sight, he did not chase after them. Instead, he turned his attention to Ma Feng. Other people call him CEO Ma in private. This should be a big fish. I need to make good use of this opportunity to see what they are up to. Scratching his chin, Xiao Sun mimicked Chen Ge and narrowed his eyes. I've been at the haunted house for several days now. This place has been very quiet, like a home for ghosts. But ever since this batch of visitors appeared, I feel like the atmosphere of the whole scenario has changed. Even my colleagues have become anxious. Sigh, these visitors are not friendly. This batch of visitors is very problematic. Quote. Opening his palm, the blood rain fell on his palm. Xiao Sun could feel the emotions contained in the blood vessels. This rain is filled with anger and murderous intent. It chills my body like a knife is pressed against my neck, and I will be killed at any moment. This is too scary. As he said that, Xiao Sun moved forward, but once he moved, he realized that something was wrong. Endless blood rain fell on his body, turning into blood vessels that trapped him where he was. Turning his head around with some surprise, Xiao Sun was so scared that his soul almost left his body. The woman in the red raincoat, whose mouth had been sewn shut, had appeared behind him. Her thin hands hovered around Xiao Sun's neck, and the red specter's murderous intent provoked Xiao Sun without restraint. "Big sister, when did you get here? You've seen my child." The cold voice came out from the woman in the red raincoat's lips. Xiao Sun collapsed to the ground. He really did not expect that even after he had turned into a ghost, he would still feel fear and terror. "Don't, someone else told me. They just said that they had found the child." Xiao Sun said it almost without thinking. "Do you know Fu Bol? It's the man with the sunglasses in his pocket, and the man in the flowery dress called Wei Chao Chao. They told me. They left through the back door, and they took the left path. Big sister, how about I bring you to them?" Quote. The blood vessels slowly loosened their grip on Xiao Sun. The woman in the red raincoat dissolved into a rain of blood and disappeared. Xiao Sun sat where he was, and his mind was still in a daze. What did I say earlier? Patting his face, Xiao Sun was still sitting on the ground. By then, the black fog had surrounded the orphanage, and the fog was mixed with red rain. "Hey, what are you doing there alone?" The couple from Xinhai walked out from another room. The man kept staring at the door to the backyard. He seemed to have seen something. "Don't ask. I just want to sit here and have some peace and quiet." Xiao Sun had an instinctive disgust toward the man from Xinhai, and he had no idea why. Where is Fu Bol? Weren't he and Wei Chao Chao still outside earlier? Ma Feng saw the crux of the problem. Regardless of what had happened, the most important thing was that a few of his teammates had disappeared for no reason. They said that they had found a child, and that child might be the ghost fetus. Where did they go? Ma Feng kept his eyes on Xiao Sun. "Get up. You need to lead us to them." "Me." Xiao Sun initially wanted to leave the group and contact Chen Ge first, but Ma Feng did not give him the chance. Ma Feng appeared to have started to suspect him, but Ma Feng was thinking like a normal person. If he suspected someone, he had to keep a close eye on them to prevent them from doing anything. What he did was not wrong, but he had no idea how big of a price he would have to pay to keep Sun Xiaojun by his side. "Fine, I will lead you there, but you need to be mentally prepared." Xiao Sun crawled up from the ground and led the survivors out of the white orphanage through the back door. Fu Bol, Qin Guang, and Wei Chao Chao ran out from the back door of the white orphanage. They rushed out of the black fog and chased after the figure before them down the street. This old man's legs are so strong. Fu Bol and Wei Chao Chao had a feeling that Chen Ge's haunted house was fake. They looked down on Chen Ge's haunted house, so they were not afraid to leave the group and act on their own. Qin Guang, on the other hand, was completely tricked. After he ran out with the two, he did not dare return alone, so he could only follow them to the end. The ghost fetus scenario was bigger than everyone expected. The architectural style of the two sides of the street soon changed again, and a faded stench lingered in the air. After running around the corner, a workers' canteen appeared before Fu Bol's group. The old man and the child stopped at the entrance of the staircase like they were hesitating whether they should go in or not. Finally, it has stopped. Fu Bol panted as he slowly approached the old man. The old man was holding the child's hand. When they saw Fu Bol, they did not have much of a reaction, but in just a few seconds, the eyes of the grandfather-grandson pair were completely dominated by fear. They stared at the street behind Fu Bol and instantly crawled into the canteen. "Are you messing with me?" Fu Bol's anger rose. He had been trailed by an old man for so long, and the man had purposely stopped to wait for him. "Brother Fu, this canteen appears to be a new scenario. We should wait for the others to arrive before we enter." After being reminded by Wei Chao Chao, Fu Bol did not hurry to enter the canteen. After all, he was a top haunted house designer. He could understand many scare points and traps with just a glance. After a quick inspection, Fu Bol did not find anything suspicious. Out of trust in his professional ability, he did not stay any longer but walked into the canteen directly. The moment he stepped into the canteen, before Fu Bol could say anything, he heard a bang, and the canteen door behind him was slammed shut. His heart skipped a beat. Fu Bol was about to call Wei Chaochao's name when he heard the screams of Wei Chaochao and Qin Guang coming from outside the door. The screams were like the screams of a pig being slaughtered, and it sent chills down Fu Bol's spine. The blood vessels crawled into the room through the door like they were looking for someone. Fu Bol retreated decisively and stayed as far away from the canteen door as he could. What happened outside? He did not think that Wei Chaochao would cooperate with the haunted house to scare him. To make Wei Chaochao scream like that, it could only mean that there was something very scary outside the door. Could it be that the old man escaped from the orphanage because there was a ghost following us? It was normal for a haunted house to have a ghost, but this ghost was different from the normal ghost inside a haunted house. The words that Zuo Han had once said appeared in Fu Bol's mind. When there was a crowd, he did not feel anything, but now that he was alone, his brain could not help but start to think that there was a real ghost. There should be other doors inside this building. Fu Bol walked past the dining table and arrived at the canteen's kitchen. The stench there was very thick, and there were 3 words written on the door of the kitchen: House of Strange Odor. Pushing the wooden door open a gap, Fu Bol leaned against the door and looked inside. There was a mountain of meat moving inside the kitchen. It was a man who was even fatter than Liang and Liang San combined. He was wearing a chef's outfit that did not fit him, and his whole body reeked of foul odor. He kept dumping things into the pot. Stirring, the chef tasted the food inside the pot, and he seemed to feel that something was missing. He took out the cleaver, sharpened it, and slowly turned around. The bloodless face of a dead man turned to look at Fu Bol at the door. His lips parted, and the words that came out of the chef's mouth that was covered in blood came out. The food is finally ready. With every step he took, the whole canteen shook. Just as the chef, who was like a mountain of meat, was about to reach him. Blood slid down the roof, and the front door of the canteen was smashed open. The unconscious Wei Chaochao collapsed to the ground, and a woman wearing a red raincoat walked in. The chef who gave off the foul odor was confused. He waved the large cleaver in his hand, and his fingers tapped lightly on the chopping board. The red raincoat that was filled with murderous intent dragged the half-dead Wei Chaochao and stopped at the entrance of the kitchen. Her blood-red eyes stared at Fu Bol. Being flanked by 2 red specters, Fu Bol hugged the door frame. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground on his knees. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Humming a song and holding his watch, Chen Ge, who had finished his makeup, stood guard at the entrance of the ghost fetus scenario. To prevent himself from being run into by the visitors, he purposely waited for a long time to ensure that there were no visitors around the entrance before he prepared to enter. Removing the thick chains, Chen Ge held the comic and pushed the black iron door open a gap. He was about to pull the iron door open when a wisp of black fog suddenly drifted out. Fully opening the door, Chen Ge's eyes slowly widened. Endless black fog spread freely on the street. Blood rain poured down, and it enveloped the entire voiceless small town. Clang! The chains that he was holding fell to the ground. Chen Ge's first reaction was to lock the black iron door again. What is going on? Has the cursed hospital infiltrated this place? Quote. 10 minutes ago, the ghost fetus scenario had been peaceful. Chen Ge had gone out to put on some makeup and call some employees, but when he returned, the atmosphere had changed. When he opened the door, Chen Ge thought he had returned to the world behind the door. His mind was spinning, and Chen Ge considered many possibilities. Finally, the figures of 2 visitors appeared in his mind. There's something wrong with the couple from Shanghai. Could the change in the ghost fetus scenario be related to them? Initially, Chen Ge suspected that they were special visitors, but now he felt like things were not that simple. Before they cause more damage, I have to find them. Summoning his employees, Chen Ge rushed into the scenario with the comic. To prevent the black fog from spreading, he had Xiaoxiao guard the black iron door and told her not to open the door no matter who came. The black fog shrouded the voiceless small town, and it continued to spread. Pale human faces appeared on the walls of the streets. When they saw Chen Ge, they started to scream. It sounded like they were crying for help, but at the same time, it sounded like they were crying. The closest hidden path to the entrance of the scenario is at the soundless home, but I don't think the visitors will be that unlucky to enter the hidden scenario from there. Chen Ge took out his phone to call Tong Tong, and he soon got a reply from Tong Tong. When he saw Tong Tong's message, Chen Ge's expression turned weird. There's no invasion. Why would the ghost fetus scenario become like this? Tong Tong seemed to be busy with something important. The message that he replied to Chen Ge was simple. Could it be that the other party has tricked Tong Tong? Chen Ge knew that the chance of that was low, but after completing so many trial missions given by the black phone, he had developed the habit of thinking from the worst possible angle. Knocking on one of the doors, Chen Ge called softly from outside the door, "Brother Peng. Are you there?" Quote. The wooden door opened, and Wu Jinpeng stood at the door with his hand on his forehead. "Boss, why are you here?" Quote. "You're injured." Chen Ge's tone changed instantly. He had not expected his employee to be injured inside his own haunted house, even though it was only a small bruise on his forehead. It's okay. I was too nervous when I opened the door and hit it." Did someone purposely block the door? Chen Ge's mind was sharp. He was familiar with the tricks of the haunted house designers. "Boss, don't worry about me. There were a few screams coming from the scenario just now. I'm not joking, it's like a pig being slaughtered. Hurry up and go take a look. I'm worried that something might happen." Quote. "You stay here, I'll be right back." The black fog on the street thickened. Chen Ge ran to the soundless home in one breath. He first glanced at the missing person notice next to the staircase, but the boy in the picture was nowhere to be seen. Where did Tong Tong go? Entering the stairwell, Chen Ge was sure that the black fog came from here. He pushed open the door of the first room and saw that all the furniture in the room was soaked in blood. It was as if the room had been bathed in blood. Finding the mirror on the ground, Chen Ge communicated with the student in the mirror, and the latter opened the red snail door. The black fog rolled out like a wave, and a middle-aged woman was lying on the steps. Due to excessive shock, she had lost consciousness. The black fog can evoke the deepest fear in a living person's heart. She entered the black fog without even experiencing a one-star scenario. It is already a miracle that she managed to escape to this place. Chen Ge dragged the middle-aged woman out of the tunnel and had the student's lingering spirit call for the doctor at the underground morgue. "Don't let them scare people. Come over here to take a look. There will probably be a few people fainting." Leading the other employees, Chen Ge came to the bottom of the tunnel. He picked up the chain that blocked the door from the ground. Obviously, someone purposely stopped the door from closing. They did not want the door to close. Pulling the black door open, Chen Ge did not walk far before he saw all the mannequins inside the hidden scenario go berserk. Endless curses and twisted memories attached to their bodies, turning these mannequins into a different kind of possession. It was as if they had a mind and life. What's going on? The ghost fetus scenario recorded the ghost fetus life. Now, these memories were all controlled by the red high heels. The curses and memories had all gone out of control, which meant that the red high heels' emotions were slightly unstable. Chen Ge called the woman's name softly. Perhaps hearing Chen Ge's voice, the black fog calmed down slightly, and the cursed monsters stopped trying to escape. Moving forward, Chen Ge soon saw the shadow of the red high heels. The bandages on her body had mostly loosened, and her skin that was covered in curses was exposed. There was a kind of beauty about this woman that could captivate one's soul, and it was very strange. Currently, the red high heels was standing in the middle of the black fog. Before her was a small figure, and behind the small figure were two fainted fatties. Why is Tong Tong with Liang and Liang San? Chen Ge hurried over. After asking around, he found out that it was Liang and Liang San who accidentally entered the hidden snow 5 minutes into the game and saw the red high heels, who was experiencing the ghost fetus memory. Initially, the red high heels did not want to talk to them, but they came to stand before the red high heels and even gave her some comments. The key was, if their comments were positive, like being shocked by the red high heels' beauty, then it would have been fine, but Liang said that it was disgusting. The cause of death of the red high heels was still a mystery, but she appeared to be a woman who loved beauty when she was alive. There was a hint in the Bloody Heart mission about her, "Am I beautiful?" In other words, Liang had stepped on a landmine. No wonder the red high heels would be angry. The difference between a top red specter and a normal person was too big. The red high heels did not even need to do anything. The curse in the black fog would be triggered by her anger, and it would automatically seek out the person who angered her and then draw out the deepest fear in their heart. In other words, Liang and Liang San had fainted from the fear in their hearts. Throughout the whole process, the red high heels only did one thing, and that was to look at them. After understanding what had happened, Chen Ge also thought that Liang and Liang San were really brave warriors. He gave Liang and Liang San a quick inspection. The red high heels did not deal too much damage to them. She merely wanted to teach them a lesson. After the red high heels calmed down, Chen Ge had her continue to guard the hidden scenario while he and Tong Tong left through the hidden tunnel. Tong Tong had been given quite a scare earlier. The child thought that the red high heels was going to start a massacre. To be able to open the hidden tunnel at Soundless Home, there must be someone very powerful among this group of visitors. Tong Tong, did you see who opened the hidden tunnel? Brother Xiao Jun, son Xiao Jun. Yes, yes. Chen Ge was confused. He did not tell Xiao Sun the location of the hidden tunnel or how to open it, but Sun Xiao Jun had magically opened the hidden tunnel within 5 minutes of the game's start and even sent the visitors from the same group into it. Is this the power of the cursed seed? Hearing Tong Tong's description, Chen Ge had a rough idea of what was going through Xiao Sun's mind. The man's intention was good, but the result that he had created was probably something that even Xiao Sun himself did not expect. A butterfly in the rainforest of South America, occasionally flapping its wings, might cause a tornado in North America 2 weeks later. And Xiao Sun was that butterfly that could cause a tornado. He was a simple-minded person, and it was this simplicity that allowed him to do very scary things without even realizing it. I appear to have underestimated the power of the cursed seed. No wonder he was purposely mentioned by the black phone. No wonder even the demon god ghost fetus gave up on Xiao Sun. Walking out from the stairwell, looking at the black fog that had spread throughout the ghost fetus scenario, Chen Ge did not panic. Instead, he came up with a new plan. The cursed seed, the cursed hospital, how come I feel like these two are somehow related to each other? Xiao Sun had indeed caused a certain degree of damage to the scenario, but Chen Ge would not blame Xiao Sun. As the manager, he needed to reflect on himself first. Everyone had their own role that was suitable for them, and Xiao Sun was no exception. If Xiao Sun only knew how to destroy and create misfortune, and he could not differentiate between friend and foe, then the ghost fetus would not have left him behind the door that was the core of his world. It was I who underestimated Xiao Sun's potential. He deserves a bigger stage. Walking down the street, Chen Ge continued to move forward. When he passed the haunted street, Chen Ge's heart skipped a beat. The haunted street was a scene that had been preserved from the world behind Yu Jian's door. Chen Ge had no idea why such a large world would only have this one street left. Later, he realized that it was probably because of Zhongya. This street that was preserved was the road that he and Zhongya had always taken. They had gone home together on this road, and they had parted on this road. The bus stop had recorded the moment of the two of them. The visitors wouldn't be so hysterical as to destroy the words and pictures on the platform, right? This sub-scenario had a different meaning for Chen Ge. He led Tong Tong and the other employees into the black fog. When they passed the platform, they saw the ground covered in blood and the drizzling rain. The memory about Zhongya is not destroyed, but something seems to have happened to the red raincoat. Not daring to stop, Chen Ge hurried to the white orphanage. He opened the hidden door and sighed in relief. Xiao Bu was hiding inside the white orphanage's secret room to make blood dolls. This specter who could unleash the power of a top red specter behind the door in Liwan City was not angered. Have you seen Sun Xiao Jun? Chen Ge asked softly. Xiao Bu stood up from the red quilt on the ground. He put down the dolls that he was holding and shook his head in confusion. Then it's fine. You can continue with your work. Looking at Xiao Bu, Chen Ge had the urge to go over and pat Xiao Bu on the head. Sometimes, he would have the illusion that Xiao Bu was like his own daughter or that Xiao Bu was very cute and otaku. He was about to leave when Xiao Bu grabbed Chen Ge's sleeve. The boy placed the blood dolls before Chen Ge. The faces of the two mannequins kept changing. In the end, they became similar to the two visitors from Xinhai. The man and woman stood facing each other. The man seemed to be talking to himself. The evil spirit will go out of control, and the blood rain will fall. As expected, no living person will be able to change the spirit, not even their children. The man's expression was cold, and he kept repeating this sentence. He seemed to have said something else, but Xiao Bu only recorded this sentence down. Xiao Bu, where did you hear this sentence from? Sitting on the red quilt, Xiao Bu changed into a more comfortable position. Her body collapsed in the corner, and she casually pointed above her head. The man and woman did not seem to expect a top red specter to hide all of her presence and lie alone in the underground secret room to make dolls. Understood. Chen Ge nodded and led the other employees away. Sun Xiaojun had hit the right target this time. There were indeed people with bad intentions mixed into the group of visitors, but he had done something that those people did not dare do. The visitors gathered at the entrance of the canteen. The blood rain fell on them. Ma Feng, who had realized the severity of the problem, had Sun Xiaojun walk first. Earlier, we heard the scream again. Fu Bol and Wei Chaochao are both top haunted house designers. What did they see that caused them to be so scared? Shangguan Qing Hong had been taken advantage of by Chen Ge before. He was also the first person to persuade Ma Feng to leave, but unfortunately, Ma Feng's personality was quite stubborn. We'll have to ask him that. He was the last person to come into contact with Wei Chaochao and Fu Bol. Ma Feng and the other visitors turned to look at Xiao Sun. To be honest, I really did not intend to harm anyone, but without realizing it, things have turned out this way. Xiao Sun had a bitter smile on his face. I also do not know why. Since I was young, whenever I tried my best to do something well, all kinds of accidents would happen. When I was in primary school, my mother said that if I could do well in the final exam, she would bring me to the biggest water park in Zhujiang. I tried my best, but there was an earthquake in eastern Zhujiang, and the water park was closed. When I was in middle school, to encourage me, my mother said that if I could do well in the exam, she would buy me a computer. But when the results were about to come out, the school caught on fire. Then, the computer brand closed down. Finally, I managed to get into university. I loved music, but of the singers that I admired, one quit the music industry because he sucked too much. One cheated and was on the hot search list for 3 days, and the last one disappeared. Until now, I have not been able to find him. I understood many things. In the end, I dropped out of school to pursue music on my own. I did not rely on anyone, and I did not communicate with anyone. I did not expect that I would end up moving into never mind, I will not talk about it anymore. After hearing about Sun Xiaojun's story, the visitors were shocked, but some of them thought that he was making up a story. The man and woman from Shanghai stood at the back of the group. The woman's expression was rather blank. She gripped the man's arm tightly like she was part of the man. The man was radiating coldness. He kept looking around, and he kept reaching his hand out from his pocket. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that there was a wound on his palm, and buried deep inside the wound was an eyeball. With his head lowered, the man mumbled softly to himself like he was reporting to someone. Chaos, blood, resentment, and curses permeating the air. A red specter cannot be perfectly controlled. Your worries are unfounded. Since this haunted house was opened, it has used many human souls as sacrifices. The doctor was worried that he had taken a different path, but in reality, this place is no different from our hospital. The only difference is that the skin has changed. The child did not grow up like his parents expected him to. He has turned into the person that he hated the most when he was young. Quote. The male visitor from Shanghai had his head lowered. His palms moved around surreptitiously like he was using the eyeball inside the wound to observe his surroundings. The black fog that contained curses drifted everywhere. Blood rain filled with hatred and murderous intent dripped down from the ceiling. Ghost faces that begged for mercy were everywhere. This place was like an apocalyptic scene from hell. If it is really as you have guessed, and all the ghosts willingly stayed at the haunted house, why would the ghosts in the black fog cry and beg to escape? I believe this haunted house is using red specters to enslave lingering spirits and baleful specters. He used part of the visitors' souls as a bargaining chip to make a deal with the red specters. He had the red specters consume the visitors' emotions. After stabilizing the red specters, he had the red specters use brute force to suppress the ghosts. This kind of despicable method is worse than us. Quote. The eyeball inside the wound on the man's palm moved a few times. The eye seemed to have seen what it wanted to see. It silently hid inside the depths of the man's flesh, and then the wound slowly closed, leaving behind only a thin line of blood. Why would the doctor think that someone can change a red specter? How can those monsters that feed on negative emotions, made from hatred, pain, and despair, be changed? What they hate the most is all good things, and what they like to do the most is to destroy all good things. Quote. Raising his head, there was excitement at the bottom of the man's eyes. He looked at the ghost fetus, chaotic scenario, and his thin lips curled into a smile. This is what a ghost's domain should be like. I'm afraid that the boy in the past is already enjoying the evil in human nature. The man held his girlfriend's hand like she was an emotionless doll. He stood at the back of the group and looked at the visitors who were still persevering with a sympathetic gaze. 40 RMB is indeed not that expensive, but what this haunted house really wants is not money but the visitors' lives. When they leave, they might be possessed by something else, and then they will die from some kind of accident. No one will link their misfortune to visiting the haunted house, and no one will report their death to the police. These are all things that the hospital has done. Haha, the dragon slayer has finally become a dragon. Quote. The male visitor from Shanghai appeared to have gotten the information that he needed. He started to prepare to leave. This place made him very uncomfortable. He had to sneak away before he was exposed. I've ventured deep into the tiger's den to obtain such important information. The doctor will continue to provide me with medicine, right? The man was only thinking about himself at that moment. He had no intention of reminding the other visitors. The distance between the couple and the rest of the group slowly widened. While Ma Feng and the rest's attention was focused on Xiao Sun, the two of them turned around and left. The black fog thickened. The man's eyes scanned the human faces on the wall, and he felt like he was looking at his past self. However, there was no sympathy in his eyes. Instead, there was a strong sense of disgust. Picking up their pace, when the couple exited the white orphanage and arrived at the haunted street, they slowly realized that something was wrong. The screaming faces in the black fog disappeared, and the surroundings became very quiet. It was as if something scarier than ghosts was lurking in the fog, and the painful cursed faces did not dare to cry out loud. Have I been exposed? The man dragged his girlfriend before him. He used his fingernails to cut open the wound on his palm as if trying to communicate with the eyeball. However, before he could awaken the eyeball, a figure appeared from inside the black fog. He was wearing a tattered uniform that was stained with blood. There was light makeup on his face. The makeup made him look even more handsome, but if one looked at him for too long, the face would look like a dead person. A very bad feeling rose in the man's heart. He placed one of his hands behind his back and adjusted his expression to make himself look no different from a normal visitor. Honey, be careful. He pretended to be protecting his girlfriend, but in reality, he was using the woman as a human shield. There were broken black threads crawling into the woman's body like worms on his arm. The person in the black fog finally walked to stand before them. When he got a good look at the face, the man was slightly flustered. To hide his anxiety, he volunteered to say, as the boss, why have you personally come to help us? Is a haunted house as famous as yours lacking manpower? Quote. We do not lack employees, but we are indeed lacking manpower. Chen Ge stood before the couple. The woman's expression was no longer blank. She hugged the man's arm with some fear. Looks like you two have made up. Inside the haunted house, you can experience fear that you don't have outside. Facing danger is the best way to test whether a person is trustworthy or not. So, if you love him, bring him to the haunted house to play. Quote. Chen Ge had a smile on his face, revealing his pearly white teeth. He flipped through the comic in his hands and casually walked past the couple. The man's heart continued to race until Chen Ge brushed past him. His heart fell back into his stomach, and his gaze darkened again. He had no idea why he was so afraid of Chen Ge. He did not dare express it in front of Chen Ge, but he cursed Chen Ge silently in his heart. He moved forward, and just as he was about to move forward, his palm suddenly started to bleed. The eyeball hidden inside the wound moved madly like it was urging him to leave as soon as possible. Before the man realized this, Chen Ge, who had just walked past him, suddenly stopped and looked at him with a smile. Facing danger is the best way to test whether a person is trustworthy or not. Have you faced danger today? The sickly tone, the scary smile. Just as Chen Ge said that, many baleful specters and red specters walked out from the black fog. It was then that the man realized that all of Chen Ge's baleful specters were hidden inside the comic. When he walked past him earlier, he had scattered all the baleful specters and red specters around him. The man's attention had been focused on Chen Ge, and it was only now that he realized what had happened. This man is too evil. The man lowered his head to look at his palm. He looked for help, but to his surprise, when he looked at his palm, the eyeball in the middle of his palm exploded on its own. Blood slid down the wound. The man stood where he was dumbfounded. It took him a moment to realize that he had been abandoned. The hospital had gotten the information that they wanted. To prevent exposing more of their secrets, they had voluntarily shattered the eyeball to cut off all the clues. This ruthlessness and decisiveness made people sigh in admiration. Everything could have been planned long ago. With the broken eyeball, the man had lost his support. Now that his escape route had been cut off, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. What should I do now? Being surrounded by multiple red specters, that was something that he could not enjoy. The eyeball had given up on the man. Now, he could only save himself. Fighting head-on would be suicide. He knew that Chen Ge was being protected by a demon god. His only chance of survival was to use the identity of a visitor. When he entered the haunted house, many people had seen him. The surveillance had captured him, and the other visitors knew about his existence. If he disappeared, the visitors would definitely notice. He could only bet on the fact that Chen Ge did not dare destroy his body inside the haunted house. He attached a part of his consciousness to the curse and hid it deep inside his brain. This way, even if Chen Ge allowed other specters to take over his body, he would still have a chance to turn the situation around. These things were taught to him by the cursed hospital. Unless it was the last resort, he would not use them. Mr. Chen, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly summon so many employees to target me and my girlfriend? The man took out his phone from his pocket and turned on the recording function. He aimed the camera at the people and specters around him. Don't cross the line. The man was now a visitor. He had no idea how he had been exposed, so he had no choice but to continue playing the role of a visitor. He hoped that Chen Ge was only suspecting him and did not have any concrete evidence. If it was just suspicion, any normal haunted house owner would not be so cruel as to kill the witness, right? Seeing the man holding up his phone to film him, Chen Ge's smile widened. He did not expect the people from the cursed hospital to have this trick up their sleeves. If I touch you, are you going to try to scam me again? Chen Ge had Tong Tong enter the man's phone. After confirming that the man was not live streaming online, his expression became even more relaxed. I hope this is just a misunderstanding. Please move aside. I am not going to continue the tour. The man's arm that held the phone was shaking. He tried his best to control himself, but facing so many specters and red specters, he could not control himself at all. You have bought my ticket, and you think you can stop the tour just because you say so. Do you think my haunted house is not scary enough? Chen Ge used his yin-yang vision to scan the couple. He wanted to find more information related to the cursed hospital from them. The man was stumped. After a long time, he said, "It is because it is too scary that I am not going to continue the tour. Even ghosts will find a haunted house scary. I have no idea what you are talking about." The man's tone turned urgent. He realized that the red specters and specters were slowly closing in, trapping him and his girlfriend in the middle. If you don't move aside, I am going to call the police. Call the police, call them now. Of course, call them now. Chen Ge wanted to pressure them to the limit to see what the cursed hospital would do, but the man either took out his phone to record them or called the police. This made Chen Ge quite speechless. A cruel, twisted ghost who had harmed who knew how many people, why was he pretending to be the victim? Cold sweat slid down the man's forehead. His eyes were bloodshot, and his teeth were gritted. In the end, his finger slid across the phone screen to call the police. You are really going to call them? The busy tone only rang twice before the call was picked up. Before the person on the other end of the phone could speak, the man shouted, "Come to Western Zhejiang's New Century Park's haunted house. The owner of the haunted house is forcing people to buy and sell. He is threatening and blackmailing the visitors inside the haunted house. This group of people is extremely cruel and evil. They have no respect for the police, and they are extremely arrogant. My name is Cha Wen. You have to remember that my name is Cha Wen." Quote. The man revealed the location and the target of the crime in a very short time. He even emphasized his name repeatedly, probably hoping that Chen Ge would be more cautious because of that. This time, not only Chen Ge, even the surrounding red specters and red specters had a strange expression on their faces. They all stared at the man called Cha Wen. "I have already called the police. The police will be here soon. If you let me out now, I will let this go. If you insist on being stubborn, I will make sure to teach you a lesson." The man raised the phone, but he did not forget to shield his girlfriend behind him. After all, he had to go all the way. "Are you sure you have called the correct number?" Chen Ge's voice drifted into the man's ears. "How could I possibly forget 3 numbers?" The man was about to retort when he slowly realized that something was wrong. There was no response from the other end of the phone. "Hello, hello, hello." Quote. The man screamed. Several seconds later, a child's voice came from the phone. "I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is busy. Please try again later, sorry." Hearing the child's voice, the man suddenly realized something, and he tossed the phone away. The phone fell to the ground, and the child's voice kept coming from it. "Looks like you are just a chess piece that has been sacrificed. You do not have much value." Chen Ge waved his hands and had the red specters beside him move to restrain Cha Wen and his girlfriend. Then, he sent Zhang Yi into their bodies. With Zhang Yi's help, many things that would have taken a lot of effort to solve became very easy. Several minutes later, Zhang Yi crawled out from the man's head. He brought some important information to Chen Ge. This couple from Xinhai, the man's name was Cha Wen, and the woman's name was Hua Meimei. They were both normal people, and there was nothing wrong with them. However, due to some reason, Cha Wen was possessed by patient 101 from that hospital. Patient 101 had done these things under the instruction of his attending doctor. Zhang Yi looked through patient 101's memory and realized that the patient knew a lot about the hospital. He had stayed at that hospital for almost 20 years. To prevent his soul from dissipating, he would do anything. This patient knew many secrets, and he knew how to use them to make deals. Many patients and doctors were in contact with him. Patient 101 was a treasure trove for Chen Ge, but unfortunately, patient 101's memory had been tampered with. When the eyeball in his palm exploded, patient 101's memory started to disappear at an alarming rate. He did not even realize it himself. The cursed hospital should have been prepared to abandon patient 101 before he came to the haunted house, and that was why they had made all these arrangements. However, these were just some fragments of memory, and they were already very helpful to Chen Ge. The hospital was scarier than anyone could imagine. When patient 101 was hospitalized 20 years ago, the hospital had already existed for a long time. No one knew when the hospital was established, and no one knew what it looked like in the beginning. Too much time had passed. Patient 101 could only remember that, at the time, the hospital director wanted to create a place without pain and despair. He treated the doctors and patients as family, but from that moment on, the director changed. He tore off the faces of his children and named them non-smilers. He even locked his other family members behind the door and turned those who dared to oppose him into medicine. Before patient 101's memory disappeared, Zhang Yi saw something else. For example, the cursed hospital was divided into day shift doctors and night shift doctors. The day shift doctors there were abnormal people, and the night shift doctors were ghosts who treated the patients. There were many day doctors at the cursed hospital, but there were only 10 night doctors. This number had not changed for a long time until a few days ago. The most senior night doctor had disappeared in Zhejiang. According to rumors, the doctor had gone to Zhejiang with the hospital director 20 years ago. He was one of the hospital director's most trusted night doctors. To investigate the reason for the doctor's disappearance, the cursed hospital tried their best to infiltrate Zhejiang through many different methods. Most of the people from the cursed hospital came to Zhujiang to find the night doctor, but there were a small number of patients with special powers who had other missions, like patient 101. His power was to hide his own presence. Even a top red specter who was possessed by him would not be able to see through his presence. Other than that, he could tell whether a person was lying or not based on their presence, and he could use their presence to confirm a person's location. Due to his special power, he was given an important mission by his attending doctor. The doctor had him pretend to be a visitor and sneak into the deepest part of the haunted house to see the real appearance of Chen Ge's haunted house. Patient 101's memory did not involve anything specific, and the memory related to Chen Ge's parents disappeared at the first moment. This showed how important the cursed hospital was to Chen Ge's parents. Actually, the cursed hospital was already very careful. The backup plan that they had prepared was very powerful. When the eyeball exploded, patient 101's memory started to disappear silently. If not for the fact that Chen Ge had Zhang Yi, a half-red specter who could read and delete memories, he probably would not have gotten any information related to the cursed hospital this time. It's not that bad. Even though patient 101 managed to get some information, he also revealed part of the cursed hospital's information to me. Chen Ge was about to have his workers remove patient 101 from Chao Wen's body when Zhang Yi told Chen Ge something else. The patient's garb and personal belongings of patient 101 were hidden inside Chao Wen's rented apartment in Zhujiang. He had a feeling that those things might be of help to Chen Ge. At that moment, Chen Ge could not leave the haunted house. He was worried that the cursed hospital would send more people in, so he had to stay inside the haunted house, or else if the red specters really got into a fight with those people, it would be a big problem. No matter what, he would not joke around with the tourists' lives. He could not leave the haunted house, but if he did not go and retrieve those things now, the people from the cursed hospital might come to their senses and take those things away with them. After giving it some thought, Chen Ge asked Zhang Yi to give the address to Bai Cholan. Then he asked him to go to the apartment to retrieve patient 101's belongings. Originally, Chen Ge wanted Meng Nan to go, but he couldn't find Meng Nan, so he could only ask Lao Bai to go. With patient 101's belongings and the part of patient 101's memory that I have already obtained, perhaps I can try to create a brand new patient 101. Chen Ge's eyes were glowing. The cursed hospital had prioritized the destruction of all the memories related to the cursed hospital. The small details of patient 101's daily life were the last to be erased. Chen Ge had already gotten to know patient 101's personality. All the patients at the cursed hospital only have numbers and no names. In other words, this patient 101 can be called Zhang San, Li Si, or even Sun Xiaojun. It was very difficult to get Sun Xiaojun to play the role of patient 101 perfectly. He had to have excellent acting skills and excellent mental fortitude. Combined with the fact that he did not have a script, he had to have a very strong ability to adapt to the situation. These were all things that Sun Xiaojun did not have, but coincidentally, these were the skills that Chen Ge and the other haunted house workers were good at. Looks like I'll need to give Sun Xiaojun some intensive training. I'll try to turn this unpolished jade into an unparalleled treasure. Chen Ge had a high regard for Sun Xiaojun. After all, Sun Xiaojun was someone that the ghost fetus in the black phone had acknowledged. He had personally experienced how special Sun Xiaojun was. As long as Sun Xiaojun was placed in a suitable position, he would be able to play a much bigger role than a red specter. The original patient 101 was slowly losing his memory. Chen Ge did not plan to kill him. He merely temporarily chased him out from Chao Wen's body and imprisoned him. Bring Chao Wen and his girlfriend to find the red high heels and help them clear the lingering curse in their bodies. Seeing Chao Wen being carried away, Chen Ge sighed. Spending 40 RMB to hire a top red specter to help him clear the curse in his body, isn't that a bit too low? After Chao Wen and his girlfriend left, Chen Ge immediately started to search for Sun Xiaojun. Lao Zhou, Duan Yu, and the other old employees followed closely behind him. The professional team officially took over the game. Did you guys hear something? Xiao Sun, who was surrounded by the group of visitors, suddenly turned to look behind him. There seemed to be a cry for help coming from deep inside the black fog. Don't try to distract us. Ma Feng had just said that when Shang Guan Hong silently pulled on his shirt. Director Ma, it really did sound like someone was crying for help earlier. It came from behind us. Shang Guan Hong also said that, and the visitors became alert. They turned back to look, and with a start, they realized that 2 more people had disappeared from the group. When did the couple disappear? This time, Ma Feng was really panicking. Minus the 3 people from the medical school, their group of 12 only had 4 people left. When and how those people disappeared, they had no idea. We've been focusing on Sun Xiaojun earlier and neglected to look behind us. Could the haunted house workers have used this opportunity to make their move? Shang Guan Hong tried to analyze the situation. When he entered this place, he had a bad feeling. As his friends disappeared one after another, that bad feeling was slowly turning into reality. The disappearance of the couple is different from the disappearance of Fu Bol and Wei Chao Chao. Sister Snake had a dark expression on her face. The people who disappeared earlier, be it Liang Liang San, Fu Bol, or Wei Chao Chao, all of them disappeared after they left our line of sight, but that couple disappeared several steps away from us. It's very difficult to make 2 living people disappear at such a close distance, unless they left on their own accord. Quote. What do you mean? I suspect that the couple from Shanghai might be the haunted house's workers in disguise. Sister Snake tried to think. Do you still remember the information about the haunted house that mentioned that there was a couple who died a horrible death inside the haunted house? Their souls wander around the various scenarios inside the haunted house, and they refuse to leave. But I remember that among the couple, the male's surname was Zhou, and he was on the older side. When we entered the scenario, I purposely checked the couple's disclaimer, and neither of them had the surname Zhou. The disclaimer is for the visitors. Naturally, the haunted house workers can write whatever they want. Perhaps they are using fake names. Sister Snake was able to maintain a clear mind. This woman was very impressive. Then what about Sun Xiaojun? Now that there are only the 4 of us left, we'd better not split up. Sister Snake stared at Sun Xiaojun for a long time until Sun Xiaojun started to feel guilty. Next, we should go find the people from Zhejiang University of Law and Medicine and meet up with them as soon as possible. But didn't Fu Bol say that they might not be the haunted house's visitors? After they left, there were still people disappearing on our side, so the disappearances of the visitors shouldn't have much to do with them. Other than that, think about what the few forensic doctors said at the beginning. They were indeed saying that for the sake of the whole team, but unfortunately, they were misunderstood by Fu Bol and Wei Chao Chao. Sister Snake finally understood. To clear this scenario, we have to take this gamble. If the forensic doctors are visitors, then we still have a chance to clear this scenario, but if they are also the haunted house's workers, then we have no choice but to accept our fate. When the 9 of them first entered the haunted house, they were full of confidence, but 20 minutes later, the few who were the most confident had already disappeared. We haven't seen any scare points, but the visitors are disappearing one after another. Are we playing the haunted house, or is the haunted house playing us? Ma Feng's brows were deeply furrowed. Ever since the black fog started to disperse, his brows had been locked together. A 4-star scenario is the highest difficulty, so it is normal for it to be toyed with. Sister Snake, on the other hand, was more open-minded. In any case, the situation has already turned out this way, so there is no need for us to complain. It is pointless. I just thought back to what the few forensic students said, and I discovered a very important point. What did you discover? Does it have anything to do with the exit? Shang Guan Hong leaned over. The person called Zuo Han said that the black fog is similar to the circle of death in games. If we stay in the black fog for too long, bad things will happen to us. Think about it. Liang and Liang San, who disappeared at the beginning, were the first people to come into contact with the black fog. The disappearance of the couple and Fu Bol after that was probably because they stayed in the black fog for too long. Sister Snake relied on the few clues she had to analyze the situation. The black fog is a bad omen. If we do not wish to end up like them, we have to leave the black fog as soon as possible. Then, let's not waste any more time. We need to leave as soon as possible, Shang Guan Hong urged. The black fog continues to spread, and in the end, the whole scenario is shrouded in fog. There is no escape. Now, The only way to get out of this situation is to find the hidden path. Liang Er and Liang San disappeared inside the room, so they must have found the hidden path, but the hidden path is a one-time use item, so we need to find a new hidden path. Sister Snake sighed. The black fog is just the first test. Perhaps the real game will only start after we enter the hidden path. The difficulty of this haunted house is indeed a bit too much. It is not a place that normal visitors can visit. Stop wasting time. We need to find the hidden path and the forensic students now. Ma Feng glanced at Sun Xiaojun, who was standing where he was. You should come with us. Oh, okay. The remaining 4 visitors left the canteen in a hurry. Since the place was also shrouded in black fog, they skipped the canteen scenario and ran down the street. One had to admit that due to various reasons, these few visitors made a very correct decision. Not long after they left, the door to the canteen opened, and Wei Chaochao and Fu Bol collapsed at the door. Then, a woman in a red raincoat, a child in a bloody shirt, and a fat man in a red school uniform and a chef's hat walked out from the canteen. The 3 people were burning with anger, and they chased after the few remaining visitors. About half a minute later, Chen Ge and a few older employees arrived. They split out some people to send Wei Chaochao and Fu Bol to the underground morgue, and the rest of them followed behind the 3 red specters. The black fog spread very fast. To not stay in the black fog for too long, the few visitors ignored the few scenarios along the way and reached the end of the voiceless small town. On the dim street, on the left was a half-buried maternal and child hospital, and on the right was a residential building that was painted black. These 2 sub-scenarios were the scariest building behind Wu Sheng's door, and the other was the scariest building behind Ying Tong's door. Compared to these 2 sub-scenarios, the soundless home could only be considered a beginner. Which one should we choose? Quick, before the black fog arrives, we need to make a decision. Ma Feng looked at Shangguan Qinghong and Sister Snake, and the 2 could not make up their minds either. The place with the most deaths in this small town is the hospital. We should choose the residential building next to it. The 3 soon came to a consensus, and then the 3 of them had Sun Xiaojun lead the way. Why don't you guys reconsider? Xiao Sun knew that this dark residential building was actually the Spire of Darkness. This sub-scenario was very unique. Just like how the soundless home could absorb sound, the Spire of Darkness could absorb light. Those who entered would slowly lose their sight and experience despair in the deepest part of the darkness. Even Chen Ge had almost died in this scenario, much less these visitors. Because he knew that this scenario was dangerous, the considerate boss, Chen Ge, purposely placed an exaggerated number of lingering spirits and baleful specters in the Spire of Darkness to protect the visitors. Most of the lingering spirits and specters that he had obtained from the Ghost Fetus mission were inside the Spire of Darkness. This way, even if the visitors lost their sight and could not see anything, they would not be injured from bumping into something. When they fell into darkness, every visitor would be followed by at least a few lingering spirits. This is your choice. It has nothing to do with me, Sun Xiaojun grumbled as he led the way into the Spire of Darkness. The dark corridor appeared to have no end. A strange moldy smell came from the corners of the walls, and occasionally, one could hear the meowing of a cat. The voice-activated lights above them flickered, and the entrance behind them became blurry. Have you guys noticed that the light in this building is slowly weakening? Sister Snake looked at the light from her phone and felt that something was off. Perhaps it's just a psychological effect. Let's not waste any more time. We need to find the hidden path. Ma Feng and Shangguan Qinghong opened one door after another. Their full attention was focused on finding the hidden path, so they did not notice that the meowing of the cats was getting louder, like something extremely dangerous was approaching them. The steel door at the end of the corridor had been closed, and the voice-activated lights in the corridor flickered several times before suddenly going off. The voice-activated light went off, and the corridor was instantly plunged into darkness. When Ma Feng walked out from the room with his phone, he was stunned. He stomped his feet and shouted again, but the voice-activated light above his head did not come on again. Raising the phone, he shone it at the voice-activated light, and the light from the phone was slowly dimming. What's going on? A shadow was approaching him. Ma Feng lowered his voice and turned around to ask, Sister Snake. It's me, Sun Xiaojun. The familiar voice appeared beside him, but the appearance of his teammate did not give Ma Feng any sense of security. If anything, it only made him more anxious. Did you notice that the light from your phone is dimming? Ma Feng reached out with one hand to hold the wall. The darkness made him anxious. So, the light from your phone is also dimming. Looks like there's something wrong with our eyes. That gave me quite a fright. I thought my phone was broken. Quote. Hearing what Sun Xiaojun said, Ma Feng's frown deepened. There were not many normal people among the group of visitors. Based on his memory, he held the phone and scanned the surroundings, looking for Shangguan Qinghong and Sister Snake. Every time the phone shook, the light would dim a little. Brother Ma, Shangguan Qinghong, I think we should leave this scenario for now. Sister Snake walked out from the room next door. I cannot imagine someone would dare create a completely dark scenario inside a haunted house. This is no longer a haunted house visit, this is challenging the physical and psychological limits. We have all underestimated the madness of the haunted house's boss. As Sister Snake spoke, she walked back the way she came. She did not want to stay there for even a second longer. But if we don't look for the hidden path in this scenario, we'll have to go to the maternal and child hospital next door. The hospital will be the place with the most deaths in this small town. The haunted house's boss arranged these two scenarios to be the last, which means that the two scenarios should be equally scary. Shangguan Qinghong also walked out from the room behind Ma Feng. He seemed to be looking for something earlier. Furthermore, we've already wasted some time in this scenario. When we run to the other scenario, perhaps the black fog will reach us, and then the difficulty will increase. There is no comparison between the visible and the invisible. You'd better listen to me. Sister Snake revealed her domineering side. No matter what Shangguan Qinghong said, she stubbornly prepared to leave. Even though Shangguan Qinghong's thoughts were different from Sister Snake's, he was more inclined to trust Sister Snake's judgment at a time like this. The three of them brought Sun Xiaojun back the way they came. Unknowingly, the light emitted by the phone could only illuminate the area 1 or 2 meters in front of them. After taking a few more steps, all three of their phones seemed to run out of battery at the same time, and the light disappeared without any warning. Darkness descended, and there was not a single ray of light. The three visitors felt like their bodies were frozen, and they were all rooted to the spot. Don't panic. Let's hold each other's hands. The exit is not far away. Let's leave this place first. Sister Snake became the backbone of the team at this crucial moment. Actually, ever since she entered Chen Ge's haunted house, she had not spoken a single word. She had been observing Chen Ge's haunted house, and the more she looked at it, the more shocked she became. Be it the gameplay or the setting of scare points, Chen Ge's haunted house was different from other haunted houses on the market. He walked a path that normal people would not be able to replicate. Sister Snake also had a vague understanding of why Chen Ge's haunted house was so popular, but she felt like she had understood it too late. Don't move. Everyone, reach out and grab each other's hands. People will become weak and helpless in the dark, so the four of us must not be separated from each other. Sister Snake was very forceful, and she started to give orders directly. I hope everyone can understand that we are just visiting a haunted house, and there will be no danger. Don't panic. Quote. Even though Ma Feng was not used to listening to other people's orders, under these circumstances, he still obediently followed Sister Snake's orders and grabbed the wrist of the person next to him. Everyone needs to get used to the darkness. Since we have lost our sight, our other senses will become more active. The haunted house boss might use other methods to scare us, like sound or touch. Sister Snake also grabbed the hands of the two people next to her. Who is on my left? Me. Shangguan Qinghong's hands were sticky from the cold sweat. He was quite embarrassed, but Sister Snake did not mind that. Who is on my right? It's me, Sun Xiaojun answered softly. The four confirmed their positions. They stood in a row. Sun Xiaojun stood on the far right, and Ma Feng stood on the far left. Let's get closer, and we'll just walk forward like this. Before we came here, I've inspected the place. The haunted house boss is probably worried that there might be random objects in the dark that might trip us, so the corridor is quite clean. We just need to move forward without any worry. The few visitors followed Sister Snake's orders and started to move forward, but they only took a few steps before they ran into a problem. Do you hear that shrill meow of a cat? This sound seems to have been there since we entered this place, and it feels like it's getting closer and closer to us. Just as Shangguan Qinghong said that, he suddenly felt something brush against his leg. The smooth fur caused goosebumps to rise all over his body, and his body froze where he was. Someone touched my leg. The four of them held each other's hands. When one of them stopped, the others had no choice but to stop as well. Are you sure it's a human? Did you step on something? Quote. It feels like hair. It's real. Everything before his eyes was dark. Shangguan Qinghong had no idea what had touched him. Based on the feeling on his leg, many scary images appeared in his mind. Don't stop. Keep moving forward. Sister Snake pulled on Shangguan Qinghong's arm. It's just a touch. It's not like you lost a piece of flesh. Why are you screaming like that? Compared to Sister Snake, Shangguan Qinghong was more like a bullied bride. He did not want to argue with Sister Snake at a time like this. Deep in his heart, he knew that Sister Snake was right. The cat's meowing became louder, and there were other noises mixed in with the meowing, like the sound of the front door slowly opening and the sound of nails scratching against the iron handrail. I feel like the cats are urging us to run for our lives. Perhaps there are a few cats surrounding us now. Sun Xiaojun started to analyze the situation out of habit. This is the first time I've heard of a haunted house using cats as actors. Sister Snake shook her head. She could not see anything in the dark. The cat's meowing is pre-recorded. There are at least 10 stereo players installed in this scenario. The purpose is to create an atmosphere of urgency through the increasingly shrill meowing of the cats. The fur that Shangguan Qinghong touched earlier should be fake cat fur. The haunted house's boss designed this to increase the authenticity of the scene. Without our sight, the world will no longer be real, and we will be easily misled. At a time like this, we have to remain calm. Quote. The four of them said they were calm, but in reality, they were moving very slowly. Compared to them, it was clear that Chen Ge's courage and difficulty in running in the dark had not been easy. Why aren't we there yet? I don't remember the exit being so far away from us. Shangguan Qinghong's legs were weak. He was old, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was at his limit. In the dark, we will gradually lose our sense of distance, time, and direction. Now, the only thing we can do is keep our hearts steady and not waver. We just need to keep moving forward. Sister Snake kept encouraging the others, but in reality, she was also encouraging herself. The exit did not appear. Hope slowly shattered, and despair started to eat away at the visitors' hearts. The visitors became more and more vulnerable, and at that moment, an extremely shrill meow came from between Shangguan Qinghong and Sister Snake's shoulders. It was as if a cat had used its life to give them a warning at the last moment of its death. The sudden scream gave Shangguan Qinghong, who was already on the verge of a mental breakdown, a fright. He followed suit and screamed. Then, his body instinctively let go of his teammate's hands. He raised both of his arms to touch his ears. Don't let go. Sister Snake was also quite spooked, but she quickly recovered and yelled at Shangguan Qinghong, don't let go. It feels like the cat has died on my shoulders. Shangguan Qinghong took a deep breath. His arms moved left and right to grab the hands next to his body. Stop wasting time. Hurry up and grab our hands. Maintain the formation and keep moving forward. Sister Snake was angry, but her anger was more to hide the fear in her heart. But I've already grabbed your hands, haven't I? Once Shangguan Qinghong said that, everyone was stunned. Then, an indescribable fear enveloped every one of them. You have already grabbed my hands. Sister Snake raised her hands to her eyes. She whipped her body around, but she could not see anything. Be careful. There's a haunted house worker standing next to us. Quote. At that moment, the most conflicted person in his heart was Shangguan Qinghong. He could not let go, but he could not let go either. The key was that he desperately wanted to know whose hands he was grabbing. His Adam's apple trembled, and Shangguan Qinghong whispered, What should I do? The air seemed to freeze. None of the four visitors spoke. In the end, it was Sister Snake who recovered first. Keep moving forward. Now, only by moving forward would there be hope of leaving this place. If they messed up the direction, everything would be over. You want me to hold this unknown person's hand and walk the whole way? Shang Guanqinghong's heart was about to jump out of his chest. He felt a chill coming from his palm. That was not the hand of a living person. It felt like he was holding a piece of frozen meat. That's the only thing we can do now. Just be patient. Ma Feng also opened his mouth to persuade him. He leaned against the wall and slowly moved his feet. The darkness has caused us to lose our sight, but even if we can't see, the location of the exit will not change. So, as long as we are not disturbed by external objects, we will definitely be able to leave this place. Quote. Just as Ma Feng said that, his fingertips that were holding the wall suddenly felt a chill. It felt like a block of ice had formed on the wall. He curled his finger and touched the protruding part of the wall. This curve and the touch, it feels like a nose and a mouth. There was a cold human face on the wall. His finger bounced back like it had been electrocuted. Ma Feng subconsciously moved away from the wall and dodged to the side. But the corridor was only so wide, and he knocked into Shang Guanqinghong. At that moment, Shang Guanqinghong's nerves were stretched taut. He was holding the ghost's hand in the completely dark haunted house, and his heart was filled with fear. His full attention was placed on that hand. The slightest movement would cause him to explode, much less when Ma Feng suddenly knocked into him. The two men, whose ages added up to almost 80 years old, screamed at the same time. The sound of collisions echoed in the darkness. It did not sound like four people were walking side by side, it sounded more like a group of people had surrounded the four blind people. In the midst of the pushing and shoving, Sister Snake was knocked down, and she was extremely anxious. Sitting on the ground, her hands gripped her clothes tightly as she tried her best to find the direction. It was fine to argue, and it was fine to have a ghost following them. As long as they knew the correct direction, they would eventually be able to leave this place. But after a series of pushing and shoving, Sister Snake's last hope was dashed. She sat on the ground, feeling like the exit was on her left, but at the same time, she felt like the exit was on her right. It's over. Ma Feng and Shang Guanqinghong were panicking as well. The two of them called Sister Snake's name loudly as they reached out to search in the darkness. Sister Snake, is that you? Shang Guanqinghong had already let go of the hand that he was holding earlier. He did not dare move too much, afraid that he might accidentally attract the attention of the haunted house's workers that might be around them. Hearing Shang Guanqinghong's voice, Sister Snake did not even have the energy to answer. She wanted to curl up in the corner and quietly melt into the darkness alone. There is no light around us. We cannot see anything, and theoretically speaking, the haunted house's workers should not be able to see anything either. Could it be that they are wearing night vision goggles? At the end of the day, Ma Feng had been through a lot. Even though he was quite confused, he still tried his best to use his knowledge to solve this problem. If we can snatch the workers' night vision goggles, then this scenario will be a piece of cake for us. Brother Ma, when we are visiting a haunted house, we can still snatch other people's equipment. Sun Xiaojun's voice floated from not far ahead. Of course, when the boss of this haunted house came to visit our theme park, he robbed many things. The mention of the past made Ma Feng's teeth itch with hatred. The fear in his heart had been mostly chased away. The four of us must not separate from each other. Come over and grab my hand. Ma Feng reached out toward the direction where Shang Guanqinghong and Sister Snake had come from. Moments later, two cold hands gripped Ma Feng's hand. Before he could react, there was another shrill meow. All the doors to the rooms on this floor were flung open. Ma Feng felt his arms being pulled by a force. Before he could resist, he was pulled into one of the doors. Ah! Brother Ma! Brother Ma! Shang Guanqinghong immediately screamed when he heard the scream. He groped toward the spot where Ma Feng had been standing earlier. His fingertips touched soft skin and something that looked like blood. Brother Ma! His hands opened wide, and Shang Guanqinghong realized with shock that the person standing before him was a monster that was so fat that it was deformed. He did not dare speak anymore. His fingers were shaking. He silently placed one of his hands under his nose, and the thick stench of blood filled his nostrils. Who is this? His legs could not stop shaking. Shang Guanqing Hong knew that the person covered in blood was definitely not Ma Feng. It was a monster with a body that was completely different from a normal person. As the smell of blood thickened, his body started to retreat instinctively. When his mental endurance reached its limit, he screamed for Sister Snake to run and then turned to run. At the same time, someone grabbed Sister Snake's hand. When Shang Guanqing Hong called out her name, it felt like Shang Guanqing Hong was trying to drag Sister Snake away with him. She could not see anything in the dark. Sister Snake could only hear Shang Guanqing Hong's heavy breathing and footsteps. She did not have time to think before she was pulled up by the person, and they started to stumble in the dark. Hey! Stop running around. Sister Snake wanted to remind Shang Guanqing Hong that his teammates had not caught up, but Shang Guanqing Hong was already scared out of his wits. When a person could not see the light, they would become incredibly fragile, and the fear in their heart would be magnified infinitely. Shang Guanqing Hong rolled and crawled down the corridor. The strange thing was, whenever he was about to run into the wall or trip over something, a pair of hands would appear before him to protect him from injury. Normally, this meant that someone was protecting him, but Shang Guanqing Hong had completely lost the ability to think. He ran in the dark, and suddenly, a pair of hands appeared before him to stop him. He, who did not know the truth, only felt more fear. He changed his direction or angle and continued to run. Shang Guanqing Hong did not dare stop for even a moment. It was as if as long as he ran fast enough, the ghost would not be able to catch up to him. After being stopped for more than 10 times, Shang Guanqing Hong touched the railing of the staircase, and he finally stopped moving. There is a staircase in such a dark place. Shang Guanqing Hong did not dare imagine what would happen if he missed his step. His heart was in a complete panic. His fingers gripped the railing with shaking hands, and Shang Guanqing Hong did something that no one expected. He sat on the ground, reached out his hands, and used one hand to push himself off the ground. Just like that, he started to slide down the stairs. The boss of Xinhai's biggest haunted house, Shang Guanqing Hong, who had seen many big scenes, was using this method to get down the stairs. At that moment, even the hands that were about to stop him stopped. Shang Guanqing Hong, what are you doing? Sister Snake heard the strange noise and asked loudly. Go downstairs. In such a dark environment, it was too dangerous to walk down the stairs. Sister Snake was very reluctant, but she did not have a better idea. She grabbed the handrail, squatted down, and moved down. During the entire process, her arm was held by someone. The people who were with her were protecting her and preventing her from falling. The speed at which Sister Snake descended the stairs was very slow. Since she had suddenly lost her eyesight, she had to be very careful with every step she took. Throughout the entire process, that hand had been supporting her. Thanks, Qinghong. Sister Snake was slightly younger than Shang Guanqing Hong. In the beginning, she looked down on Shang Guanqing Hong, but she did not expect that at such a critical moment, Shang Guanqing Hong would not abandon her and run away alone. That touched her a little. What did you say? Moments later, Shang Guanqing Hong's voice came from the next floor. In that short amount of time, Shang Guanqing Hong had used his own method to slide down to the next floor. Hearing Shang Guanqing Hong's voice, Sister Snake's face instantly turned green. She knew that the person who had been supporting her was not Shang Guanqing Hong. Her shaking arms grabbed the hand that was supporting her. It was cold to the bone. Her hand continued to move downward until it touched the small flower on her dress. The sticky blood had coagulated at the edge of the dress, and there was some animal hair mixed in with it. Before Sister Snake's hand moved away from the dress, she felt an itch beside her ear like there was a strand of hair touching her ear. Shivering, Sister Snake really wanted to reach out to touch her ear, but a gust of cold air blew past her earlobe. When I first lost my eyesight, my best friend accompanied me down the stairs like this. I used to think that she was my best friend. The resentful voice crawled into Sister Snake's ears. Her scalp went numb, and her whole body froze. My best friend cooks for me and takes care of me. We are best friends who can talk about anything. In fact, I even wanted to give Ah Ming to her. I thought that she was the kindest and cutest girl in the world. I regretted accepting Ah Ming's confession when we were at school. I liked Ah Ming, but I knew that she liked Ah Ming as well. Quote. The woman's voice echoed in Sister Snake's ears. The voice came closer and closer until it felt like the person who was speaking was leaning on her back, and her lips were right next to her ear. Ah Ming left me, and I believe he had another woman. Now, only my best friend is with me. She treats me very well. Even though she has a new boyfriend, she is still willing to come and take care of me every day. I feel sorry for her, but she does not care about the bad things that I have done in the past. She said that she is willing to be my eyes. Our relationship is even better than before. I share my feelings with her and we even record everything in our diaries. We take all kinds of photos together. Every time, my best friend dresses me up beautifully. She says that I'm the prettiest girl in school, just like when I was in school. I was so lucky to have met such a good friend until one day. The woman's voice was bone-chilling. That day, she came home very late. She appeared to have drunk a lot. She used the key to open my room door and said that she wanted to take me out for a walk. I could smell the alcohol on her, so I wanted her to rest and not wander off, but she rudely interrupted me and dragged me out of the room. I was still in my pajamas. I resisted subconsciously, but she grabbed my hair and pinned my body down. She told me that she had broken up with her boyfriend that day, and she told me to stay away from her. That scary tone was completely different from her usual self. After we left home, she forced me to go upstairs. I was very afraid, but she kept holding my hand, just like now. Sister Snake felt like her arm was being controlled by a force, and her body started to lean forward. She never told me what she was going to do. It was not until we reached the top of the building that she suddenly grabbed my hair and leaned into my ear to ask me something. She said that she hated me. It started when we were at school, and it continued until now. I didn't know why she hated me until she pushed me down the stairs. When I opened my eyes again, I saw myself lying on the stairs with my head bleeding. When I found out that the diary that recorded our lives was filled with words like, die, die, bitch, die. Go to hell, bitch. I didn't know why she hated me until she pushed me down the stairs. Only then did I realize that we were not good friends. I was willing to be with her, who was lonely and ugly, because she could set off my beauty. She was willing to be friends with me, who was much prettier than her, because she wanted to see me gradually become uglier than her. Quote. Sister Snake's face was gently lifted up. At that moment, Sister Snake's whole body was tense. She could feel a face sticking to her in the dark. By the way, I forgot to tell you one thing. That day, she broke up with her boyfriend because Ah Ming was about to get married. Unfortunately, the bride was neither me nor her. Ha 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 ha. Quote. A chilling and shrill laugh echoed in her ears. Sister Snake felt like there were countless hands grabbing at her, trying to drag her down into the abyss. Don't come any closer. Help, help. Quote. It was dark, and she could not see anything. There was only endless fear and a human heart that was darker than the darkness itself. After Sister Snake screamed for help a few times, her body collapsed to the ground. Shangguan Qinghong, who was downstairs, had no idea what had happened. When he heard Sister Snake's scream for help, he quickly slid down the stairs. His pants were torn, and his butt hurt, but he did not care about it at all. His heart was completely dominated by fear. He felt like he was surrounded by arms and cold dead people. His lips made unconscious noises. Shangguan Qinghong had never felt so hopeless before. He crawled aimlessly in the dark. He could not see the light, and he had no idea what was around him. There was no hope, no direction, and he did not even know where he was. Just how big is this place? Let me out. I give up. I give up. Quote. Fear crushed Shangguan Qinghong. He crawled to the ground and cried at the top of his lungs, but to his despair, only his own voice could be heard around him. No one appeared, and there was no flickering of light. It was like he had been tossed into the depths of the ocean, and he was slowly sinking. Shangguan Qinghong suddenly had difficulty breathing. His chest was constricted. He screamed like a madman, and he cried until his voice became hoarse. Finally, he was knocked down by an arm that was as dry as firewood. A normal person would not even last 3 minutes in this kind of absolute darkness. How did the boss manage to save Ying Tong from the world behind the door? He not only did not break down in this absolute darkness, he even managed to avoid the pursuit of the murderous demon. In fact, I believe he even gave the murderous demon a blow on the head. Mr. Wood controlled the crumbling Shangguan Qinghong. After helping him activate the protective system to prevent him from fainting, he silently left. Sister Snake and Shangguan Qinghong's screams came one after another. Ma Feng crawled behind the door and did not dare move. Compared to the horror that this haunted house brought, the haunted house at the futuristic theme park was indeed like a child's play. This kind of realism was hard to replicate with current technology. Should I give up? His fingers tightened. Ma Feng was an extremely stubborn person. He did not want to admit that he was weaker than others. Brother Ma, we can leave now. The ghosts appear to have left already. Sun Xiaojun's voice appeared next to Ma Feng. Before the horde of ghosts arrived, Sun Xiaojun had dragged Ma Feng into the room next door. Xiao Sun, how did you know there would be ghosts coming? I came to this conclusion based on the meowing of the cats. I've been wondering why the cats kept meowing, and the sound was getting closer and closer. It felt like someone was chasing after the cats. Sun Xiaojun's voice was low as he started to analyze the situation. I understand now. Ma Feng sighed. I have hired so many top designers, but they are not as good as a normal visitor like you. Xiao Sun, I think I have misunderstood you. How should I put this? This haunted house is very powerful. I'd advise you not to go against it in the future. Xiao Sun was a kind person. He believed that if he could persuade Ma Feng, without shedding any blood, and make Ma Feng realize his mistake, then it would be very beneficial to the haunted house. In other words, he would have one less enemy. From your tone, it sounds like you know a lot about this haunted house. Are you really one of the workers here? Ma Feng lowered his head. His eyes were dark, but his voice was gentle and kind. I am not one of the workers here, but I like to visit this haunted house, so I know a little about it. If you stop targeting the haunted house in the future, I can help you find a way out, but don't even think about clearing the scenario. That is almost impossible. Xiao Sun was very sincere. This haunted house is too scary. Even if I had 10 guts, I wouldn't dare come here again. The boss is a genius. To be able to run a haunted house to this level, Ma Feng, am impressed. Even though he said that, there was a trace of viciousness in his eyes. Ma Feng knew that the workers might be able to see his expression, so when he spoke, he kept his head lowered. Okay, then I will try my best to bring you out. You have to follow me closely. 10 seconds later, Xiao Sun opened the door. The ghosts have left. Quick, we need to stick close to the door. If there's any danger, hide inside the room immediately. Quote. The two moved forward, touching the wall. When they were about to reach the stairs, the cats started to meow again. Sun Xiaojun grabbed the panicking Ma Feng and crawled into the room next door. The cats stopped, and the two exited the room and entered the stairs. After repeating this several times, they finally arrived at the second floor underground. The cats started to meow again. Sun Xiaojun and Ma Feng were already experienced. The two of them moved to the room next door and hid inside it. This scenario might look difficult, but it's actually very simple if you understand the pattern. When the cats meow, it means that the ghosts are coming. At that time, we only need to hide in the room next door. A condescending smile appeared on Ma Feng's lips. Now we only need to wait for the cats to stop meowing before we leave. That's right. Sun Xiaojun nodded. The ghosts do not appear to be able to enter the room. Ha! Before Sun Xiaojun's voice died away, the door in front of them was opened. In the darkness, the two stood where they were like their bodies were frozen. Ma Feng did not even dare to breathe. He slowly squatted down and slowly retreated along the wall. He realized that there seemed to be another door behind him, and he silently retreated into it. His palms touched the bed frame and the armoire. Ma Feng crawled to the ground and silently hid under the bed. The cat's meowing did not weaken. If anything, it became more urgent. The ghosts seemed to have entered the room. Unable to see anything, Ma Feng did not dare call out Sun Xiaojun's name. He crawled under the bed alone. The cat's meowing got closer and closer. Finally, they seemed to have followed him into the bedroom, and they were right in front of him. How come I feel like what Xiao Sun said is wrong? These cats do not appear to be here to warn us that the ghosts are approaching. If anything, it feels like they are here to inform the ghosts and purposely expose our location. Several seconds later, the cat's meowing suddenly disappeared. Ma Feng was still crawling under the bed. He slowly moved his body toward the door, and suddenly, there was an itch in his ear like he had touched something. He turned his head around, and his fingers went there. His hair curled around his hand. He touched a cold human face. The person was tied under the bed, and they were facing each other. Ma Feng's shaking fingers held the cold face lightly. Strands of hair fell on the man's eyes and lips. The realistic feeling caused his heart to skip a beat. Blood slid down the tip of his hair and dripped on his lashes. At that moment, he felt like he was not inside a haunted house but was forced to hide with the dead to hide from the killer. The stench of blood permeated the air. In the silence, one could hear the sound of breathing. Ma Feng had no idea where the killer was. Perhaps the monster with bloody hands was squatting beside him. Moving his body with difficulty, Ma Feng slowly let go of his hands. He was about to leave when someone suddenly lifted the bed frame. The rope fell off, and the dead body that was tied under the bed fell directly on Ma Feng's face. Ah! His arms and legs were twisted into strange shapes. Blood and broken limbs intertwined with each other. This first intimate contact with an unknown body caused Ma Feng to go crazy. He pushed against the ground and used both his arms and legs to crawl out of the room, but as soon as he lifted his head knocked into the headboard. With a loud crash, the bed frame shook. Ma Feng's head was spinning. Just as he was about to fall, he was caught by someone. "Brother Ma, are you all right?" Xiao Sun held the bed frame with one hand and supported Ma Feng with the other. He had also been given a fright earlier. Holding his head, Ma Feng's lips were shaking, and he could not say a word for a long time. The fear brought by the darkness was indescribable. Being unable to see anything, even the most common things in this place could cause panic. Should I give up now? Ma Feng gritted his teeth. He pulled at his hair furiously as he scanned the darkness around him. Perhaps the Chen man is hiding in the surveillance room, watching me. He stared at my pathetic state and laughed to his heart's content. He is waiting for me to give up, waiting for me to beg him to take me away. His fingers tightened, and Ma Feng refused to give up. "Brother Ma, cheer up. Even though this haunted house is very difficult, we still have a chance to escape." Sun Xiaojun looked at Ma Feng's swollen head, and there was a trace of regret in his heart. If he had not moved to lift the bed frame, the body would not have fallen. "Brother Ma, don't give up. Life is like a cup of tea. It might be bitter for a while, but it will not last forever." Quote. "Are you consoling me?" Ma Feng forced a smile. "Don't worry, I am not that easily defeated." The two of them supported each other and made their way back to the living room. However, before they could walk out of the room, the shrill meowing of cats came from the corridor again. "Why are you here again?" Hornet's forehead was covered in sweat. He leaned against the wall and felt his way to the door of the other bedroom. This time, he opened the door a crack. After entering, he closed the door with a backhand. "I should be the only one in the house." Ma Feng could not care less about Xiao Sun's life or death. He squatted behind the door and covered his nose and mouth, silently waiting for the cats to disappear. After waiting for a whole minute, the cold sweat on Ma Feng's forehead slid down the bridge of his nose to his chin. Not only did the cat's meowing not disappear, it started to appear inside the room that he was in, and the meowing grew louder and louder. It sounded like more than one cat had entered the room. Why? How did they get in? Quote. Ma Feng felt as if he was surrounded by cats. These cats seemed to be being cruelly harmed, and their cries were shrill and terrifying. He wanted to hide in the corner, but when he moved his feet, he realized that there was something soft under his shoes. The room appeared to be carpeted. A bad feeling rose in his heart. Ma Feng reached out to touch the carpet under his feet. The cat hair and blood had congealed together to form lumps. The whole room appeared to be filled with the bodies of these cats that had been cruelly murdered. A chill rushed from his back to his head. Ma Feng tried his best to rub his hands against his body. He wanted to get rid of the cat hair and blood that were stuck to his fingertips. His disgust seemed to agitate the dead cats even more. Resentment gathered in the room, and the pile of cat hair that was piled up under his feet suddenly moved. Cats that appeared to be already dead crawled out from the pile of cat hair. Their eyes blinked in the darkness, and the wounds left behind by the villains were bleeding profusely. Ma Feng felt his body slowly sinking. He felt like he was about to be swallowed by the bodies of these wild cats. Help! Help me! Xiao Sun! Help me! Quote. Endless darkness swallowed him whole. One dead cat after another leapt onto his body, and the cat carcasses piled on top of him. Screaming at the top of his lungs, Ma Feng could no longer maintain his composure. Every cell in his body was screaming for help. Bang! The door was pushed open, and a pair of hands dragged Ma Feng out from the pile of cat carcasses. Brother Ma, why did you run into that room alone again? Xiao Sun's tone was urgent. Ma Feng, who stood before him, looked completely different from when he first entered the room. The light in his eyes had dissipated, and there was only fear and anxiety left on his face. Ma Feng spat out the cat hair in his mouth. He collapsed to the ground and waved his arms in the direction where Xiao Sun's voice came from. I just found a random room. Then, you sure are lucky. Xiao Sun knew the secret of this room. Ying Tong's older brother, Ying Chen, lived in this room. Ma Feng first hid in Ying Chen's bedroom, and the second time, he hid in the room where Ying Chen tortured the cats. Now, Xiao Sun did not dare allow Ma Feng to stay there anymore because the third room belonged to Ying Tong, and that room appeared to be filled with very scary mannequins. Brother Ma, let's go out first. This room is not safe. Xiao Sun was trying to help Ma Feng out of kindness. He wanted to use his own effort to turn the hostility between the futuristic theme park and New Century Park into a friendship. How about, I just give up? The more arrogant a person was, the more they would not want to lower their head. In Ma Feng's life, this was the first time he had wavered. It will be more dangerous to stay here. Xiao Sun grabbed Ma Feng's hand. If we stay where we are, we will never change. Only by moving out will we have a chance of survival. Hearing the sincerity in Xiao Sun's words, Ma Feng bit on his lips. He was reminded of his old self who refused to admit defeat. His body seemed to have recovered some of its energy. Ma Feng slowly climbed up from the ground. You were right. The edge of a sword needs to be sharpened. It is painful now, but in the future, when you look back, you will realize that the pain is nothing. Yes. Xiao Sun nodded heavily. The cats have stopped calling. Let's go out. The two walked out of the room carefully. They held the wall as they moved slowly. This room is too dangerous. I hope we will never come back here again. At the end of the day, Ma Feng was someone who had done great things. Even though he was currently in a very sorry state, covered in cat fur, he managed to adjust his mentality very quickly. I also do not wish to come back here again. Xiao Sun and Ma Feng walked to the stairs. The two of them walked side by side. One held the banister, and the other held the wall. They walked down the stairs side by side. Slow down. I can't keep up. Ma Feng walked very slowly, but Xiao Sun ran very fast like the darkness did not affect him at all. The stairs are the most dangerous place. There are no rooms for us to hide in, so we need to move faster. Be careful of being surrounded by ghosts. Before Xiao Sun could finish, the cats' meowing echoed down the corridor on the upper floor like they had rehearsed this beforehand. Has your mouth been blessed? Ma Feng's mentality that had just adjusted was about to crumble again. He gripped the banister. He did not dare to move up, but he did not dare to run down either. He was alone and helpless. Like a chameleon, he crawled on the railing and the stairs. Don't stay here. Let's go. Xiao Sun held Ma Feng as they walked down the stairs. He was not in that much of a hurry, but soon, it appeared to rain down the stairs. Sticky blood dripped down from the roof, and a presence of terror and despair came from the bottom of the stairs. Sister Raincoat. If they ran into other ghosts, they would at most be given a scare, but if they ran into the woman in the red raincoat, Xiao Sun had no idea what would happen. Go, 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 quote. Even at that moment, Xiao Sun was still very loyal. He knew that it was not safe to leave Ma Feng alone on the stairs, so he wanted to take Ma Feng with him. However, the problem was that he had just dragged Ma Feng down the stairs, and now the woman in the red raincoat was running up the stairs. He changed his direction again, wanting to drag Ma Feng up the stairs. Unable to see anything, Ma Feng had no idea what Xiao Sun was trying to do. His body was twisted, and his left foot stepped on his right foot. He fell on the stairs and tumbled down the staircase. He rolled down the staircase at an angle. Brother Ma. Xiao Sun shielded Ma Feng's head. Seeing the woman in the red raincoat coming toward him, he had no choice but to temporarily hide. Wait for me here. With his head spinning, Ma Feng collapsed on the stairs. He raised his arms to give up, but a chilling presence enveloped his body. The chill seeped into his bones. Ma Feng could not speak. His face was green, and his hands were shaking violently. The blood rain fell on his body. Ma Feng felt like someone was stepping on him. His body felt like it was about to fall apart. Lying in the cold and hard staircase, surrounded by darkness and unknown ghosts, Ma Feng felt like he was about to cry. He could not control it. The pain came from the deepest part of his soul. I can't play this game anymore. It doesn't matter if it's embarrassing or not, but I have to leave. Brother Ma, are you okay? After the extremely chilling presence disappeared, Xiao Sun's voice appeared again. I'm afraid I'm not okay anymore. Now I feel like, Ma Feng wanted to give up, but he could not open his mouth to ask for help from Chen Ge. The man who had always been so stubborn was still unable to overcome the barrier in his heart. Brother Ma, actually, you are already very powerful. Xiao Sun could see Ma Feng's current state. After suffering such a heavy blow, Ma Feng was still able to communicate normally. This was out of Xiao Sun's expectation. I've read this in a book before. The lower one is, the more one can see a person's true nature. Brother Ma, you are a very strong person. With that reminder from Xiao Sun, Ma Feng really could not bring himself to say that he was going to give up. He nodded softly. Brother, you have to believe that we can escape. Sometimes, the worst result is failure. Some people wait for failure, some curse at failure, and some try their best but still fail. In this kind of environment, one's mentality is the light that shines on oneself. If you're depressed, you're depressed. If you're stubborn, you're stubborn. Brother Ma, believe in yourself. You can do this. There was no room for them to hide in on the stairs. This was the most dangerous place. Xiao Sun wanted to lead Ma Feng away as soon as possible. In this cold and dark world, Xiao Sun's words were like a beam of light that shone directly into Ma Feng's heart. Paralyzed on the ground, Ma Feng could still vaguely remember the times when he was younger. His headstrong personality was actually to hide the inferiority complex in his heart. He had to put on a brave front and pretend to be weak. Only then would he be able to walk further and fly higher. His 5 fingers gripped the iron handrail tightly, and Ma Feng slowly climbed up from the ground. Setbacks are the tuition fees that one should pay for moving toward success. This small difficulty is not that big of a deal. Brother Ma, you're amazing. Xiao Sun gave Ma Feng a thumbs up even though he knew that Ma Feng would not be able to see it. The staircase is too dangerous. Let's go to the next floor. He successfully arrived at the next floor, and Ma Feng felt like his soul had been elevated to a higher level. When his feet landed on the flat ground again, he felt like his heart had become stronger and more resilient. There is no difficulty that can knock me down, and all the difficulties that cannot knock me down will make me stronger. Ma Feng's head was swollen, and his head was spinning. His body was about to fall apart. He leaned against the wall and limped forward. The next few floors shouldn't be that dangerous. Shut up. When Ma Feng heard Xiao Sun say that, he was so anxious that he almost jumped up. Every time you say something, something bad will happen. Stop voicing your opinion so casually. Fine. Sigh. Someone once told me that before. Looks like it's really my problem. Someone once told you that before. Yes, but now it appears like I am the only one who has died in that building. Xiao Sun had accidentally blurted out the truth. When he realized that, he quickly chuckled dryly. I was just joking. Don't take it so seriously. That one sentence from Xiao Sun sent chills down Ma Feng's spine. He silently took a few steps away from Xiao Sun. The two had just parted when the shrill meowing of the cats echoed down the staircase again. No way. Ma Feng's legs would turn to jelly whenever he heard the cats meowing. He pretended to be very strong, but his heart was still very fragile. Don't just stand there. Find a place to hide. Xiao Sun kept urging him. Ma Feng groped around the walls of the corridor, and suddenly, his arm came into contact with something that looked like a cupboard. He did not give much thought to why a cupboard would appear in the corridor. He opened the cupboard door and hid inside it before the cat's meowing arrived. Closing the cupboard door, Ma Feng hugged the broom and mop inside the cupboard, and he held his breath. The shrill meowing of the cats and the heavy footsteps appeared at the same time. They were heading toward Ma Feng. As they got closer, Ma Feng bit on his own hand. His face was twisted from extreme nervousness. "Don't come any closer, don't come any closer, don't come any closer." He kept praying in his heart. Perhaps the prayer was effective, because the cat's meowing slowly faded away. Ma Feng's heart dropped back into his stomach, but just as he was about to sigh in relief, the strange and heavy footsteps did not disappear together with the cat's meowing. They walked away for a long time before they turned back and finally stopped at the door of the cupboard. The footsteps disappeared. Ma Feng maintained his posture, not daring to move. After a whole minute, he slowly reached out his hand to push the cupboard door open. But before he could touch the cupboard door, there was a loud bang. The cupboard door was pushed open, and a cold draft rushed in. The pungent smell of blood poured into the cupboard. Ma Feng's body retreated subconsciously, and he slammed into the wooden board behind the cupboard. The broom and mop fell to the ground. Ma Feng curled his body into a ball. He felt like a mountain of flesh had stopped before him, and it felt like he would be flattened at any moment. The pressure caused him to feel like he was deprived of oxygen. The already hopeless and dark world started to spin, and his consciousness finally reached its limit. Is it finally going to end? At that moment, Ma Feng felt like he was about to be liberated. He stopped resisting and closed his eyes peacefully. Brother Ma, brother Ma, quote. Xiao Sun's gong-like voice echoed in his ears. Ma Feng felt like he was being strangled. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes again. You scared me. I thought you had fainted. Xiao Sun pulled on Ma Feng's arm. Brother Ma, the corridor is not safe. We cannot stay here for too long. Xiao Sun, brother Sun, please put me down first. I beg you, I beg you. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.